on the series for themselves, or BetBoom to make it another game 3?
I think Azure Ray's plan worked out really well. The Necro looked so good for them. When I watch Azure Ray and they impress me the most, it's when they have that frontline tanky, unkillable core, whether it be a Bristleback or a Necro, and they just play around it. They don't have to take fights by initiating or smoking. They force the enemies to fight into them because their laning stage is actually quite strong, probably the strongest out of the entire Chinese region. So they're not one of those teams that you can break in the laning phase. So for them, you just respond. You don't necessarily have to run back the Necro, but to be able to, for example, pick the Dawnbreaker into a Chaos Knight, we saw how bad that lane was for Dawnbreaker, but still win the game, still have an effective performance, nothing to change from there.
Was that lane bad for Dawn last game?
Yeah.
I feel like his lane was completely fine, no?
He was like 2.5k net worth behind.
Yeah, but the Tuskar left to play with the Lifesteal, and they rotate on mid, he was left alone. Because I think, like, this is how Azure Ray want to play. Like, they want to be able to leave Chalice alone. I remember watching them versus Extreme in the qualifiers. He had timing. He was playing like some off-lane 5 Invoker, and he would rotate with F-Buy around the map. They killed like all 3 lanes. I think they're really happy if you can get out of the first part of the lane and then start roaming with the double supports.
So you feel that Azure Ray is a team that ends their laning phase a little bit earlier, or they're just more active in that early compared to a lot of other teams that we've seen so far at TI?
I think they're really good at identifying like which lane they want to play through and like moving between that. Like we saw in the last game, they identify mid. Do they have like a weak point? Our Necro's level 6 were able to punish that, take mid tower, and then they just sat in the enemy triangle and kept pressuring through this lifesteal. I think how they do that is really good.
And for the BetBoom, I think the small adjustment that they could be thinking about is that picking pure hero early, like they did before in the previous series, where like, you know, the Spirit Breaker was untouched during the first phases, so they could easily take that instead of taking Chaos Knight, so that the road that could be taken for the next game.
I know throughout this year, as you stood in for BetBoom at some events, do you think this is a similar team to the one that you stood in for? Is it a very different team when you look at them from the outside as a panel member now?
I think they're very different. Like, yeah. I think they're improving with every tournament, and it's mostly, it was never about skill for this team. It was mostly about the psychology and like how they think of themselves, right? If you think that you're number one and you have to perform to that level, then it's like it's very hard to have that pressure in the game and deal with it. But I think right now they're very more chill in that sense, and I mean, you can see that they're playing till the very end and they're not giving up. When I was playing with them, they kind of gave up in a few games.
You can say, you know, that was past BetBoom. This is a whole new.
Yeah, this is a whole new BetBoom.
They conquered their demons, and you said they seem to be different. But going into this TI, Toronto Tokyo mentioned that he expects top 4 placement for his team.
Oh,
at least that's what he sees that they're capable of. That's what he thinks that they can do. And I really feel like throughout the year, you've seen them progress as a team, right? Not just in terms of the way that they play and shaping their identity, but just in terms of determination. Because I recall there was the BetBoom Dacha tournament a month ago or a couple of months ago, and they got eliminated early from that tournament, and that was their namesake tournament. And a lot of the eliminated teams opted to stick around and just enjoy it, but they left early. They left their own tournament early just to practice for the upcoming Dream League.
Well, here they are. They're one game away from potentially being eliminated. Game 2.
Azure Ray versus BetBoom Team. Game 2.
And some cheers. Time to take the point, though, to keep the action rolling. Talk about straight up. Don't have first hit. They're going to have this reaction for themselves. It is in the bans for themselves then, but hopefully, what you keep talking about, Effie, is that they're able to get that initiator, someone tanky for pure in the offlane as their first pick. Would you want to do that?
I mean, if it's one of the highly contested meta heroes like Centaur or Spirit Breaker, then absolutely. But if those heroes are the meta picks that are still you can have more creative initiators. We saw them very effectively play Axe. We saw them very effectively play Night Stalker, and those two heroes do fill the same vein in leading the tempo of a game. And Pure is a good Axe player. He's not a bad Axe player by any means.
Yeah, I really like what Effie said there, actually. I think if you get a meta hero, you can pick it early for Pure, but if you don't, maybe you can wait a bit to give him a better matchup, and you get these matchups on like these NS, the Axe. Like, these heroes are a bit more greedy. The reason why they're not as meta is because they're normally easier to punish, but if you pick it a bit later in your draft, you commit more resources in the draft to it, then you're going to have a good lane for Pure, and then they'll be able to pressure that way.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it as well. Like they decided to go the road for with the Chaos Knight as well, like for this game, and I mean it's looking pretty nice because they banned the Spirit Breaker and Centaur, so there's an X and an S opportunity for sure.
I think right here they can think their second pick right now. They've got the CK. I think they should leave their offlane and carry flex to the 24, and then you can sort of see, because CK is a hero that does what FBO's talked about. He's tanky, he has a strong lane, he can be a pure hero from the offlane, and that way they can focus his next man for GPK's hero in the second phase, and so they'll play with the idea that they're not going to know how to counter the CK. They overcommit in the offlane, we're just going to put it in the safe lane, stuff like this.
I wonder what this Naga ban is about.
I think it's generally just a CK counter from carry. Like if you have a carry or offlane CK, the Naga illusions are pretty good, and honestly Naga's a really high DPS hero. CK doesn't have any AoE for her.
Makes sense.
They banned it in the last game as well after picking up the Chaos Knight, so seems to just be a response if they're able to get that in the first phase picks for themselves.
So Willow finally comes out. I mean, Willow is a hero that's been popular throughout the entirety of the road to TI up until now because she's so strong as a support, and now there is the flex to carry that we see, which is really potent against Muerta, whose flex is still open. But even, let's say this were a CK Dark Willow side lane, if this were the offlane for Bedboom, this is a very high kill threat offlane. So even if that's revealed early on, I do like the adjustments here made for this.
So just
I think
right now. They feel like, okay, we can put the CK versus Dawn, you know? Nightfall is probably happy with how the lane went, you know? He has good farm, but you don't know what the next hero you counter is if you have this, you know, this is supposed to be one of your stronger picks.
But on the other hand, for Bedroom, you get this Phoenix plus Willow, which I believe are the two strongest supports in this patch right now that you can build into your draft early on. Like, your team fight is going to be impeccable. You have scaling all the way up until late game. You have catch with the Willow and the Chaos Knight, who hopefully gets an earlier blink based on what we saw last game. And you also still have the flex potential with that Willow open. So I do like what Bedroom have, regardless of Azuray's flexes being open. I think they would be able to respond to it accordingly. These are two strong side lane supports.
I can see what you said with the blink on CK, just something like CK with a blink or a mid hero offlane that like actually forces a fight. I feel like the shortcoming, yeah, Void does it really well. I feel like the shortcoming of this Kunkka in the offlane is the fact that like X is a very slow initiation. I think you mentioned, Reza, like this is a follow-up hero. You don't want to start the fight. It takes a long time to get into position, to get their saves off, etc. If you have something to force this into the Phoenix and Willow team fight, then I think, you know, they just added the Faceless Void. There's a lot for Azure to fight through.
And this Void is really cool to me because if this is a Tusk plus Dawnbreaker offlane, Void is one of the heroes that can play into that, right? If they use their combo with attack team plus Starbreaker, you time walk off the damage. If you get trapped in shards, you can jump out of it, and you have a strong support in Phoenix to back you up. So all of a sudden, this really scary lane has been done, change patterns, and of course you have this massive team fight potential coming out with your Eris into Terrorize, into Chronosphere. You also have a way to play into the Muerta because when she ultis or BKBs, you can just chrono her and opt to hit her team instead.
Yeah, as you can see, the Brazil values GBK here way more than we were here, and they kind of decided that they don't need to make these plays to be the very end. I mean, for the Dawnbreaker, there's like one build that I enjoy is playing in the Void, which is like just rush bunch of negatives, you know, like going like these eggs, and it's a lot of like, you know, this.
Trying to potentially decide how much storage reflected in the reveal.
I think it's the most important pick from first pick. It's a pick that's like your strongest. You have 18 on the draft order, and they go with the Luna, so that means it's probably a Morta. I would say probably Morta 4 and Tusker 5. Not too sure. They could flex the supports a bit. But I think Luna has sort of shown herself as like a very stable laner. We saw the Liquid Gladiator series, both times that Mickey picked it up, like he was able to do really well, like even against really strong lanes.
It also gives them tempo, right? If this Luna has a good lane, they can just play around their Somnus hero, whatever it is, and just take buildings. Similar to what they did in the first game, they forced Beckham to fight against it. However, though, this time around, it seems like Beckham have much better tools into fighting this time. Like, if they do decide to fight around really early with this Luna and go for the objective, all of a sudden you're worried about the Somnus hero spot. You're worried about the backbone coming out from Willow.
But I think this time they have slightly weaker lane compared to the first game. Because this Luna top is a very strong lane asset, like Tusker and Word. I think it's a very good match to avoid it.
Mid lane to round up all together. Out of this spanning phase.
I think they'll look for a hero that lets them set up the Dawnbreak. They just want somebody to start some fights for them. Is Earthspirit in the pool? I think Earthspirit can be good if they have enough bans. Honestly, like, they can in the pool, so it makes some of these melee hard to pick. And there's also the TA. These are the two heroes that it's hard to pick melee with. But honestly, I don't think TA works that well with these lineups, so they might be able to get away with that to picking one of these melee initiators.
I love the start with this. I think it fits Azure lineup very well.
Actually, they can dabble themselves. They lose many mid matches. Sets up for the Dawnbreak. It's susceptible to some counter picks this patch, because it starts with 0 and trade that wall. But it's, you know, I think it's one of Solom's Siggy. He's gonna have a lot of impact to it and scales really well.
I wonder if DPK saw the Quinn's game and thinking about White Spirit now. Looks like a pretty good
You know, one of the builds that's been happening from top is like they get the Maelstrom eggs into Mjolnir late game, and the hero will actually carry fights really hard. There might be something that they look into this game, because you have all the tempo from the Luna, the Dawnbreaker, all these heroes, but they will get outscaled by this Faceless Void unless you have more scale.
I think once again, that the lineup has like to protect their and for Batman they need to like I think they need to find a way to get this back and like make on the map. Just to protect the farm.
Spirit are tiny for Bedboom. Just some a melee stun hero. I mean, the DK, we forgot about him, but that was the classic fuck matchup. I think that if you have some strong frontline hero to set up for these chronos and you suck some damage to yourself and just have a stun to play off of the damage, all of a sudden you're not so dependent if you're having these really long cooldowns on these super members on these chronos. This is a traditional counter pick mid, so I mean, I think that's
talk about this in the Gladiator games, right? They're like, oh, they can go DK, but no one's playing it. What do you know? In the Nation game, pick the DK. I think usually what this hero suffers from is usually a lot of the 4s and 5s have too much damage from early. Like, that makes damage support because DK makes this. But the support actually not that high damage for a long time. DK has challenged to get ulti on it.
Because of their supports, like they have such control, they have like this ability to run around and do stuff in the game, and they have both sports and free farming.
yeah, quite even. Like I see the strengths. Like them and actually the fighting they're a little bit easier than they have overwhelming teams. A team with overwhelming teams on the stage today, I can never bet against them.
Alrighty, we've got another coach interview to go over to before we jump into game number 2.
Hello, I'm sure you heard this joke before. Let's ask him about this draft. Last game, everyone was in the edge of seats. We didn't know what to do. Were you feeling the same, or were you confident in your team's abilities the whole time?
前面一把，观众们都看了心惊胆战，就想问你当时是怎么样的一种感受呢？
Okay. Now, I've been learning some of the Chinese memes, right? So, last game, it looked like a max muscle kind of game, yes? Is this game gonna also be a max muscle game for you guys?
前面一把可以算是肌肉刀塔他拉的满中满，然后这把我们会再次看到这个肌肉刀塔呢。
其实上把这个感觉打得挺憋的。
Players are going to play it out because I think last game the opponents kind of made a lot of mistakes as well.
Okay, okay. One last flex as we start it over.
I like how Jin was able to translate what the flex was,
Yeah.
By the way. But we're here to a very different draft. Oh, the memory.
You think like hard blade mill, why not pick Dragon Knight? And it's mostly because he has that built in. So when you buy it, it's redundant. And so just to do it, versus that, doesn't do
Had the both heroes that we haven't seen a whole lot of. Get picked, so the reason why we're seeing here is go for this call up there on the Dragon Tail, something that is very reliable when it comes to controlling up this pesky puck, and Sonic's going to be playing a very different game compared to the previous one. Next approach, you're just faces.
multiple sets. Chrono stun from the straightforward, and the subset were really high damage. The Dark Willow has damage on the DK stun, the Phoenix has Sunray for damage, so anytime he gets caught, he might die if FY is not there to save him.
Well, the other thing that I can sort of talk about here as well is going to be, you know, a lot of people talk about the new type of DK build, and people thought that it was you that ran it first, Gunnar, but you told me that it was actually Moo. This was originally Moo's build, the Manta Aghanim's. Do you think it's a good game for it here?
Yeah, it was something that we cooked up together, and so he told me to buy it, and I bought it first, so you know we both take mutual credit for that.
Okay,
and,
I like it.
The Manta, I think, is really good for how the meta plays out right now because it's very slow, it's hard to hit high ground. Very fire.
Not even close. Sorry, observer.
It's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Keep them on their toes.
And so...
Oh! Fred, that is on you. Unbelievable.
It's debatable.
Somnus is going to go down. Level 3 DK finding that kill. Interesting.
This is looking hard. The puck game where he got kind of picked earlier is also really bad. The puck also died, I think, 3 times. About in the laning stage to ganks to the Void Spirit, so the puck, I think, is starting to get more value with the Axe build that people pick it up. And with, you know, the standard counters back in the day, it's kind of one of those things where it's kind of a better way to off-meta hero. It's really good because people are still picking it up. But then when they adapt to it, it might not be as strong.
Interesting. Now, it's a decent point there as well if they're having to make that adaptation and it's still working out for them. And so far, it's absolutely wrecking mid.
Perhaps the most terrifying adaptation is seeing the confidence of FY to give someone else Tusk in this game.
That surprised me.
That's so much pressure on TNT. FY, you will play Tusk.
You miss a snowball save.
You missed one. That's it.
Forever. Which, to be fair, I feel like if you're going to give a lot of net worth to somebody who has support for SRA,
FY and Morta as well, plays pretty much like a carry. Taking over the map in the early game with Vitos, catching the and the second time,
two kills already at this early going. Pure distance. Particularly in the mid lane matchup where, God, Somnus is just taking a beating. GPK is in his face.
That's a bit of a tough one there. Now the Muerta doing work, so looking on getting some scaling there. Helps out Chalice with the kill. And likewise, though, of course, they do have this Willow for save. So it's very, very similar idea heading into that late game. We have scaling fours that can get this crazy amount of damage where they suddenly become another ridiculous core in this match. So you don't necessarily feel super great. Oh, easy.
Wow.
Going late for either team, in a sense. You know, there's terrifying things on both sides.
Yeah, both supports can buy a Midas.
Oh, perfect.
So you can have a fun game incoming.
You love that for them. It's great.
Oh, see, now that's one thing. The Tusk Dawnbreaker doesn't care about Shadow Realm. Luna, not so lucky. Nothing you can do there.
That's a good point. It's something that will be an issue for them as this goes on. Nightfall somewhat low in this bottom lane. Needs to be careful about a salvo of skills coming out. If they manage to find the Colleen in a good position with Chalice, it could be a burst potential, but obviously he'll be aware of that and playing measured and pretty far back on the match.
I think the first big move is the Tusk probably will rotate on this 5 minutes each block. But take your gate, kind of, do a little wraparound on the Phoenix.
Oh, well, go on the Phoenix early. The dead shot's there. It's not enough for the kill. Did use a lot of the mana there in those heroes.
Somnus is getting bullied mid.
Yeah, that is really feeling like the story. Doubled up on CS. Evan Denies, too, is the one that really
Level 64.5.
Oh, yeah, that hurts. I mean, we saw this tower go down really early on, and I guess this has kind of been, you know, the turnaround that they're hoping for. Give GPK a better lane.
And the nice thing is the supports on Azure don't really have the damage to the Dragon Knight in this early game, so even if they get hit, they don't have the coil, they don't have the damage, you can just
Oh, nice play. Double bramble, and then pulls it into another one. Yanming low. Will it be enough for the kill? No, slow on in. Needs to get vision hiding behind it. Find him for a 1 second stun. Yanming doesn't die. Oh, wait a minute. I spoken too soon. He doesn't die, but the Luna did.
It's even worse.
Yeah,
He's trying to help his buddy out.
A Bramble left too.
Already GPK there. It's going to be an initiative taken away, so no refill for Somnus.
Just trying to farm these waves and not die.
He uses more than half of his
Oh, actually trouble with dead. Saw it there on the picture-in-picture. Managed to find it on Xiaomi in the end. Lul has to run away.
Chaos Knight wins every time. It just sees so much sustain, so much go, just a stun. He has a pull. He has everything just built into his kit in the early game. And so last game was kind of nullified because he was versus the Dawn Tusk and he was in the safe lane. Now he's the off laner, and the carries are always weak.
Look at this though. They have the Muerta here with the Phoenix in behind 3v3.
Making a move, anticipating this, and Pure, he's in trouble, but still,
dead.
they lose Lul, and Pure gets away. Oh, this is not what Azure were hoping for. No people brought in from Bedlam. Every early move has been into their favor. This is on the top. That's how it's set once again.
And the kills went better than the first game as well, but it was not this devastating.
So down. GPK is having a hell of a game.
Darklo will probably get to take mid now. He'll probably rotate top on the Dragon Knight. Darklo takes mid, takes 6. And then the Bedlam and the Brick Dagger, they just get killed one last time.
The last time he was meta, she couldn't just put Bedlam on top. Yeah, that's pretty cool, man. Needs to try out here on the Dragon Knight. You can just pre-click it with a good first, get everything on Dragon Knight. Especially this poor fucking
This needs to go for, because right now Puck is queued up Fred. See that time, but then the Witch King too, which is obviously what we've seen a lot from Puck. That's going to be a
certainly gives him a lot of space. He's going to be looking at different angles. Trying to pressure him and also give Somnus some of the game.
Dude, he shows for a second and GPK walks over towards him and says, yeah, you're not getting any of these last hits.
I do like the switch that they did in the draft on side of Betboom, where instead of the CK just tanking this Dawn Tusk lane, they move the CK to off lane and they pick a Void, which is even better. Pretty much no pressure, so the Tusk moves the boss. they were at the same time. They were 6 going into the game. He just pulled them.
Kind of threatening a bit, but in behind and Ming on the Tusk.
Juan tries to find Nightfall. Still manages to get it. And with Save showing up, it should be enough to run. Does get rooted again? For sure. Go for it.
Yeah, get in, didn't have actually back up. No options here. Now Song doesn't move so much. Pain from here too. Desperate times.
What he needs to get involved in this fight and make something happen.
I think that's a Treads Blink crazy. Like, you don't know where he is. He's in so much trouble.
Dude, you don't even know if you know where he is.
And you already have a
So Nightfall goes down, dive away, but then the turn looks for one. It's going to be there from the Dawnbreaker, keeping him alive. Too far. It's going to fall. Down that pesky puck, and Chalice is in no man's land. Trying to go kill on a Toronto kill. Manages to find a GK low on mana, but you're moving in. A big DD fear pulls him back in for closer damage, and another kill, 8-3.
Alright, well, Chrono goes down and not too successful there for Nightfall, but they get the clean up there. A long bucket of DK and CK show up. It's coming through.
Well, and of course, the big hitter in all of this is going to be on the other side. Just on the side of Admiral to get some free time for himself. Still feeling a little bit tough in this spot. Up close. I think that Azure was making sure that he farmed somewhat safely.
Some stacks there for the East as well, of course, with Luna on the team. Not sure if DK has scouted those out here. Assuming probably is being daytime. Coil.
Snaps it. Wants to run away. Chalice is there. And with help, that is going to be saved going down as he steps a bit too far. So Azure, another kill on the board.
These are really important. Mid-lane use the power through the shield. You have to bring through to take the lane out, because if you don't, it's so much vision they lose, so much bond they lose. And so they can just right now. They 3 heroes, they kill the Dark Lord, play too far up, and it's actually allowing them to continue the match. I think if they do that move, they drop this bot like normal, everything starts to
Yeah, they have some defensive vision there as well, so they can help out and try and keep this puck safe, because they want to keep an eye on this DK. Knowing how frightening that can be.
I would like to see GPK make an aggressive move at some point to the top tower. I think they have the ability to take it for free almost. But if he's choosing to play a little more defensive, he wants to farm this Midas. We've seen a pair of the Nightfall Midas. I think they do feel confident that way. They have good carry defensively on all of the lanes. So the Dark World, we've seen Save also good carry mode in a lot of their late games. So they're not worried. They can go over and just don't need to put it for the center of the box. I don't think and they always draft for late. That's the key style. They pick 3 cores in all 3 lanes that are all carries. Save also ends up playing a carry. Maybe, you know, he was techies, right?
Yeah.
Can't really carry on techies. Dark Willow, though, you can carry.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Toronto Tokyo plays some like
Yo.
scaling.
What's up, Siphon?
Or Phoenix, yeah.
also buys a Midas sometimes.
Yep, yeah.
How you doing?
On tree.
Here's the move. GPK smoked up.
Just about to be done with that Midas himself, but still willing to get a little bit active.
Luke shows himself.
Shows Lul immediately there, has it on top. The heal coming though. Will it be enough to keep alive Lul? No. GPK kind of in no man's land. Snowball able to dodge a couple of spells. Somnus is there. Do they have enough? The Chrono connects onto everybody. Not sure if there's actually that much damage to throw in. They drop the coil and then the fear.
Yeah.
Connecting, trying to separate. Chalice dropped down low, killed by Save. And bet boom. They take down 3, not a single hero falls.
Everything just in sync there. Coming through, I mean, GVK, kind of a risky rotation in the sense that he had like no mana. He had to wait for wand charges or get off his second spell in that engagement, and then perfectly timed with the Chrono coming through. Just everything in sync with him.
Really nice rotation, taking the gate on the board, so we're able to get a really nice Chrono. It looks a little weird. A lot of breaks up the fight, a nice move from the Dark Lord, just pushes everyone back, and they have so much issue. The Dragon Knight just so far ahead, the Chaos Knight also far ahead that this is the support that Azure is kind of really showing this early game.
As well as having like a Luna, right?
Yeah.
You know, you don't have the clips ever early on since you're going for this farming build. And so even if you have a chance to get off like before the Chrono or something, it's not enough. You can just feel how good the coil is.
Softness.
I don't know how to fight Kamasashi.
Made them work for it. Yeah, you know, more space for
Oh.
the force. Get maybe one more camp out of that juke there.
Thankfully, again, they do it the
Especially not
I
with
think it's one of the
Tonfa.
better heroes that
Trying out
collects the
Tonfa.
whole map because you can always show up to any fight. But I think they really need to find a way to connect the puck and the supports on a solo hero. They always end up fighting, like taking a more defensive fight where they get jumped first and they have to make sure they survive before they do damage. And I don't think that's really going to work out for them right now. But if they get this jump, they get a coil on a solo hero, and the dog ults it, they can have the damage to kill these heroes.
Yeah, it just has to be coil and coil journey for sure. Like the only way. And the walrus. Two smokes and the tank here on the top. So it hasn't pulled them out yet. It's got this little bottle work here.
Earthquake's also there, so it's just like, I would say the next like 5 or so minutes won't really give them any more strength. It's not going to change anything for them to keep farming, so they really need to get a kill in the next minute or two. Dragon Knight starts to get too big.
Runs on through and gets it down. Spotted, that's pretty huge. Doing work.
Kill, they let you go. Take your full that one hurts. Oh my goodness, they're gonna find another. Try to jump away, not quite there to have his body fall. Nightfall comes in with the chrono, down the blade. 3 heroes dead, and maybe even a 4th. Chalice is caught, they're dropping the egg on the low ground. Nothing is going good for Azure in this game number 2.
Oh, I love that he doesn't even give him a chance. Just drops the chrono, catches on 2. Easy clean up there with a double. 17 to 4 right now for Bedlam.
Red Bull are coming in with a lot of action in this game too. It feels like whatever problems happened in the draft, this one they completely solved. Is it just the laning stage that sort of it up? Or is it also
as a serial fuck hater, you know, this is the problem with the hero, right? I mean, for sure, if you do get into a bad matchup, you get into a situation where you can't do anything on the map, you just feel like this giant liability. The damage hasn't scaled with the overall capability of all heroes at the same level. So, like, you need way more health on this hero than maybe you used to. And when you don't get that health, or if you struggle so much in your lane that you're the liability, then the game just gets really hard, really fast.
I'd also say Bedlam is probably one of the strongest lanes, if not the strongest. So when you give them all these counterpick lanes, you have a CK in the lane, you have a Dragon Knight in the lane, you have a Void counterpick lane against a Dawnbreaker. Like, what more do you want to ask for? Like, you're going to win your lanes, you're going to snowball the game, and if they keep the momentum rolling, this game might not last long enough for Azure to have a chance.
But you know, these games, they have tended to manage to last long. We can't count on anyone. We have seen larger comebacks in several matches so far in CI, where I look at the screen like, oh, this game's over. It's not over. You walk around the arena, you come back, and it's swung 14K the other way. So, those are the kind of hopes and dreams that Azure will be aspiring towards here.
Well, and it does feel like oftentimes those happened off the back of solid fights or an overextension or something else like that. Maybe that's a situation where Nightfall whips a chrono, then look for some smoke play or something from Azure. But will that drop down to the 3-1? Definitely feels like it's a little bit of nice Azure set up to claim this bottom tier 1 tower. Definitely on Chalice. Should have been rather rapid.
That's the point where she doesn't die. The Reach Guard is really, really strong, and I think it's honestly undervalued. It doesn't do that much, but it's just that, and it's also just constant right clicks in a circle around her, and she's versus 3 melee cores. So, you know, Dragon Knight's in.
Look at that. Now that is an interesting decision. They're going to stick right on in.
Oh yeah, I can go back like this.
Even the gold matters so much. You have 1 core, you can find a little more.
But it's a little too late.
As Toronto Tokyo finishes the Midas, which by the way we're at 3 now.
Okay, and they're all in 1 team.
And the other support has a Philly stone. So yeah, there's a lot coming online. They're gearing up for the late game, even though they already have a
I
substantial.
think I was doing a lot better when I was using dual blade.
Smoke as well, Pure, of course, having this Shadow Blade. As well as a Yule's initiation here from Save too, so anyone can be caught rather quickly.
And again, I think I might even do
FY shows.
probably even better if I just go back to Katana.
It's going to cost you your life. 2 seconds stun, he's done.
Void might find something top. Mortis not aware of it. FY will be fine.
Stack him up, get that block back later.
Well,
Gunner, is it gonna happen? Are we ever gonna get a block of cheese? Have you ever even mentioned it in one of your games? Has anyone ever been like, yo guys, I'm throwing a block of cheese?
I think we were the first team in DPC to make a block of cheese in a game.
Oh, okay. Alright, that's good.
I don't know. I don't want to quote that, but we made it in one game.
Right, in one DPC match. I don't think we've had one on LAN yet.
I don't think so either. It just hurts too much to be able to not want to use them.
Oh, that's true.
Using them matters a lot in these fights, especially for the supports, where you don't want to feel everything, and they pop the shield or the Lotus, and you feel like you just wasted everything. So, I don't think the Lotuses for that long.
Crushing dreams right now.
it's so
Yeah, guys, we'll have 10 more minutes, and we'll get like 3 of them.
Alright, I like that. All the Lotuses. By the way, we are now going to quickly perform Midas on Beto. Save has forced him to queued up and decided no, the other way.
He just clicked around. Saw his ally. It's like, oh, you guys are doing that, huh?
I guess that's the play.
But another objective knocked down here. Nobody dying to the Tormentor as well. Very well played by Azure. Okay,
So they got the experience room.
Yep.
So, you know, it's usually situations where a team is really far ahead. At 20 minutes, you go make a move, you go take Tormentor, take your XP, and that's when the game is almost over. You lose so much, you lose all the gold experience, you have nowhere in the map to go to outside the base. But they actually take those objectives themselves, so it's easy to get for. And that's what they need to do. It makes no sense. Keep playing the game. The longer until you lose, the more chance you have.
and it has felt like a little passive there from Beppoon in some of these moments. Like I said, how long TBK spent farming just the Midas in his own jungle. Several teams do. It is really interesting. Like, they kind of just like controlled. You're seeing them buy all these Midases. Feels like they kind of have this mindset of just like chill. I really don't want to give them any opportunity here on Azure.
Oh yeah. Well, and the other thing too is that, I mean, yeah, it's an 8K gold lead. In terms of fighting strength, with 0 minuses on the side of Azure, actually this game where they take a solid fight with Luna Aura and all this other stuff where they can actually win it.
Yeah, you're down on Midas Gold in that sense. They have the Aura.
Oh no. Whoa, they didn't see it. Nightfall knows.
Nightfall, he knows. Atos, leave me alone. I don't want to be here anymore. FY tries to jump away. Here. Okay, meanwhile down bottom. Oh, they try and turn this. Here, the timing of that one was so nice, and they run it with a tusk, immediately gets stunned.
Yeah, FY just leaves.
They have the perfect answer. Somnus tries to get away. The save is all on top of him. Pure tries to run out also as they focus their efforts onto Lul, pull him back in, kill that hero too.
But FY lived.
FY did look.
FY though.
Positives.
And they tried their best.
And no chrono. Yeah. He's unfortunately not able to connect on what they need to do. And it's immediately back into just
that next Aegis, so 2 minutes until it's capable of respawning. It's still a ways away. I don't know what it's going to be, but yeah, it's just been all this entire game. Alice, along with John May, decides to go for the easy kill, and he dies very quickly. That boom. Keep it up.
Where do you go for Azure? It's really hard to find a good one. Still being on the map, forcing out heroes, farming, but
no, he's fine. Charlie, he's fine, right, guys? Gonna have to start on this.
it's so scary. hopefully.
And look how fast they're just on this as well. Like, they're back checking out. There's a central shadow blade. Yeah, they know.
But maybe we'll be okay.
Sonic is in this room.
Oh, they're bringing numbers. They want to set up onto pure. Interesting. So if he sticks around, he's in this room. He's going to make the difference. Okay, or at all. They force continue.
If he had gone to like he goes off the bed, they probably just clean him up.
But he's this time. Backs out. Going to jump away. Ball is down mid a bit. We'll see if they get the control on this one. Yeah, they're going to move in again.
Going to Shadow Blade out next. FY as well. Doing their best.
Yeah, you can see that Samus has speed up. This is going to be that Lincoln Sphere. He needs to really to not just like immediately jump.
Yeah, so second Roche is coming up. The second Roche is literally, it's like the game closing one. If you're going to end the game before 15 minutes, it's on second Roche. And so Azure did a really good job of taking the first one. It was really sneaky, but I don't think Beppoon will let them get in that situation again. Yeah, they're going to get this 27-minute Roche probably around. That's a really nice time. Kill for 2-3 minutes, and then you go for third round. Stop it. Stop it.
Yeah, he sees the show. He's like, okay, never mind. You know.
Meanwhile, Charles, it's up. It's not going to fall. Doesn't get anybody. Chalice is out to the high ground instead, so they can get some stuff back. Lua still staying farm on the roof. You know, those are long lines with that faceless void, but if the rest of his squad just doesn't really do that much. Puck in particular, had a really tough time with it.
It's so hard to recover on this hero. I feel like when you see Pucks, it's not going to net risk because they can force control over their own stuff. They can do all the little double ores or the
jump in with GPK, tries to get the stun, the damage is down there. It's not going to be enough. Godlike from here as they chase down Chalice. He too will die. They get one kill, but it cost them a lot. So Azure Ray, they will lose 4. Red Bull.
The exact same thing, right? Like when they get this lead, and then you think, okay, yeah, they're gonna make this good play. They get this strike every single time. Like they're always so backing each other up in these games.
Also, you just know that it's the right play. Like, you have to it's not enough. They all just
just like that, GPK on the high ground. Tower. You can see also the confidence going into the you don't have to take those shots.
It's almost like it will be losing down bottom. So it's also like in the river. Gonna miss with that one.
The last game, they were very close between the two teams the whole game. Less than 2,000 hours for the majority of the game. But they kind of got off scale. It's really hard to do. They change it up, they buy all their minuses, they're not going to let themselves get off scale. They're going to keep farming and make sure they have more gold than you, and they can win the game over you.
Minus a save.
Save trying to get towards an Aghanim Scepter for himself. Azure, they see GPK, decide to jump on him to start, make him less tanky, but the chrono for the turn, and the deep's being thrown out and really sends a defense. They didn't stand a chance. Where's the year gone to?
Can't even get GPK. Oh, baby. No, they don't head for their low. They head down the lane right now.
You think you can take them down with that silver, it's just not going to be. Oh, wow.
F5 back is fire as much damage as possible on the support where it's not there. This can't be enough. Did that work, that's for sure. But
Taking it down up the lane, trying to put the nail in the coffin right now. I mean, after using the chrono, there's still willing to stick around, and I mean, honestly, I don't think there's any reason that they have to leave at all, but they're still going to play it safe.
you know, they're coming back There's probably Tormentor as well soon in there.
Oh man, look at this. How quickly this could have turned, but
What a chrono.
just gets it off right in time. And wasn't able to quite get the finish there on the GPK. I thought maybe even the Luna Shard would do enough to take him down at the end, but that's too freaking good.
Just the song was the perfect line. All 4 dire heroes in the line. The Dragon Knight also in the same exact line, so healing all the heroes, damaging all the heroes. And Nightfall just got to sit there and hit them, and they all just died before the run was over.
Nightfall, helping out. Like, I got blind out in front of my own teammates, it's fine.
Into the pit they go. Trying to take it down. GPK says, hey, how you doing, everybody? GPKB tries to run out the root. The damage to Sunray. It's hitting on the wall, and there is not an answer in the world for that. They take down the Tusk and the Luna. Going to claim the age of FY. Who is going to go down? This is not for you to take. They're going to also find Saunas, who will attempt to escape with the terrorists. Chase down, blink away. Starts to pose, creeps for a moment, hides behind the tree, but the stun is there. And GPK, as he's done time, more Aegis on the faceless board, and Gigi's called. They got enough.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, go for one last glorious attempt there. You know there's no chrono at that exact moment in the pit, so try and find something, but they kind of do. I just game got out of control really fast.
This one, I mean, at 5 minutes was when the big swing happened, believe it or not. 10 minutes were at like an 80% win probability or something like that. It was just a devastating
I really like how they did it. They had really good matches for all 3 lanes, so I think the draft is really good favor.
Impressive showing if you're a young player, a lot of it right now as we head on over. I mean, this again, if you think about the mentality of a team, it's been one of the big criticisms for them for a while, is their inability sometimes to come back from a loss. Sometimes they maybe get a little bit tilted, but it feels like on this big stage, when most pressure is on them, they were able to stand up to where they needed to be. Do you think in game number 2 we're going to see anything from
Crowd here, feeling good about it. If anything I would expect to see change, it should just be straight up better lanes for Azure, right? Like you feel like they're going to put more focus into that. Maybe just focus a little bit more on the idea of flex and the possibilities of the matchup that could happen. Right? It's a bad pump game.
I think giving the pump gets kind of thing daunting to the board. It feels like they got really kind of picking Chaos Knight's probably strongest lane. Blind pick right now. Like, oh, they give that away too, so they don't really reflect their offense Chaos Knight. I didn't feel like they just kind of pick their best heroes, and it didn't really work out.
Support there as well. That's how they finish. Nice stuff.
Tough stuff. We'll see if the panel can come up with some more answers to strengthen up those lanes a bit. We head on back.
Thank you so much. This series is now tied 1-1. We'll be seeing number 3 for us in this series. They would want to come in this game 1 personally. I think that he's not going to get to it. This is not how we're going to go out of TI. Feathers coming in with fire in the zone. This alliance is so
pure, like very, very stable, hitting all the sweet
It's the first Dragon Knight on the tournament that we were seeing as well. GPK, not only that blood grenade, what's the word I'm looking for here? Blood grenade trick. Yeah, I knew you'd know. But he did. It's a Dragon Knight better than you already talked about how in the drop stage, you didn't understand why people weren't going for it. That they could have been this counter. Now we see it. It's so very situational.
I think it's also the virtual election is honestly that's really, really into the game. Her spells are just like good team fight, they don't do that much. Also, I feel like even this game, like it performed above expectations. I think you can see a game where if he doesn't dominate mid so hard, I saw some mortars, they rush like a veil, just go first item, not even any boots, and they just play with puck, and DK could actually die to that. But because of his lane dominance, like there was no angles at all to fight this DK early.
I think a big reason for the decline of these players in general is he's usually really popular in areas where spirit characters he's not that popular over here. If you're not but that was perfect conditions for DK to be met.
Anything else that really stood out for you about Bet Boom here, Reza? Because this game, we were said it was very close.
I mean, the only hope they had is like killing the Nightfall sometimes in this game, but other than that, so because of their line, doesn't have like a good mechanic of counter attack. After you're losing the lanes this hard.
Content piece for you guys.
在小时候可能。说应该是改变一切吧。
F1, I mean, the dream is still alive. He wanted to prove, he wanted to climb higher and higher. And Effie, the Chinese Dota fan that you are, how much would seeing either LGD or Azure lift the Aegis be?
Oh, dude, that would be so much. But I mean, especially for Azure, there are a lot of names on this lineup that you feel like should already have an Aegis at this point. You're looking at not just FY, but Somnus, who many people regard as the best mid player in the world, or they thought he was for a very long time. So in terms of who's deserving and who's not deserving, I mean, that's a big discussion, but these players have been around forever and they're so good, and you know, to see them get their desserts at the end of the day would be very cool.
How do you keep in form, Aoi, if you're this player that you're in that middle zone, you want to still reach high, you still want to play competitive, but you're not sure if everything's in it for you if you're taking a couple months off and then you want to come back to into TI making it top 6?
I mean, I think these players, like, it looks like they're super talented, and they are. But I think under all that, it's a special approach where they're working super hard and they're putting everything together, how to approach positive or do something for one way. I think FI is one of those players who's always sort of on top of the meta. He's always like looking for his opportunity opportunities in every lane when he's looking to roam. I think it's a lot about what he puts into it more than like some, you know, special talent or something.
But still, it's a team game, right? It's like there's a lot of players that deserve that. Like, for example, Zai is one of them. Like RTD is one of them. But
You could throw
it is a team game. There's like so many things that go into the game. I mean, Kurdish sure knows of it more than I do. He was there a few times. Like, there's so much stuff involved, right? There's luck as well. There's meta. There's understanding of the hero. It's just like too much. Just like than just having like one player.
You mentioned the meta, knowing your matchups a little bit. Do you think that Azure felt too much on comfort for heroes in game number 2 FE, and then that move is such an adaptable team in game 2? I've already come out with this play.
Depending on who has first pick or second pick, it will change because that last pick DK that dismantled their draft entirely, and it made it so that there's just no entry point. So they definitely have to focus if they don't have overall pick of the DK because if GK gets a little bit heavily of a counter pick, then it could be a very difficult game.
That's not
because Azure is going to control all the map. I think this is what they're going to focus on. When see bans with the central spearing again, but I think they put more emphasis. Like, I think they should work with CK as well. Honestly, if I were them, I would ban all of these heroes. I think that's the best way for them to go.
it's tough because again, when you said it depends on who is first and second pick to how many bans they're going to get for themselves, but Centaur, Primal, Bristle, Spirit Breaker, that's kind of rough now, and you got to add CK to the pool too.
Yeah, we're at the stage of TI where we figured out the 10 pool of OP heroes, and you are forced to give away a few every game, regardless of what. So it just depends on which team you're playing against, which player you want to focus in that first phase. And, you know, we've seen the story. We've seen the story for days now. If you ban out players heroes, everyone has to play until minutes 60, 70. They have to play to scale, and sometimes they don't get there in the cleanest way. So take it to that turf again.
Really being Primal, do you feel, Rezo, that he is in that realm of being hard to counter, hard to break down, or have people put so much emphasis on him that they're trying to learn him back to the table? Maybe we need to see these still a broken here. My question is, you're already shaking your head.
I think it's still depends. Like, I mean, the video about how like how broken heroes are, like because it's really hard to play against that. It's the meta of like Blade Man Hara Farask, and he's excelling at that. He was the first one who was like, you know, doing all of that at the first place.
What would you want to be letting through, Ali?
Honestly, I would like them, if they want to try something, I think playing with Spearbreaker wouldn't be the worst. That hero is sort of OP though, so I'm not too sure. I don't know, when it gets to this lane, like, we're both seeing like all the OP heroes, but we're also seeing like some new picks come in at the end. Like, you get to more refined strategies and niche picks. We saw a Razor in the Liquid Gladiators, we saw like the DK here. So I just want them to sort of innovate a bit on their picks on Azure. Maybe they have something hidden, something, you know, we saw Necro already, kill some tanks, maybe they have something more like that.
And to me, it seems like the team that is doing this innovation is actually on top of the, you know, on top of the game, because like you see this DK, he won the game for them like almost alone, right? So you see this Razor as well from the Duratio, like he was doing such a good job in this game. So whatever teams like this, and it's also like those heroes are coming like from the flow state of like, you know, drafting. You're not like preparing for them specifically, but it comes like to the mind like that, like this, and it's in this state of flow. It's just like it's really brilliant ideas.
We saw yesterday, Azure about innovation that they're usually that can get running with Snapfire and Clockwork, and they had a really great early game up until the lead was thrown, so maybe they'll go back to some of the more interesting mid picks.
I think for sure they need more damage, right? On their 2-4-5. I feel like this last game, they didn't have any play options. I felt like they were even like clutching every opportunity. They stole Roshan, they sniped Tormentor, you know, they clutched 2 kills on Nightfall, but there's just not enough. It's too hard to do these moves.
I completely agree. This is the meta of like high damage supports, and they need to be looking for that as well. I mean, unless FY is playing really sick task, which he did in the first game, I think they need to be looking for the more damage on the supports.
Well, our players have now walked out. They're in the booths. They're going to be warming up. They're going to be trying to think about what they want to do for this game number 3 in a best of 3. And while we give them a little bit of time, let's have a closer look at BetBoom.
BetBoom always has their ups and downs, but overall very young and talented roster.
Yeah, they're a strong team when it comes to like small details of Dota, you know? Like I can feel the energy he puts into these small details, and that's, I believe, what they're extremely strong about.
They usually have like farmy side lanes they carry, like known to not die and not pressure too much, like rarely show, but be there at clutch moments, and usually it's their mid and both supports.
So you know that Nightfall has the highest pings, you know, on the map, right? And I remember when they were playing the official match, Toronto Tokyo making like slightly bad move, like, you know, it's just like maybe 1 centimeter or something. And
This is the scariest offense. I think all really good they kind of like kill their lane at least once they've seen it multiple times. And so it's always just a team like make sure the safe lane doesn't push it down here, because there's a lot of games.
Just how strong that offlane is. It's a narrative that we keep pushing, but more importantly, apparently Nightfall is the ping master on that team. We thought it was going to be GPK.
It's Nightfall all along. But I mean, I guess it makes sense. If you hear from any pro player talk about Nightfall, talk about playing pubs with Nightfall, they say that he's committed for the entirety of it. His market just open he micromanages his entire team.
Well, look, I'm ready. We got to get this series going. We need a game at number 3. We need a draw for that.
Azure Ray versus T.
It's elimination on the line. It's the difference between being top 6 and top 4. So these teams want to win for themselves. They've proven that they can do it. Game 1 and Game 2. Game 3, though, this is where it really matters. We're already a little bit along in our draft here, so our first place band done and dusted. And I still, actually now I see there's a Chaos Knight. That importance has been placed on it, but still a Sentinel band out.
You're bigger in the pool.
Yeah. Also, what you were talking about, Ali, about them lacking damage, they fixed this with the Phoenix, right? They kept going for that first Martha, but it just wasn't working out for them in terms of a support that scales. So do you like this adjustment?
Yeah, I think the Phoenix is for sure a good adjustment. I think they need something like that in this series. I feel like when you have heroes that have damage, you just have way more options on the map. And right now, how the map sort works is it's so large that if you have to bring too many heroes to do like kill one hero, it's not worth it. Like you either bring a lot of heroes or you want to make plays with just like 1 or 2 heroes. High damage supports generally let you do that, and then they all scale into the mid late game.
Yeah, you guys were right about targeting the Pure. First 4 buns are dedicated probably to him, and they were taking all his best heroes. But I do want to mention like about Nightfall as well. Like I've been with this team for a while. He genuinely want to help his teammates. He's like very lucky. He's like very smart about the game. He was talking a lot with the Pure and like sharing his experience from the offlane. That's why Pure transition to the offlane this fast, right?
Dependability and, you know, that's characteristic of both of these players. They were just playing the wrong roles the entire time.
Yeah, I think it's genius too, but it wasn't like I don't think they're thinking about like how it's going to happen, but one thing they want to keep playing that
played with an offlane sub. I forgot who subbed for them, but I think after Nightfall played carry again in the Berlin Major, he just felt his calling. He felt himself entering college.
Berlin Major. I was there. I didn't remember.
That's the nuke.
He is very forgetful. So, Owie, I just want to know more from you, actually, about Clockwork.
Can I leave? Like,
You can do a mock.
yeah, I'm
I was a joker.
I do though want to hear, Owie, because you mentioned specifically the Clockwork about some of the last round, words of innovation. They end up in a win, though.
Specifically, they're really good at blocking her camps, a good kill threat on her, and honestly the creeps don't bother you that much. I think this is like a very classic Azure Ray pick actually. I think they play it on both 4 and 5, and what Clockwork excels at is also what I think Azure Ray's strength is, which I really like, which is after the laning phase sort of breaks down a bit, you know, between 5 to 8 minutes, he's gonna meet up, whether this is FY or Changming Clockwork, they'll meet up with each other and they'll go for kills on any lane.
And also it just opens up to enable that really long-range damage output from things like Phoenix or potentially even the snap that they ran yesterday. I like it a lot, definitely. It also just enables the rune security and maybe a bit of a means to shut down GPK. But now that this Brewmaster has come out, which is an Azure Ray specialty hero, I wonder if Bedboom are eyeing that Night Stalker, because a lot of teams have played Night Stalker recently into Brewmasters, into Weavers, into Muertas and Phoenixes. So for me, it's looking pretty good right now.
Actually, I like the reason that sounds good. The thing about Stalker, it can work. Phoenix can be weird. Like, sometimes you spawn the Phoenix, you kill him. Sometimes he presses R, it's daytime, you're pathetic. But generally, honestly, I think that match is a bit overrated from Phoenix's side. I think Night Stalker actually has a more angle. Like, see the NS and the Weaver here.
I want to see the Night Stalker. We talked about this part of the series. 2 games ago, especially with the rise of it being picked up, but instead, Morphling.
I mean, Morphling has been looking pretty underwhelming, to be honest. Like, I didn't really see a good games with it. Like, even 23 Savage, he was really under Morphling.
Yeah, I have the same impression on Morphling. I mean, I think his eggs does nothing. The illusion dies instantly, takes 400% damage. So they sort of took away what made him so strong at the Bally Major Morphling tournament. However, I think it is a hero that can be very hard for Azure Ray to kick out. It's a hero that if you want to leave Chalice alone, like Morphling will get 4 CS and denies every single wave in and that's the punishment. Like these Weavers, Night Stalkers, heroes where you can't just ulti and kick them out. I think Morphling might be one of these heroes as well.
I actually agree with that because I remember during the Riyadh Masters, Faithian was talking about 2 carries that he thought would enable you to take into mid lane, which are Morphling and the Enemy of support they fare very well in terms of self-sustenance and being able to CS on lanes.
I think they chose to go for the LSC here just because they're afraid of the PL, which already like, they play PL against Morphling was pretty tricky. So this is like preventing the PL from the Azure side. Blackpink, basically.
This is like one of the best heroes. When he first transitioned to carry, I think he was playing like LC pretty much every single game. It's very low effective. I don't know what it's 2 games.
Yeah.
And I think it went 50-50, I'm not sure. Might have lost both, can't remember. But it's actually a hero that kills a Phoenix Egg pretty well.
Yeah.
I think something we've seen as this tournament is like, there's this weird like choice, like, oh, do we want to counter the Phoenix Egg? Oh, I don't know if I want the Snap for support. I don't know if I want these like heroes, they're not as meta. But Legion Commander is another hero that sort of used to be one of the big counters.
I think we don't see him as much just because of the supports that are in meta, like the Pugnas and Shadow Demons, and those heroes are really hard to play against in the Legion, but this game they already see the supports, so it's a pretty good game for LC already.
Usually he's quite committal against like these hard blade mills as well. Legion's typically like you dual summon, you burst them, and then you look at the fight, right? You want to be able to burst them. You can't really do that for these hard builds. But honestly with the Morphling, like you will have damage to this but more than that, they're pretty much just playing for the silence here, right? Like they just want to have as strong silence as possible, stay in 3 lanes and pressure. I think we'll see like them picking a really strong laner for GPK. Again, they have the 2nd pick, so they'll have the last pick here.
What is going to come as a carry? Like there's very little heroes that left that is good against LC, right? Maybe there's a Luna.
Luna's for sure not bad. I I have a
You got your list.
heroes on it.
You have no more excuses, Howie.
Yeah, but I still don't know.
Give it the best option. Yeah, me neither. I mean, I would still consider the PL, to be honest. I think other than LC, it might be... Oh, no, never mind. They have the very last pick on the bed boom as well. It's going to be too hard to play PL.
Don't you think Weaver could lane against LC pretty easily?
Weaver can do pretty well in that lane, I think.
Also, Linken's Bio, right? And it's not the most easy hero to counterpick when you have 23 like Azure does.
I think Weaver is amazing.
Yeah.
Pretty good suggestion, for sure.
Also, on the topic of you guys saying why LC fell out of meta, don't you think that in these longer team fights, something like a Brew could be very disruptive to the LC duel? Because like, the cores that are clearly showing in the Kunkka, when it comes to it's easy to take down.
Yeah, it's just really hard if it's also to commit to this do the Phoenix.
There's a lot that he has to deal with here.
I'm honestly not sure why Legion is so underpicked though. I feel like the hero should be, I think it's like pretty high linear pubs, like maybe 100% back or something. Like it's not a bad hero. I think it's kind of nice to just come to middle and sometimes look at the hero with some elbow, but it's honestly definitely not good, but I'm not sure it's a lot of them. I don't think it's too much it's the other way, but I think it can be a skill matchup. Like if GPPK is really comfortable in this matchup, he feels that Invoker's a hero that's going to allow them to fight later on. And I mean, he has had really good Invoker performances this tournament, so I'm excited to see that. Also, I feel like he might go like 2-2-0 and then start getting Sunstrike and have the dual Sunstrike, maybe even earlier, and then that could be really interesting.
I think that's the logic they're going for, because when you were talking about how it doesn't feel like LC had enough damage, like maybe with the Muerta it is enough, Invoker corrects that with Sunstrike, even if he is having a hard lane. And if he's having a hard lane, they have the self-sustaining side laner so that Enchantress can rotate in and maybe help the Invoker play into the Kunkka.
I actually think Invoker is going to go cross-wax because they need this Vessel and running around hero, because those both spores in the side lanes, they're going to just farm and they need this active hero, and they can't really afford to have a Sunstrike. But I do like the Bedboom lineup with this Invoker pick a lot.
And it's game 3. You come out with your signature heroes, right? You bust out the LC for Pure, you bust out the Invoker for GPK, and you hope for the best. Azure, on the other hand, they're doing the same thing. They got their Brewmaster, they got their Phoenix, they have good team fight, they have their Kunkka. They're also confident in this game 3.
Well, look, if you're going to get eliminated, at least do it in style. At the end of this game, one of these teams is going to be eliminated. We'll see if it's Betboom or if it's Azure. As we head on in, it's game 3.
Unbelievable. Right behind us, there is a crowd that is screaming out a lot of things and got some great signs there, too. That one was amazing. My goodness.
Yeah, they're battling now with about 8 Betboom fans who will go to the section next to them and also scream as loud as they can. And let me tell you, there were only 8 of them, but they got heart, okay?
The signs aren't as cool, though.
That's
they
true.
have moving signs.
Yeah, they
Azure, I don't know. That's a big
They got like the LEDs going on, you know?
I like it. No, it's
they had
good stuff.
cosplayers down here, too. It's a big contingent back there cheering them on.
Well, and I will say that also this is one of those drafts where I feel like it could go either way. Was there anything that really stuck out to you? The panel really seemed to focus in on this Legion commander as maybe a pressure point where they could run into some issues. Do you guys kind of agree? What's the thought here?
I honestly think the 3 cores for Betboom were all a little strange to me. I think the Morphling instead of Weaver, which we've normally seen as a brew response, Legion in general this patch has been kind of undervalued. She hasn't won a game at this tournament yet. And the Invoker into Kunkka, which is generally when you pick Invoker, that's the first year you ban. You ban the Kunkka for this lane matchup. So it's something I think they're trying to go comfort, is what they talked about. The Invoker's very comfort, Legion's very comfort, Morphling. So they're just doing their own thing. And they don't really care about what Azure is doing, and they're just saying, like, we're going to outplay you in the lanes, no matter what we pick.
Yeah, I think the Morphling is interesting because it does check off a lot of the same boxes of the Weaver. Like, it's a similar idea of you're going to have this overwhelming damage, mostly later on versus the Pandas. Like, I kind of picture that point in the game where, like, Pandas, like, in between
The big thing with the Weaver is you're able to kind of dodge all the slows from Brew, dodge the Cinder Brew from taking you down. Away from optical damage. I think the laning actually won't be that good for the Morphling unless, you know, there's the Toronto Tokyo on the Enchantress.
Yeah, that's true.
Does its thing.
One of the things that I think about, you know, sometimes there's these iconic moments in Dota. listed as with Somnus saying back at TI8. Now picking that Invoker into it. Now Aoi was talking about, the panel was talking about this entire dynamic. We saw GPK put together really solid performances against Kunkka before. Is it the universal change that's made this matchup better? What do you think it is?
Yeah, universal plays a part. Now you can buy Wraithband on Invoker, which gives you armor to kind of stop this harass. I also think just in general he has more damage. You can buy Bracer and Wraithband, so you have more abilities to feel stronger in the early game. And I also think that people have gotten better at the matchup, just better at hitting the Kunkka, better at dodging the cleaves, and just overall, I would say it's like a skill-based matchup, like AUI said. So I'll be interested to see how GPK gets out of this lane.
He's shown a lot of skills on Invoker, that's for sure. And had a couple deathless games there where he was dominating yesterday. One deathless game and then immediately died in the next one. So they tried to punish him, but we all know he's got a mean Invoker here, and he wants to bring it out on the main stage whenever he can.
Somnus also goes for the double gauntlet start, which is the build you go on Kunkka when you feel like you're going to crush the lane. It makes your bottle or bracers like really slow, but you have so much damage for denying and harassing that when you do this, you really want to win the lane.
Yeah,
and
you
so
want to clutch up every
he's very confident about just how this is going to play out for him.
So far, he's doing just that. 4-3 versus 1-1. This is not how that Invoker performance went the other day. We'll get a couple of CS there with that tornado, but could be a bit of a tough one for him as this gets into the later stages. The other things to sort of keep our eyes on are going to be a couple of heroes that we haven't seen a ton of, at least so far, and that's again the Legion Commander. So Pure needing to deal with this early pressure, although there is already some good damage out. Gets hit by the Blood Grenade, and the overwhelming odds almost enough, but the stick charge keeps him alive.
I feel like we've almost seen more Clockworks now into the main stage than we did in like the road to TI. You know, we've had a couple now popping up here, and you can see kind of a rough matchup versus the Muerta. As you're like level 1 especially, you're always trying to batter yourself as much as possible.
Oh, the calling, the chase, the push back. Oh, low, but not dead yet. Silence, just barely able to get that separation. But you can see how aggressive you're capable of playing as Pure keeps on hitting these multi-hero overwhelming odds.
Just dropping his items and regenning. He knows he feels very confident here under their tower right now. Really getting the most out of this hero, which is what you need. Again, a winless hero here at TI, but if you can find the right situation, maybe this will be it. But you gotta imagine a lot of that power is gonna be in the early game, because heading in later, sure, there will be damage. You know, you got Morphling, you got Muerta, you have an Invoker there too to try and juice up even further, but we've seen how tanky these cores are able to get to, and just choosing your dual target looks really hard in this game.
Just how long fights are, it's almost never like a duel, kill one hero, keep going, keep going. It's a duel, hope this guy dies. Oh, he's only half health, guys, let's see what happens now. But now your guy doesn't have an ultimate, so I'll be surprised to see what they do with it. I think Invoker, they talked about going Exort, but I think Exort's kind of weak right now, especially when you don't have stuns in the lane for early setups, so he'll probably just go the standard Quas Wex and play to just kill heroes with the Vessel.
Well, we'll see if he can even get to that position. So far, we talked about the need for Azure Ray to win their lanes, or at least come out a little bit more even. Mid is definitely winning. He is 17-7 versus 10-3. Somnus wanting to get some retribution after what happened to him
There's definitely a level of confidence where you'll ask for a hero in a matchup that everyone else knows is bad on your team, and you say, I would Invoker, and they're like, don't you always have to you just don't really care. What the situation is, so he probably even feels that if he loses the lane, he has the right thing for the game.
They do manage to find a good dead shot on save, and that's going to be first blood.
It's been looking great on the dead shots so far.
I think every single one's connected so far.
Yeah, making that
always
nice
like,
and easy.
The right angles too, to push them either back or farther away from the Legion when he's battery assaulting. It's just been really nice to watch.
And you know, that's got to be the biggest pain when you see this Muerta supports, right? When they miss that, it's 120 mana. The mana pool is pretty weak. You're always seeing them like with the clarities and the mangoes. So every time that you're connecting, it's just so huge for keeping this pressure up on the laning stage.
Yeah, we're going to see this mid gap, but just going to keep growing. I think this matchup doesn't get any easier for Invoker as it goes on. When Kunkka hits level 5, the harass is just kind of almost too much. Invoker doesn't have the whole healing he used to have from Quas, so all his healing pretty much comes from Cold Snap or a Bracer. So once he gets to his half health, he never will go back up unless he buys one region, and doesn't look like he's doing it. So how they kind of play that
good job of keeping his distance, at least for now. The type of be careful about chasing there.
Same and Pure, we're kind of thinking about his dive. They force the tower.
It's just good pressure.
Yeah.
Now Pure a little deep.
Battery assault, but won't be able to do that much more, I don't believe. Save takes a lot more. Much less tanky hero than Huerta. And you can see that there is a lot of potential aggression, and Tidebringer will really bring down that Boker. Be able to find a kill unless they get some type of an X play with a TP rotation or something.
We even talked a lot about bottom, but down here things going great for Chalice. Again, like this idea of the counter pick. It's not a super pressuring one. Morphling, a very hard hero to kick out of the lane for sure.
Toronto Tokyo. This is big. They make the move, and the Hellbear Smasher, it's going to be enough.
That's so huge.
Toronto Tokyo. That's what they needed.
That's Ench, right? You know, that is what you need. Perhaps taking some notes from his old captain there, Poshka. Right? I keep seeing those videos. Every video is the same answer.
Right. You're not wrong. That one showed the power of that hero. GPK, after getting that little bit of help, is trying to finish off that urn.
And kills like that matter so much. Now that the Boker, you got a free wave, he'll probably get another free wave because they pushed in so much, and his game's kind of reset to some extent. And he's gonna not without that. The lane matchup, as long as but he's able to get out of the way. Unfortunately, like, matchups like this end up not being that bad for you. So he's gonna get into the game and feel comfortable.
Super comfortable on Chalice with the Centaur chasing him. That actually looked like Boker now. Morphling not able to apply any more pressure there. Does have level 6 on Somnus. Not easy to get in range for a boat kill with X. Are they trying to go now onto Pure? Gets some separation, gets caught now in the cogs, and no, he walked back in and is just going to die for it.
Not so safe.
Another move in here. Let's have Chalice in the sights. Couple more hits. Easy bring down. Strong hero. Live now. On the top side of the map. Still dropping low. Save is going to fall, but FY tries to dive. Again, Hadouken is going to be back up. Can they manage to quite hit in time? No. He's going to TP out of there.
This is really good pressure though from the Enchantress. He's he saved mid, he saved bot to some extent, and now he's kind of having two comfortable lanes, and he can kind of choose what he wants to do. Usually with Enchantress you have two plays. It's either you constantly pressure towers with your creeps and just keep going forward, or you farm and get greedy. We've seen Poshka at this tournament destroy games on his Enchantress, like going carry mode pretty much, and just get a rampage, or just, it felt like he got a rampage. And so he can kind of do whatever. He's freed up himself and his whole team to just exist in the game and be happy.
Could be and feel something really impressive side for Toronto Tokyo. Oh, bring it all.
Able to get him time, not able to hit for the calling, and with the boat down, that is going to be a kill. So Somnus cleaning one up, and now looking for Chalice. They bring him down too. So a one trade apiece.
And that's closing in on the level 6 here. Only a little bit of XP to go for Pure, so could try and get something. We talked about this duel being maybe a little bit not super solid in this game, but in the earlier parts, you know, when these heroes aren't super tanky, sometimes you can catch people off guard. But again, there's not going to be any Sunstrikes. We are still just cross-waxing here on this Invoker.
I also like that he's going to finish the Vessel before the Midas. We've seen some Invokers go the greedy, where you go to earn it so you can tell your team, like, I can rotate, guys, it's all good. But then you go back to the Midas. I think him going for the Vessel is really going to matter if he wants to kill the Kunkka, if he wants to kill the Brew, or the Phoenix even. Just there's like heals and so much HP that they have in the early game that the Vessel will let them kind of chew through that.
They have a ward in behind on the tower here. Giving them full vision. This is just a slow down. They want us
out of range. There's no way that he gets away from this one, surely. Zero's good, but is it going to be that good? Well, Meteor is down. Somnus will fall. GPK not going to be caught by Tian Ming, who's running through, and now he's also in trouble. They have FY in the area. The Icarus dive, let's do some pretty good damage. With the Hurricane pullback in, FY, he went too far. The duel is there. Oh. First one close for Pure.
Done from Pure.
You see the pop of the book away. They kind of do it. I think they probably knew what they want to do with the Enchantress, so bringing her mid, bringing a creep mid, pressuring the Punkka, not really ready stage. And now he's doing great. He's killed him twice now. He has no worries in the world. He is invested.
Oh yeah.
He's playing the game now.
10 minutes in, have really yet to put any type of meaningful pressure onto Nightfall for this Morphling.
I mean, he's level 8.5 and Chalice just hit 6.
Yeah.
And again, much like Weaver, I don't think you're going to solo kill on Morphling here. You know, it's one of those carry matchups you can't really threaten, especially with the I don't know here for Chalice to figure out what to do. Because your Kunkka's also just trying to finish up Blade Mail, but he's got the post, so... Oh, they have hook shots. So something's coming together good answer, right?
I think Enchantress, if they get it, is a good kill for them. The Enchantress killing spree, so they get the little extra XP, but Enchantress walked right past her.
And also, there is waveform here too, so it's not even a guarantee.
They see the Rocket Flare, and now they go to the Enchantress, while they're also going on the other hero. Well, it doesn't look super clean, but it should be enough to take down Toronto Tokyo in the end, I would assume. Although, wait a minute, the dead shot doesn't go down. Nicely played by John. He's going to be John Stein. Combination. He's going to bring all the points from these big strength cores.
So all their heroes bought now, 5 heroes. The carry when it comes to the bot lane, but they have to walk backwards, and this is kind of one of those things that feels so bad when you bring your whole team and you have to retreat.
Yeah, you're getting the call there as the Luna who, has 2 points in the Lucent Beam, no Eclipse, you still have to show up, and now your Brewmaster, no mana for a play here, no stick or wand, and no hope.
Hoping to get away, Sunstrike hits. That's enough.
Nice try, Nightfall.
Almost got the kill. Yeah. Pure? Do they have anything to follow up with this on?
A lot of TPs.
No, as a matter of fact, he is probably going to get dueled here. The duel of the turn, a couple more hits, a dead shot, and another win for Pure.
This GPK Invoker, 4-0 and 3. That's a counterplay matchup anyway, right?
Yeah. It's
I think Toronto Tokyo on
it's a team game.
That's right, that's right.
Trusted his support.
Toronto Tokyo was a good player for a long time. He knows how important that was.
Not what's important.
Okay, you can agree with that. Well, 9-4, 2,000 gold lead. Again, in this elimination match, I do kind of have the wondering at this point if you're sort of, as Azure Ray, feeling compelled to push the tempo. You know, I look at their lineup and Luna going late game can sometimes be a little bit dicey. You're playing against Morphlane, which is already a scary one. How concerned would you be right now for Azure Ray?
Platforming ability to actually get the items to take the players, and the key that I thought might really better get a bunch of gold before these fights.
Well, nice. Trying to run away as they're going to lose another one. Xiaoming is just right there. Killed off. They weren't able to find Lul, which was probably the kill that they were looking for.
Yeah, it was a good smoke break. So he actually protects his carry. They now end up on the other lanes because so many heroes show top. They needed to delay, I would say, until like this 15 to 18 mark. They get the Manta and the Shard, and they become really tanky. They can take towers, and they can take objectives. And before then, I don't really think that they can make any crazy moves.
Aggression and challenge. So much this game, looking at the Brewmaster, never becomes the man. And that's something he's supposed to achieve. He's just going to be struggling this whole time trying to lift up his Luna.
I think that's always the worry, is that Brew is, even though he's people go greedy because he has such a strong team fight spell on his ult, and you can't use items during his ult, so it doesn't really matter what you have as long as you get it off, and that enables people to go this really greedy Midas into Radiance. But the issue is sometimes you lose the game before you hit that timing, and your Brewlings will die. I think, like you said, they have so much damage to kill the Brewlings in this early game that it's not even that easy for them to fight. So it's a little concerning that they BetBoom has so much early game pressure.
Well, and that was very much the recipe for disaster in game number 2, it felt like, for Azure Ray, was that BetBoom just got everything that they wanted early and then also had those tools to close out a game. Now, Chalice is going to get... Well, he's in the area here, but they might try and wrap on him.
All of Azure Ray is doing on
Maybe they're going to try and run away.
They have a more either. They go for him. Sion being able to get it.
And just like that, Azure Ray back into it.
Even with the stand, could not escape.
That hook shot, I think, was blind, if I'm not mistaken, too. The flare was a little bit further to the right.
I mean, that player, you know, get nerfed. It's hard to see these days.
Also, really good read for BetBoom, I think, to cancel all the TPs instantly the second he goes down. We've seen a lot of times where, especially around the safe lane, that they TP to try to save the guy who's getting dove, and they all end up dying, and it's a horrible, horrible defeat. But here they need more people doing the power. It sucks, but they can keep playing the game, and they can keep going.
While there is no tier 1 power, you can't really allow that to step aggressively forward. It still has not been sort of forced out of the game yet, but oh, this would be good.
Doesn't get any time yet! Oh, the back-to-back kill. Oh, but wait, will they get one in return?
GPK stepping forward. Chalice wants to get out of here, does not have ulti. They're a little bit too late for it, a little bit of help. They have to get a return kill. Tokyo says they have the egg. Hook shot comes in, stops that from Pure. Able to interrupt that battery assault. Just like that, Azure Ray, they're streaming forward, wanting to find the kill, and they will. Save, trying to do what he can, but also with the ultimate coming out on this Luna, they've got it under fire, going to fall.
Unbelievable stuff here from Azure Ray. I gotta give it to him. But the way he's playing and starting these games on the Luna, trying to really stay in this game, getting this little bit of stable on the edge, and then the hook shot to save the egg,
And then another one.
He can do no more.
Tiame making the plays when his team needed him, and Saunders is able to catch them on Tokyo. A couple of minutes of disaster for BetBoom, and it's Azure Ray who are benefiting.
It almost feels like these two morph kills matter so much. He dies once, they lose the tower. He dies again, and now BetBoom feel forced to want to take this fight. They're like, oh, they went on our morph, they used boat, we have to take this fight. We're getting picked off all across the map. And now they take a fight 4v5, and it goes horribly.
Yep, and then it just chains further, because after that second death, now we're come all the way back around where the split's back up. So Chalice can feel like he can pressure in, and suddenly, what looked like kind of a pipe dream of this Radiance is just getting closer and closer right now.
Well, and in a way, if we think again back to what has been sort of the question for BetBoom is, can they keep their composure under these moments? Can they sort of stop the bleed from happening when things stop going their way? We'll see if they can recover over these next couple of minutes, but it's got to be scary territory in this elimination match with it all on the line. Got to see who it is that's able to step up from BetBoom to make the move they need.
If they're going to fight back, it's got to be Pure. Having that Blink Dagger coming out here on the Legion Commander, you imagine that that's probably how you're going to enable it. Currently, though, I think, 2 points Exort still on the Invoker, so you know the Sunstrike's not too spooky quite yet.
Yeah, I think it's definitely really scary, especially when you're versus these timing drafts that they can just end the game at some point. You're versus a Luna and a Brew, and I would say that if they get this Roshan and the Luna gets this next set of items, they can just end the game. They can just walk down a lane, the Brew will split if he needs to, Kunkel will bone save, and the game will just end. And so whenever you're in these positions and you start to kind of throw away these early game leads, it gets so scary because you know that this timing is coming.
Yep. Very quick snowball possibility here, and Somnus recognizing what they're after, Xing just even small distances from tier 1. Does not want to give anything up to Pure. They probably know this Legion Commander's on the hunt, and they look at the mini-map, they don't see her around, so... Yeah. You see Toronto Tokyo, though.
I mean, you can see how contracted they're playing right now, but they are
Tokyo, microwave?
Gonna run through. Gets caught.
They all gated on the side of BetBoom.
But can they catch this afterwards? They already used the split. The egg is down, and now Pure, he's in too far. They wanted to make a move, but they're gonna be the ones that get caught. They try to drink down Sion Big. The heal is there from the Supernova, from the Phoenix. Pure turns, tries to go for a duel. That was not how that was supposed to go. BetBoom, what's going on?
It's just getting dual damage. Okay, plus 28 for FY.
So FY reacted to the Legion blink dueling him and egg during the animation of the duel. So then the Legion kind of got stuck in no man's land and just gets cut down. That was amazing reaction.
Oh, and look at this at the 20-minute mark as well. Are they gonna go for this?
The
Are they
Tormentor's
doing
gonna
the
go down.
ultimate ender?
They're trying.
I mean, look at this. They got themselves so many heroes here. It's so easy with the Luna. Oh, the ultimate snowballing possibility.
That's big, and that's the one that FY wanted. This is huge for Azure Ray.
Of course.
I mean, we saw that FY piece right during the break in between these series. He was saying it's that final step that he wants to take as a player to make it again, win a TI. Got to get through Bet Boom to get there through the lower bracket, a way that he's not used to going to the grand finals either if they can make it. But we'll see. It all has to come down to this. Can Bet Boom stall out this pressure that they know is going to be coming?
It's definitely going to be around this Aegis timing. I think Luna is really going to want to call for an Aegis timing with like a Ghost Kill. I think that they have that. And so it's basically going on to the for the Morphling is he's actually able to like drag waves.
Okay, they see him. John Ming. Oh, the tornado! Interrupted. As interaction I didn't know about. Cog's not going to connect. Still hanging out. Oh, he goes through against the duel.
Oh, not this time. All right.
Pure. Taking a little bit of retribution for himself there, and now finding save Tian Ming. This is the kills that Bet Boom wanted. The back and forth is happening between these two squads.
They're very strong together, but you start breaking them apart, getting out of these auras, right? We've also seen some of the Luna lineups where they're trying to go high ground early, being punished a bit here, so it is very important to get sorted the right way.
And look at that, GPK gives the tip over to the Clockwork, and they're going to be the ones to steal the Aegis. Try and slow down that tempo that Azure is playing with.
Yeah, this is going to hurt Azure Ray a lot, actually. And this is, again, I think this was their big timing in the game. They had to group up, they had to take this Roche and control the whole map. And they lost the entire chance now. They're going to have to wait about like 10 minutes just for Roche to have the ability to get in their hands. And they are down with the country. Pick up the Roche, they did act fast. And it's going to slow down the back.
They have hit some pretty big items, though. As well. Thomas then going to comfortably head towards the water park there after their matchups after Torrent Storm. And they have some good solutions. This idea of just, oh, we're going to like break the map wide open, crush these tier 2s right now. Moved by Ben. And now they try and lift it up a little bit here. Ben doesn't get back into the game. Also, sure.
As they're going to claim this vector here for themselves on Azure Ray. So we're talking about this to sit back and chill a bit. But do you think that for Azure Ray there is any temptation to try and make some type of a pressure play for a few of these tier 2s, or do you just strictly stay on your side of the map?
Yeah, I definitely think, I don't know necessarily tier 2s, you don't need to force it that hard, but they can take the fight. I don't think the Aegis matters. The blue map is really strong, the Aegis timing is really strong, so they can take the 5v5s, it just doesn't matter. It just do the extra step where you take everything from them. They're going to take, you know, 80, 90%, maybe hopefully take off the
Sunstrike there, skips out Chalice, and perhaps they have an idea. Is this player going to hit the just push the wave.
Right, I think if you're Azure Ray that they're waiting on a high ground, so they won't go for it. Now there is instead a smoke play coming down bottom. Luna Illusions pushing that pressure. Now Toronto Tokyo, probably not the kill they're looking for here. But if they make it through that gate, you're going to feel really safe on the side of Bet. But now it's still a push out bottom.
That gate.
They're in this ball. Beckham doesn't really have a reason to go and fight them. Time to farm all day. They're in the high score. Even with the Aegis advantage, they're down 7,000 gold. So everything is still for Azure Ray. But again, Beckham can't hit their timings. They have so much damage in this mid lane. They just need to keep kind of farming their items and stuff like this.
We'll have to count. For now, it's just safe looking at on the Moira side.
Azure Ray has 1, right, on the blue?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So currently a 1 minus advantage for Azure Ray.
Important thing to keep track of in these ones. Also, BKB timing is going to be something else to watch for. They've already got the Invoker, Legion Commander, everybody going for BKB, including Toronto Tokyo. Interestingly enough, he's almost got his.
It's really important. Everyone goes out of the Funko, and it's pretty unfightable without a BKB at any hero. So if Enchantress goes one, you know that you have to buy one.
Somnus just off the mark. The silence is there. That's enough to get Sade out of trouble.
Are there any interesting more twists here? And target. Yeah. There's kind of like some escape for the Phoenix design. Yeah, I have to like fail it.
Probably if you have the charge, you can turn into Luna, and then charge go back to Morph.
Yeah, that's nice.
Probably the best when I Morphling, yeah, I don't think it's really ult anymore, especially after the ads change. Your ads it's a 50% damage taken and received.
Yeah.
That
is, yeah, and all her basics. I mean, who cares about her ulti anyway?
You get her shards, you get all her items, so pretty much the more farm the Luna is, the more farmed your illusion is.
That's cool.
So it could be something we see.
Yeah.
Also, it's really cool for split pushing because you can change places with it. It's like the good old days. Yeah.
Yeah, the good old days. Yeah, okay. Right. I don't know if we call that more like the good old days.
That one was a travesty, honestly. No, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think they're ever going to be getting the freaking Morphling Agonums.
I don't know
what it does. Yeah. I've heard many like coaches and like players be like, I don't know what it does. You know, it's like Muerta's eggs. They're just like, I'm not. What? Can you use that spell there? I'm not sure.
Well, this is the big spell to get if they can bring him down in time, and in fact they will. Chalice just gets blown up. That is the dual kill. Well, he actually X himself, unfortunately. Maybe he's going for Pure there. It'll misclick, and now Tianming, he's in no man's land, has the hook shot over to FY to get some separation.
I mean, they're going to keep chasing, surely.
Nightfall is there, has the Alacrity ready to go. Tianming in trouble. Good cogs push back onto 2, trying to get everybody out. The dead shot, the torrent not going to connect on Tokyo. He's too far forward.
Wow, look at the standing tall of Azure Ray. They're saying, go ahead, keep chasing us.
Wow, this could be good if they can burn through the mana. In fact, they will right away, but the Sunray is out, trying to kill him up. Is it going to be enough to keep him alive? He's trying to survive, but it's not going to happen. They take down the Luna. Somnus tries to TP out, will manage to do just that.
Keep him alive, but
hold on. They're there. They find another kill.
It was 5 seconds, guys. Come on.
The duel, he wanted
Pure
that.
needs to get a few back here, okay? He's giving one up.
So Nightfall did he morphed into Kunkka, so that's where the X was.
Oh, okay, there it is.
So there's the one hero he could turn into, you know, X and Torrent, pretty good spells. Yep. So you steal for free. And I think that all kind of boils down to the Brewmaster getting popped into the fight. Yeah. He matters so much for their team fight, and they also waste the boat trying to save him. So they don't have the boat for the fight, they don't have the brew for the fight, and it's kind of a 4v5 without a Kunkka ultimate.
Yeah, it's the ultimate dream, right? If you can pick any hero to blow up first, it's definitely going to be that Brewmaster. And now knowing that, actually assembles right away the Aeondis. Doesn't even try and go for the assemble play, you know, potential.
Do any of the stances really help out that much in this instance at all?
The Void one?
The Void.
Okay.
Gives you status resistance, especially if you have the Brew talent and you have the W up, I think it's 80%.
That would be huge.
If he gets it off before he gets gone on it, helps him out a lot.
Over instead. And for anybody that hasn't played Brewmaster in a while, it's
ridiculous. He's fun.
It's crazy. It's really hard to play right now, but he's also awesome. I'd really get away with it.
Just have to read a little textbook of
exactly.
ability.
Yeah, study up. He is one of the cooler heroes now with all of those changes. Feels like a fighting game with all the stances you can switch into.
Somnus picks up the shard, so he kind of keeps his peak for spellcasting on the Kunkka. He has the Ag shard, he has the BKB, so constant spells are going to come out from him. And again, I think Azure Rage just needs to make sure Brew lives at the start of the fight. Anyone else can get dueled. The Luna will survive. Kunkka will probably survive, but the Brew, even if he doesn't survive and he doesn't get his split up because his mana gets burned or whatever happens, it's bad for him. Yeah. So just make sure he lives, make sure he doesn't get got on first, and just take the fight from there.
Yeah, of course, it's a little bit tough for the Brewmasters these days. You don't tend to have the Blink Dagger, so you're not really like lurking. You're just kind of there.
You got to be in the front now.
Yeah.
Right.
Be a bit tougher to handle. And maybe they'll dissuade them from doing anything too crazy until they actually go back to the Aegis, because the early spawn time is coming up rather soon. Only another 30 seconds away.
Yeah, we'll see what that timing actually ends up being. It's going to determine a lot of where this goes.
I'm channeled in this time.
Okay.
I think TI main stage, I get it right.
Tell me, what's the timing on the Aegis?
53 seconds.
53.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
I'm very confident.
I believe.
2 minutes and 17 seconds.
You want the long one.
Yep.
Already we've had 2 games there, 2 series that have gone to 3 games. Long Roches, and oh, you were close.
That's 5 off. Someday I'll get it.
That's a win.
Right? It's a 1/180 chance.
So one thing I really like how Beppo is playing is pretty much anytime they get a small advantage in the fight or the map, they constantly keep looking for more. You saw after that fight, they get the brew, they kept chasing. Even after the fight, they chase the top, they go on the Phoenix top, and it's like they're constantly trying to make more than what they get. They're not really sitting back and okay, we got a small win, let's accept it and move forward. They're constantly going for more and more and more, and I think that's the way that you win these games. That it's a little hard to play.
Like Azure at the same time, though, they've also done a great job in terms of just like staying focused. Like, I mean, maybe it didn't work out that well for them, but the idea of actually staying up, not just giving up, was kind of crazy.
Well, this is going to be a scary spot right here. They walked underneath a ward for Azure. So Azure, aware of where they're at. Roche is going to respawn on this one, too.
Arcane Rune Kunkka.
Got to be careful. They see Pure right away. Wants to chase. Pops the BKB. That's a good one to get out. He actually has the X2, but will wear off. Now that is early split. You need to get used very early.
Okay, now do you just like rush the Roche?
Thinking about it. Maybe they finally, wait a minute, he just walked up to him. Toronto, Tokyo. Didn't see Tian Ming and gets caught. And now can they find more? Looking for the lift up Pure. He's caught. The date's down. This is what they wanted. Azure right on the hunt, but he gets the blink away. Quick fingers on Pure and Bedboom. They outlast that brew split. There's still a couple heroes in that area. As Nightfall is chased, they don't manage to quite catch with the wind hand up. But Roche is up.
It is up indeed. GPK also feeling forced to just TP a little bit further back. Don't want to get caught by anybody here. Save also nearby, just farming up the Ancients.
So if they're going to fight Roche, this is the best case scenario. There's no Bruce.
Oh, he thought it was real. Might have. As they realize now that they're into the pit, and that one's for free. They can't get here in time. Waveform wants to make something happen, but Bedboom, they're coming in just a little bit too late, and they're going to have to dodge for a while.
All right, Aegis and Cheese, 30 minutes. Luna lineup. Things back on track right now for Azure.
This is where the high ground push, if you're willing to go to the high ground.
Are they willing, do you think? Would you be willing in this game? I'm kind of scared, I feel like. Elimination.
Yeah, I think you want to. Even though you have to be scared, you have to at some point be like, we have to take the win. You can't be scared to take the win. So there's not really much jump from Bedboom, or there's no tusk kicks, there's no Magnus, no punch, nothing crazy like that. So I think it's pretty simple execution for them. They can even X the Luna, keep going back and forth.
The Kunkka copy seems very scary though, I guess, right? That'd be big,
yeah,
like with the X's, with the shard.
Oh yeah. Well, I guess this is the other question, is that if Azure do decide to go high ground for Bedboom, how do you try and contest that for themselves? Do they step up and fight? Do they let a lane of rats go? Like, what's sort of the call for their fighting strength right now?
Never let the lanes get there.
Yeah, it's probably going to be pushing out the lanes with the Legion lurking, trying to get a pick on the lanes to delay the Aegis timing, and then if they end up getting there, it's on the Invoker to just delay with Tornado, EP, Deafening Blast, and at some point hope you duel the guy and burst the guy. And outside of that, there's not much, not much more you can ask for.
And if you're going to force that high ground, it's probably going to be clockwork,
Yep.
You get this crazy flare in the back line, which is a lot easier with the Aghanim. You don't complete that on Tian Ming. You try and get this vision, you get that one hook shot that just enables everyone to actually come high ground. Because that's the scariest part. It's getting over the wall, right? Up that staircase, you just have to have like something confident, something that's at least secured by your allies where you feel like you can actually step up and have a good opportunity in a team fight. And that's going to be clockwork in this game. As they back up their Luna here, taking down one of the last 2 tier 2 standing. Near that Radiant Side Tormentor, they could pretty easily go for it again. And, Tian Ming, he's missing a shard. Help a guy out here, but time is of the essence, I suppose.
They have 3 minutes on the Aegis. They got their Butterfly, and, what else do you need? Go? It's just go time.
Apparently not Jetpack. X play.
Yeah, why not? Tornado lift up. Not going to pull him in time. That was also the Hex reveal. Had more than enough space. You make that X play with Pure, you still could be in some issue. I mean, I guess that you're still gonna, you'll actually probably pull Pure closer than you would the Luna.
Yeah, it might be scary for the Pure getting far in.
Yeah.
But it's good for them. For the side of Azure, they force everyone back to TP and just show in their own base. So now Azure can kind of either choose to sit here and then go again, knowing that there's no TPs, or they can just kind of fan out and fuck the whole map.
Run going on. Gravio goes involved. It's maybe some buyback plays to get the high mobility.
GPK did not, so he'll be ready for the next one if they need to. currently though, Tianming with that Aghanim Scepter is going to enable the map hacks that are the Rocket Flare spam.
Oh, yeah. I think it's slightly undervalued. I think this is such a strong tool for everything. You can push lanes out across the map anywhere. You slow heroes during the team fight, which that change is crazy. It's so strong if you have a slow.
Yep.
You can even just like pause, you become a right click carrier sometimes in the game with a hard.
Where you get those.
Oh, God.
All right, well, they are scanning. They realize that GPK is stealing their Wisdom Rune, but they're just going to have to deal with that. So they're going to go grab the one from Bedboom.
Definitely so scared after the Tormentor.
Oh, yeah.
I want to stay there for an extra 10 seconds just to get that experience rune.
With good reason. That could have been a pretty quickly dead hero. But Lul walks up to high ground. Chalice pops ult, and there it is. Just like that. They're going to be able to force out the glyph, and I think with his rulings, there'll be enough damage. They're burning through pretty quickly, but a couple more hits. Leading into it, backdoor protection is up. They don't quite manage to take it down. So low. It's actually going to survive through it. Sunstrike not going to connect. They are going to have to back away. Now that was the Aeon disc that they managed to prop onto FY.
I mean, it's just good poking. They have so much time in the ages. The Bruce split, I wouldn't say they needed to fight. I think if Bedboom walk into them right now, they would still take the fight with or without it. So it's kind of just free damage, and it's you have to keep forcing them back. You can't let them play this whole map game and delay the game. So you have to just keep making pressure, but do it in a way that's safe, which I think they're doing a really good job of not dying on any heroes.
Yeah, I mean, they get the glyph forced out as well, and now they're going to power up their push here by getting the Assault Crest on Chalice. So from having a pretty tough start to this game, he's now sort of blossoming into this big brewmaster that we want. He wasn't able to go that Manta build, but not really necessary in this game, because he's just playing his team. He doesn't have to do a lot of the split push himself. He just wants to ensure he gets off his ulti, and they take down these big objectives.
So what is the window that we're waiting for Bedboom? Because obviously their plan is to delay. Is there a particular item timing that they're looking for? Is it just getting all of their heroes very farmed? What's really their game plan on Bedboom?
Big Muerta.
I think honestly they kind of have their timing. The Morphling is really fun, even based on the situation. There's a Hex on the Invoker, so they have the ability to burst these heroes really fast. It's a lot about the angle of how they take the fight, whether they get a good duel off and they actually burst the dual target, maybe they have a Hex on the Phoenix to take down the Phoenix. So it's just a lot about finding the fight, which is really hard when Azure has so much lane shove.
Aeon discs.
Yeah, Clockwork, Luna shutting out the lanes, they have vision from the Clockwork, Aeon on the Brew, and so...
So what you're telling me is the game is just getting started.
The game is just getting started.
I mean, Pure is going to go for the Nullifier too.
Yeah, I really like this Nullifier.
Yeah.
Can actually duel the Brew, can kill him. The Aeon proc won't like stab resistance the duel.
Someone's not getting their tier 4. Oh no. Well, they'll have plenty of time to find it, surely. Now there he goes. Yeah. Picking up garbage.
And you know it was one of the supports.
Oh no.
Support hold. Yeah.
Exactly. Chalice in the mid. See if they can maybe burst the Aeon disc, force that out from him, and indeed they will.
I mean, that hurts, right? I mean, nowadays, like, that is the forced cooldown that increases every time, so just getting it passively like that feels great. Is that a DE Luna?
That is a DE Luna.
Oh, that's kind of scary.
Interesting.
The Vindicator's axe.
I mean, again, it doesn't feel great wanting to try and make some type of a play if you don't find a pickoff, but they managed to find a pickoff. That's a whole different story. In towards mid, Azure Ray are going to head out. Deal with the Morphling illusions. Bedboom, they're fairly spread out right now, and right away, anticipated the movement, but didn't quite find him there. Nightfall, it's the Morphling. No man's land, it's the Morphling. He's gonna walk forward. The stun, it's done, gone. Oh, that can't happen, and he is dead for 70 seconds. Without a buyback.
And immediately the Pandas.
Oh no, oh no, Azure Ray! They get gifted a freebie! The decision to walk back in, that is going to haunt Nightfall. Will it be for just a couple of seconds or years? We'll see in just a minute if AR walk up high ground.
Toronto pumps Kiki, almost dies just to the glaze bouncing around. And this is a
forward. The fear, it's all falling. They've got 40 seconds of freedom. Save is caught there. Do they keep going for more? That's going to be a second set of racks. All it takes is one pickoff, and it is so much damage done. Azure Ray. They move from tower to tower, building to building, then Bedboom I mean, all they can do is watch. You can't initiate here. You don't have your Morphling.
Keep it going.
20 seconds, they try and look. Save is out there. Starts to hit on the Somnus. The X mark, the play, the ghost ship. He gets a little bit of separation. There's going to pull him in closer. Save is not killed. He doesn't have buyback either.
Creeps are still in the mid lane as well. Oh. They had enough on Azure though. It looks like they have.
Wow. They hold. I mean, it could have been worse, but a huge opening for Azure.
They're going to bring her back, you know.
Roshan had an instant spawn as well, so they might just walk into the Roche pit, and it's third Roche, so there's going to be an Axe.
Oh, jeez.
There is no vision, at least, to see like the walking Roche. The Sunstrike comes down, but it's going to fade in time.
Oh, he Sunstrike right before Roche walked in.
Yeah, Roche was making a trek across the map here. And there's the flare.
They know.
Letting them know.
They know. Azure. I mean, that is such a huge, unbelievably monumentous moment in this game. That's going to be revealed now, and they're not going to get here in time. Third Roche to Azure. All it takes is one mistake.
Coming out here now feels like going just through the motions right now at this point. For BetBoom, like, do you really want to make your way over here?
Walk out there, farm a few camps, walk backwards, and it's all going to be this high ground hold. It's how do you take this fight, and who do you focus, how do you cast your spells, and they're going to choose to fight outside of this. I think this is a good idea, because once the Luna gets on the high ground, I think it's impossible.
I mean, you can see it just bouncing around the buildings, how much it's just shredding through them. They can't actually fight inside their own base because of it. This is going to limit their buyback possibilities, though, obviously, you know. Your buyback not quite as valuable if the fight takes place outside of your high ground.
It's also only the Invoker and the Legion who applies, and you don't really want the Invoker to be the one having to buy that. And the Legion, once she duels, as we talked about earlier, she's not one of these heroes that has a massive amount of HP and constantly doing damage just being alive. She's kind of a one and done. You duel, that's it. You just exist to just say hello to everyone and purge some stuns off.
And look at how they're positioning too. They're just so clumped together on Azure. 5 heroes smoked on each side.
So to our BetBoom.
Oh, don't.
Yeah, they have to back away. I mean, they stuck there as long as they could, but they TP out. Need to get away with everybody, and the problem is, Luna, it's come high ground. BetBoom, they've had so many moments here. So much of the year spent trying to get it all to this point, and potentially it's all going to be for naught if they can manage to claim this high ground. Disarm for now. Lul steps forward. Building, being hit. They tidal wave in, save, try to control. Chalice does have refreshers, so they'll have another salvo of this if they want. X mark, control, Torrent, got him, caught, saved, dead again. That's a buyback. Lul hitting, they don't have answers. Azure, there's the hook shot. They find the high ground, but look at the turn from Nightfall. Pops the staying alive. The duel jumps forward, didn't get anything off. BetBoom trying to hold for all their worth, but do they have enough damage? Do they have enough to take him down? Nightfall, he's out of the base yet again, he's dead. 80 seconds gone. Azure, they lasted long enough, and one death was all it took. Lul feeling himself there on the finish.
You go back to how this game started, it was not looking good for Azure. They had to wait for the timing. Chalice, a tough start on that Brewmaster, but he held out and saw this. The plays on that Kunkka to get around the map, really keeping them in this one until they were ready for that timing, and then they struck hard with those last Aegises.
Yeah, and it all goes to the Morphling plays bot. Yeah. The Morph 2 times in a row with an amazing boat from the Fog. 100-0 the Morph. He didn't even get his Morph on. They take the fight. I think after that it just started crumbling.
Oh, an unbelievable performance here. The series going the distance, and one of those moments again. They're going to feel the love from the crowd coming out of the booths. They managed to take this one, and oh man, got to imagine for BetBoom, it hurts.
It was a really good showing. I think all the games were really close. BetBoom also showed in the second game how strong of a team they are. They just completely crushed the second game. So great performance from us.
And again, of course, some fan favorites here moving on forward. Something you love to see, some storied memories there on this team. We'll be continuing forward as we will lose one of our potential TI second hopefuls here in Toronto, Tokyo.
Absolutely. He put on a good performance again, switching roles, doing so much work with this squad. But it is going to be Azure that will be moving on, continuing this top 4 as we head on back to the panel.
An absolutely devastating loss for BetBoom, but all of the Azure fans in the got to see some beautiful adjustments in game number 3. These guys had a rough game 2, but ultimately they're going to be going. They're a top 4 team right now. That means in top 4 we have 2 China region teams. That is amazing representation for them. It's phenomenal. And in game number 3, let's break it down. Let's talk about it, because this Luna was able to have so much impact at the end of the game, despite it being a little bit rough in the earlier part of this game for AR.
Yeah, I think they did a really good job just being solid throughout the game. They stayed focused. I think it was sort of like, you can see the differences between the 2 teams, where the Azure Ray team was a lot more composed and focused, and meanwhile, I think Nightfall and someone does some more that looked a little rough. They, like, after he died, even the team was like running in. It felt very desperate for them. Whereas Azure Ray, they're always confident, their timings are always confident. Like, even this first Roshan gets sniped, doesn't matter. Don't need to go desperate, don't need to take some crazy fight. Just keep building up your advantage, and eventually you're going to go high on some Luna, some Remap penalty. Really good mythology Dota.
Absolutely, that really showcased better in Dota, because at some point after the lanes, when they came up with a 3K network advantage on the side of Bedroom and they were getting kills, it looked really rough for Azure Ray, but they just rotated their Kunkka to play with the bottom. They got that first kill on the Morphling, they opened up the tower, they stuck around, and they got the sneaky Torrent on Morphling when he TP'd back in, and that just turned the entire game, Rosa.
Yeah, it was really like the turning point because of this morphing that they had to like accumulate this huge lead that translated into, you know, more advantage later on. But that third death after like when he was walking on the high ground as well, like it was. I think it's the nerves that come into the players when there's like really high stakes. The elimination match, it just seemed like they didn't, you know, cope with it, and they didn't manage to deal with it.
Yeah, we were praising Bedbim a lot about how much they had adjusted over this month, over these last few weeks for themselves. They should still be really proud. A top 6 finish. They're coming in 5th, 6th now. It is tough to be eliminated, but Azure Ray, I just cannot get over this game, right? Because even if you get a couple kills on Nightfall, sure, it's impactful, but it's how they continued playing after that one, Epi, how they made sure that they weren't going to overextend. They didn't feel the need to go all for mega creeps on that first time that Nightfall died and didn't have a buyback.
Absolutely. Everything was so calculated. It was so textbook. I mean, it's just what you want to see coming out of Azure Ray. And on these main stages, I do feel that the closer you get to that potential finals day, the more and more the nerves start to kick in, even for teams like Bedlam, who've praised consistently for how confidently they've been playing. You can see even the strongest carry players like Nightfall fall victim to those nerves, but Azure Ray did not do that. They played the map perfectly. They got every single Aegis that they could. They never overextended, and in the very last fight, they knew when to use their buyback on Kunkka. It was not bad for them at all.
Yeah, all their high ground pushes were really like methodical, and like they didn't really overcommit, because like many players say that it's really hard to break the high ground dispatch, but they managed to do it like very methodical and very nicely.
I hope all the Azure fans are still in the arena, because right now we're going to be gifted with a Chalice winners interview.
Hello everyone, I have Chalice standing right next to me. 感谢查理斯来接受我们的采访，先自我介绍一下。
大家好，我是 AR 战队的3号位查理斯。
Hello, I'm Chalice from Azure Ray. How does it feel to move into the next round? And did you guys predict the victory? 能够晋级到下一轮的感觉怎么样？因为败者组赛前有没有想到这是今天的结果？
希望能明天顺利的跟雪碧会师吧。
I hope we can successfully meet Team Spirit tomorrow. 那其实第2场的话，比赛很一边倒。当时的话，我想你们也是非常有经验的选手嘛。当时队内的一个氛围是什么样的 ？So the second game is a little bit one-sided. As an experienced player, you all are. I want to know what was said during the break and what is adjustment being made.
其实兄弟们早就想打GG了，装模作样的打了一会儿。
再说一下。
就是中路早就劝兄弟们要不投了吧，但我们就毕竟西安嘛，就多打了一会儿。
During that game, maybe always try to make us GG earlier, but I feel like it's TI, so we have to drag the game longer. Now, you have many fans in here in the arena, and they are very happy to see you moving to the next round. Is there any word? Can I have a round of applause for our Precision 3? Any words to the fans? 有什么想跟粉丝说的吗？
谢谢大家支持吧，然后等一下努力把GG给干了吧。
Thank you, fans, for all the support, and we will try our best to get the next victory. Back to you, panel.
Thank you so much. That was a beautiful challenge interview. He's already looking at what he wants to accomplish tomorrow, let alone the series that he's going to be playing later today. That's going to be up against Gaming Gladiators. It's the 4th series. I loved hearing the confidence from it, and I loved hearing the roar of the crowd for challenge every time he finished talking.
And the confidence in his colleagues, right? Because he said we'll successfully meet Team Spirit tomorrow. So he's saying that LGD will be Team Spirit in the next series. It was a double whammy right there.
That's what he was saying. We do have to quickly look at the other side, though, to close out the rest of the series is Betmoon. Okay, they're coming out 5th, 6th. I know Toronto Tokyo in a content piece that we saw earlier, he really wanted to hit top 4. That was his goal for this TI, especially with the massive position change. So he falls just a little bit short of that, but Rezo, words for the teams out there, at least definitely for Betmoon in this hardcore 3-game best of 3.
I mean, I think this team is like improving and like they're very young, so I think they're gonna just continue together and like all out work from their side, just like on the mental game, like find some psychologists and just keep grinding and work on more on the mental state, like, you know, find some routines that help you both gameplay and the mental state as well.
Yeah, I think when the team formed, they mentioned it was like a project they want to play together for 2 years, keep improving through that. I think this year was phenomenal for them already. We could already see how much stronger mentally they are, and I think as Rezo said, if they just continue along that path, like they keep improving the mental side, you know, maybe a bit more stable in the picks, I think they're looking really bright for the future.
And then when you can just compare this to their year overall, like this is the first time we got to see all 5 of these players playing together in a healthy way, right? Because in Lima, they were all sick, is what we heard. So they couldn't really perform the way they wanted to. In Berlin, they had this man standing in. And as excellent as he is, that's not the full roster, right? And then in Bali, there were some circumstances that went on so that we couldn't actually see what was happening.
I'm actually seeing a trend. It's nothing about that boom. Maybe it's about something.
Coincidence? I don't think so.
But now at this TI, they played with their full roster, and a top 6 finish is nothing to be ashamed of.
Alrighty, well, it's time then that we do have our exit interview of Betboom. They are standing by with Tsunami.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am standing by with Nightfall. An unfortunate result, but I've really been impressed about your growth as a player of these past few years. You're an incredibly young player. You're 21, and your growth from like Virtus Pro a few years ago, Evil Geniuses last year, and now this team on Betboom team. I've noticed that you've started taking a lot more ownership in the performance of not just yourself, but your team as well. So I was wondering, after you can look through this entire year, what are some lessons that you've learned about what makes a pleasant team to play with, what brings success, and what do you look for in teammates or your own performance?
I mean, if we talk about what did I learn, I mean, I'd say first part of the season was kind of like disappointing, and I learned first of all that I shouldn't play, like I should play on position 1. Then the question about what I learned for this year, right?
Yeah.
I mean, then it's just about like just having good people around you, like respecting the people you play with, and having good team atmosphere, the first, and then just having good enough players to win tournaments. Like you still should have good individual skill players. So we did have it, but unfortunately we lose today.
Yeah, obviously looking forward to go further in this tournament, but this is your best performance all year throughout LANs. So while maybe it's not the championship ending thing, it's still ending on a high note to an extent. So when you look back, or rather when you're looking forward into your competitive aspirations, are you still hoping to maintain your carry role? That's a role that you've definitely grown accustomed to.
I mean, of course, I want to keep playing on my starting role on position 1, and I hope we can win more tournaments next year, since we didn't win much this one. Yeah.
And for all the fans out there who have been supporting you in your journey, you have anything you'd like to say to them?
I mean, thanks everyone who supported us. I kind of played bad last game, maybe I could have carried it myself. So that's it. But yeah, for us that's it for this tournament, but still I can feel the support when we walk on the stage, and I feel my own supporters as well, so keep supporting us and me. I really appreciate it.
Like I said, you're a very young player, Nightfall. We look forward to your success in future years. Appreciate your performance at this tournament. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Tsunami and Nightfall as well. That is going to be the end of their run over on BetBoom, but it was a phenomenal one for themselves. Should still be very happy in it. We can talk more about this series, but we have to look towards the next series. And before we do, we had a fun moment with the players. We asked them, who would you ban if you could ban players instead of a hero?
In the group stage, you're allowed to ban one other player from any team.
Just ban a player.
Yeah, just they don't get to play anymore. So who would you like to ban?
Yatoro. Probably ban Yatoro.
I will ban Yatoro because he is so good.
I thought about the Ramses just for fun.
I guess I would ban Pure from Team BetBoom so I don't have to lane against him. That guy's laning is really annoying.
Fresh luck.
Wow. Okay. Unique answer. Why?
No, I'm not answering that. I just fresh luck.
Okay, great. You get a substitute then. Who would you like?
Two Whispers.
Can I ban on my own teammate?
Of course.
Yeah, Notice should be banned. That's illegal.
I would have probably banned myself.
No. Okay.
Just by nature,
Probably Arteezy.
Really, Arteezy?
Yeah.
Why?
You're gonna be too sad, right? So it's better to not have Arteezy right now.
Let it be Thompson.
Can you explain why?
He's my personal hater, I guess, because he always calling me, sacrificed his soul, but he killed me and he's happy.
I would like to ban Flynn for his poor behavior and public matchmaking.
Banning Queen.
Why?
You know he's at it coming now.
So you're going to ban him to save him?
You're gonna save him.
Wow. That's the kindest answer. Extremely cautious, but very kind answer. Thank you so much.
Let's say snake him from Tundra, let remove him. I think then the Tundra will have zero chance. Maybe ban like GPK for smurfing.
Ban Collapse. Collapse is OP. Let's ban Collapse. Let's not Collapse easily. Yeah, let's just ban Collapse.
Don't play, girl. Don't play.
Let's slip Slacks to his team. Like he can play a nice ass offlane on me.
I'm banning low. So the army can come in from China, and if army is on their team, free TI wait for them. F1 deserves the TI at this point. Come on. Sorry, Lao.
Oh, I'm sure a lot of fans can agree with Moonspoon at that point, at least with FY going for a TI win here. They're on the right path. They're in the lower bracket though, and it is time for a switch because it is upper bracket time, and I'm sure LGD would love to ban Collapse, but they can't. Upper bracket finals, and I'm joined by none other than Fear, Lacoste, and Tigov. Tigov, how are you doing?
That's right, this series is insane, right?
It is.
LGD, the rematch, you know, TI winners, LGD, they want it, they need it, and I don't know, this series is just a banger.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the one that I've been waiting for the most today, and it's going to be a banger for sure.
These are definitely the two best teams I know record-wise. I'm not going to go against them. This might be the hypest match of the day, I would say.
I will definitely say. Now, these teams, of course, have extended history, and we're going to talk all about what the players did this year, but of course, we got to say rematch of the TI-10 Grand Finals. They've met each other in finals before, and Team Spirit often has the upper hand, but LGD, maybe this time around, they're in the right place to take their place in the Grand Finals and go all the way, but before they have a chance to do so, Team Spirit, can they do it? Let's bring them on stage. one of these two teams will today punch their ticket to the grand finals. Which team is it going to be? We can only hope for some explosive Dota to find that out. And to talk about that Dota with my panel here, I want to first talk about Team Spirit, how they got here, Fear, because it's been a tremendous road for them. They have looked unstoppable.
Oh, they definitely have. When we heard in the last segment there, everyone seems to be afraid of Yatoro for good reason. This entire team in general, like you think of Collapse, and especially Laurel, who at the beginning of the year, a lot of players, like, he may be the weak link in the team, but now for what he does, he may be the best at it, and what a year he has had. Every single player on this team is a threat.
Yeah, Lacoste, I think you called Laurel the most improved player.
Yeah, absolutely. He was the easy target to pick on because results were lacking. You know, you're playing with the other members of the team who already won a TI. And one thing I really like about the rest of the team is they decided to lift him up. You know, they wanted to win a big tournament, big LAN tournament coming into TI, and they won Riyadh Masters, which was, you know, when there's a lot of money involved, you know, the team spirit, they're going to level up.
Yeah, and throughout the year, they've been trying to find where to put Lau in the team, right? They've sometimes drafted him for, like, last pick during Berlin Major. The majority of his picks were at the end of the draft, and now coming into TI, he kind of shifted back into the middle because they're more confident with what he's trying to bring to the team, trying to give the game for Collapse and Yatoro to pop off as much as possible. So it's been a long year to get there, but it's clicking at the right time.
It is clicking at the right time. When we're talking about clicking at the right time, LGD is clicking at the right time because, I mean, yeah, it's great that Team Spirit is doing it at the right time, but they have had Laurel for the full year, and it clicked towards the end. For LGDT, Neo hasn't been around for that long with the squad, and they clicked fairly fast with him in the midst.
Yeah, it's testament to, I think, Xiaowe's scouting abilities, right? Like, when they're trying to look for this offlaner, every time it's like, okay, there's a good element here, what's happening? But for New, he just kind of popped up, used to play on Victory Gaming, and he is having an incredible time at this TI. You know, the stats are supporting it, everything's supporting that this guy is such a foundation on the team so quickly. And, yeah, I think a lot of people were probably shocked at how easily he's just looking within the team.
One thing that they were lacking coming into this, like, DPC season, first one, second one, playing with Seal, Jiang Yu, they did not have enough hero variety coming out from that off lane, and this is where Neo comes, because he can play pretty much anything. He's the type of explosive player. He wins his laning stage most of the time, and they can rely on him making rotations, because also one of the things that he does really well is not die. That this guy is like top 2, top 3 when it comes to dying on the cores, and one thing I really like about him is also communication with the team. There was a game yesterday when they played against Joe Ray. He was going Blade Mail on the Night Stalker, which is, you know, not your item that you usually go for, and then NTS and Magnus, he had the Blink Dagger queued up, and then he was like, okay, maybe I need a little bit more damage, I'll go for Echo Saber, switches back to Blink Dagger because he saw this Blade Mail, and then they get like 3-4 pickoffs, which kind of seals the deal for the game.
Yeah, he slotted in fantastically, and LGD, it has been working out for them. Again, I mentioned it earlier, only one game lost here.
That is super impressive. But we're talking a lot of New, how well he's doing, but there's always like behind-the-scenes characters, and that's Planet. I mean, he's actually done the most stacking of any player in this tournament, which will definitely help like players like New get that head start, doing a really good job there. And this is a Xiao Wei team. You're always going to expect that consistency. And they always have it going into every game. Even if they have a rough early game, they know how to pick themselves back up, just continue to play the team fights. Their draft is always good. This team is just stable.
Yeah, the team is incredibly stable. When we're talking about stable, I want to switch to Team Spirit, as there's a player incredibly stable. He's on your screen right now. Yatoro has played phenomenal. Now everybody knows TI-10, most rampages, great records, did amazing, but Fear, the records, this TI, it's unparalleled.
This is the guy to beat. Everyone knows it. His stats are showing it. Highest kills, highest GPM, XPM, second in hero damage, second in tower damage, and he has, this is the best part too, he's not just doing it on a couple of heroes. He has the second highest hero diversity as well. This man is doing it all. He is taking the spotlight and everyone's afraid of him.
Yeah, and the key thing as well is when you look at the kind of how impacted Yatoro, when you look at the damage he does per minute, and like at the minimum, he's entering the mid game, keeping up that. He's not going from killing in laning phase to hitting the creeps, like he's consistently farming and fighting, and he's got that perfect balance. It's why in that previous video they want to ban him out as a player, because he has found that perfect harmony between it all. That's what carry players are always aspiring to find.
And one thing that he really does well is the shot calling. He's the one that, you know, calling for these shots. Whenever he feels strong, he's going to be the voice of the team. We had a couple of interviews throughout the DPC season where he's like very vocal about his timings, and the rest of the team is going to follow whatever he does.
One thing I want to mention also, when we're talking about Team Spirit, last year, it wasn't, I mean, the year itself was great, but I'm talking about last international. It wasn't great for them. Lacoste, it felt like the patch might have just not fit the team very well.
Yeah, I think it comes down to this heavy Zoo meta that was happening, and the Collapse, these are not his, you know, favorite heroes to play. He really shines on these initiators, team fights that have some kind of a stun. He likes to be the one controlling the tempo of the game, going in first, and now that Zoo meta is kind of over, you can see that Team Spirit is doing much better.
Yeah, it fits Collapse well, it fits the team well, and I have to ask this question, Fear, but comparing this form of both of these teams, both Spirit and LGD, versus the form TI-10, how similar are they in terms of peak level?
They look more dominant to me.
Team Spirit does.
Yeah, I mean, they were doing great. TI-10, of course, but like they didn't go in as the favorites every single series. So like they had a lot of like challenging games they overcome. Now it kind of feels like every game is just a little too easy for them. So they're just looking unstoppable at the moment. Where LGD, they're bleeding here and there in the early game. They're just like, as I said, they always have a stable draft. They always come back into the games, and their fundamentals are probably the best of any team.
Where does the dominance come from? What part of the game are they just exceptionally good at?
I think it also, I'm going to detach from the game there, but I think these are the only two teams where when I look at a draft from them, if they take a loss, if they win in a difficult way, you know the next game, the draft's going to be completely different. Or there's going to be a whole element and shift. And I don't think a lot of teams have that ability within a series at TI to have that room, but when you have sign up for one coach Jiawei as well, like they are teams that are refreshing. Like, personally, I want to see these guys in the grand finals. I want to see the rematch because just they bring the most invigorating drafts of any team.
It seems like everybody wants to see them in the finals. We heard Chalice say the same thing. He's ready for Team Spirit tomorrow. So we'll see who gets the honor of being up against them in the grand finals if they make it that far. Or lower bracket finals. That's also tomorrow. That's also something Chalice could have meant there. But Team Spirit LGD, there is a war battle going on. Dota 2, great. There's another war going on while everybody else is playing Dota 2. And as a support player, Lacoste, this is something that piques your interest. It's the wards war.
Yeah, pretty much. PSG LGD, they're the best at this TI in terms of de-warding. Also, the amount of wards that they lose, the amounts of observer wards that they kill. It comes down to them picking up one of the earliest gems. They love to pick it up early, like a lot of Chinese teams do, is just to be able to like continue the domination with this gem. It's all about the tempo, and they're setting up a really high tempo whenever they pick up the early gem.
I also like the fact that now, because obviously, I say now, we've had 5 couriers for a long time, but it took some time for pro players to feel comfortable buying an early gem, having that courier out on the map, ready to snipe it away. If you do die and give away a gem, it's going to feel pretty bad if you're buying it 20 minutes. But just these pros, they're so much better now. Micro and the pros, making sure that the gem is at the forefront of their ideas. And when you have heroes like this, like Night Stalker and stuff that can utilize it so well, you can just choke out your opponent in both vision and gameplay.
I would say you kind of need it in this new map change because the map is so big now, right? And there's not enough sentries to cover the whole map, so if you want to choke players out now, you kind of need that gem, whereas before you could just de-ward certain areas of the map and feel pretty good about it.
There was this one guy on Reddit yesterday that could be on the analyst desk. The question was how to beat Team Spirit. Number 1, don't get outdrafted. Number 2, don't get outplayed. Number 3, most importantly, don't lose.
It's so smart.
Good advice.
Do you have his username? Because he might be needed right now. Ah, you don't have it.
I don't have it, no.
Missed out.
Shout out to him, though.
Shout out to that guy on Reddit.
Team Spirit has lost more games than LGD this TI, though. Can't deny that one. And one thing that we often talk about, but when it's in upper bracket finals, it's something different. We talk about momentum a lot. Both of these squads come fresh off of the win in the upper bracket semi-finals. They have all the momentum they can wish for. The only thing they've got to go on where they might be faltering a little bit, we'll see. How much did their opponent learn from their series before this? Fear, we watched both these series yesterday. Let's talk about Team Spirit first. They, of course, dropped a game. Was there anything that you feel like LGD could really pinpoint in Team Spirit's gameplay or draft that they're like, okay, you know what? We learned from that, and we can beat them now?
Well, I think for the most part, like when you play against Team Spirit, you always have to be ready for their late game because they've shown you can beat them in the early game, but sometimes this is why Yatoro is so scary. He can always find a way to come back into the game. So keeping Yatoro down, and also in the early game, keeping Collapse down, making sure he can get on his axe and get a bunch of kills around the map. I think that's something you should definitely focus on, but they don't have like one weakness that's consistent throughout all games. It's going to change by game to game.
And one thing that I've seen from LGD Gaming is Shiro is amazing, slightly weaker laning stage compared to Yatoro, but he's the type of a guy that also can make a huge comeback. Game yesterday when they played against the Zhou Rei on Spectre, he got dominated. He couldn't do anything, then went back to jungle, farm handle Midas, and he's also the type of a guy that is not too afraid to sacrifice some of his own farm for the rest of the team to be able to pick them up, because it's not all about the carry, while on the side of Team Spirit, they like to heavily rely on Yatoro.
Yeah, and for me, I think Spirit, that game too, it was maybe an overreaction to the Spirit Breaker, right? They had a lot of counter-aggression heroes, but they weren't able to push up the lanes, make these early moves, and we talk about how good Team Spirit is in the late game, but they just didn't really drop themselves a way to get there. And I think that's my main kind of concern in this upcoming series. If they go a little bit too defensive, LGD, they're going to be able to punish that. So finding that balance once again, and you'd think Spirit also would identify that after quite a nice victory from
Yeah, with LGD Azure Ray series yesterday, there was a very clear switch that was flipped halfway through the game in both of the games where Azure Ray was running at LGD. And yeah, LGD lost a couple heroes here and there, but cool composed LGD mid-game, 15 minutes in, flips a switch and is able to make a comeback happen. Will this series be similar to yesterday? Will Team Spirit have a better plan in place than Azure Ray did? We're finding out. Game 1 draft starting now.
Team Spirit versus LGD Gaming. Game 1.
Here we go. We got LGD and Team Spirit on stage. LGD will be Radiant side. Team Spirit will be Dire side. First pick will go to LGD, and we've seen how important first pick has been throughout the entire international. But maybe Team Spirit has a better plan than previous teams had. Team Spirit was able to beat Team Liquid yesterday, who had first pick, so they have got something figured out. In terms of the bans, though, we're going to have a lot of the fan favorites, or maybe not even fan favorites, but a lot of the player favorites removed too.
Yeah, I think right now the only question mark is will Team Spirit ban out like Phoenix. It's been quite a regular ban, but also Mortar's still in play because they pushed Spirit Breaker into the first phase of bans. Because their classics with Phoenix, it's Mortar. This time around, Mortar is going to be let through.
I know it's not the most popular hero right now, but we've seen Magnus, not necessarily a first pick material here. Like, they go way back. This is LGD against Team Spirit, TI-10, 3 games of Magnus, and yesterday, nothing to say. He showed really dominant performance on the heroes, so I think we might see the hero just being picked, especially if it goes to game 3.
That's what I have to see here. I'm very curious to see what the first pick choice will be here for LGD. There's still the Brewmaster in the pool. They do like this hero from time to time, but I think last one picked up was more for like a block pick. Is there going to be something similar in this series? Are they going to try to do more block picks against Spirit here, or are they just come out with something else?
I mean, LGD, they've been predominantly second pick throughout this tournament, unlike most of the other teams that are rushing towards first pick. So that is something a little bit different. We haven't got as much data to go off of them, but I think that they needed to lose more. Yeah, that's a learn on it.
Oh, they ban out a Tuscan. That means that they leave a large amount still in the pool. They'll pick up the AA first, but it does mean that the Brewmaster is still in the pool, which against Spirit is not often the case. And it is very annoying, mostly, to be up against Collapse's Brew. CK is still in the pool. A lot of runs, a lot of usual suspects still that Team Spirit can choose from here.
Yeah, a lot of options, but I think just this AA is a hero that we've seen on and off in teams, and it is so strong. Of course, in this tanky meta, being able to stop that healing is incredible, but I think Vortex is the key spell for me. Because the damage is now inside Vortex, it's a lot of blink cancelling, sort of vision that you're applying, and you set up a lot of these position 4s, these mids, to even throw out even more damage in these fights. So I think this is a hero that we probably should have seen more throughout this TI, but now we're seeing it as a first pick overall.
Just go ahead and just pick an AA. All of a sudden, you're in a situation where you're just showing support. They're going to answer back with another support here. Most of the cores, we're getting pretty deep in the tournament now, so a lot of these good cores you would pick in the early phases, they're getting banned out now. And when I see an AA, we talked about like Collapse, he doesn't enjoy playing a lot of the Zoo heroes, but Beastmaster and Zoo type heroes have always been good versus AA because, yeah, it is the meta right now. You want to be tanky, you want to buy heart, but this is why AA has been popular. That's probably why they're picking it now too, to just kind of shut that play down.
Yeah, and if Ancient Apparition is paired up with something strong in the lane phase, like another stun, Seekit is still in the pool. You know, behind the scenes, pros are talking about this hero as being the strongest carry of the meta right now, and this has been old school combo. AA plus CK, you get stunned for a really long time, and also Shadow Demon, he's not the best hero against the CK, because he wants to be blown up immediately. He also can get the target on with his ulti. Usually he's that anti-carry, but for now, LGD, they will take care of some of these backline jumpers, removing Spectre, because Ancient Apparition, he can't really defend himself.
Can we highlight the Shadow Demon a little bit? Because I personally am puzzled. I am a simple person. I look at the stats. I see Shadow Demon picked 31 times in the International. 26% win rate. That's bad, T. Very bad.
Do you want to call out the teams losing with it, or no? I think
no, but I want to know why it might be good here.
So for this game, I think it's really good for the defensive capabilities. The fact that when AA commits to a fight, as long as you can buy time, it helps. AA naturally also can't find the backline, so SD is always going to have presence, knowing that at least one support can't get to you. And I feel like Spirit, they have been one of the teams that have showcased how to play SD correctly. They flex between 4 and 5, and predominantly it is the disruption that is doing most of the heavy lifting for this hero nowadays, because if you don't stop him, it is just going to open up your engagement to reset and take that next fight.
Yeah, another big thing this hero does that isn't talked about enough is he is a save, of course. His laning was buffed a lot, but he can stack a lot too. So if you do pick an off laner, we know Collapse does like playing Axe and Tides and stuff like this. He can just get him really farmed and just accelerate Collapse's game. And Collapse is one of the scariest players to play against when he's top network.
You know, we're talking about the Zoo for Collapse, by the way. I'll just double check. It's like he's actually got like a 70% win rate on Beastmaster.
I mean, like his Zoo is actually really good. Yeah. It's just at the beginning of the year, it didn't work out with Laurel and.
Yeah, exactly. So that's where it's like at the beginning of the year, we're talking about this. Like the stats reflect he should be able to pick it up, but they weren't achieving results. But now, seeing AA, seeing that development, we've seen it already. Like Weaver, kind of a non-existent hero, but then it's rising up. I feel like these could be the type of games that also certain heroes can shine when we haven't seen them before.
Well, Weaver won't shine this game. It just got banned out. Oh.
Let's go.
I mean, you're speaking about Collapse. I think you talk to anyone that watches CI10, you say Magnus, you say Collapse. Amazing.
Pretty much. We did mention the hero, and I'm really glad that they are showing it up in the first game. You know, this is not just the battle in Dota, this is also mental warfare.
Oh, yes.
Take it away from LGD, and on top of that, like, yes, Magnus, it has changed from the horn toss, the old school times where Collapse was cheap, but then Harpoon got introduced. So you're still kind of doing the same thing. You're still dragging someone, repositioning them, and slaughtering them away from your team.
Well, that's pretty scary. But the real question for me is going to be, is Collapse going to play the Max, or is he going to hand over the reins to Laurel? Because this hero's been picked in the mid lane most of the time, and we're not entirely sure the strengths of this hero right now in the off lane. At least I am not. But I know for a fact in the mid lane, it is pretty successful.
Yeah, most likely going to be that mid because you want to get those levels, you want to become active. We already talked about NTS picking up Magnus yesterday, where he, you know, decided to play slightly more active. He understood what the role in the team is, but this is also a hero that can scale extremely well.
New hero joins the fray. Well, we've seen it played, but not very often. And actually, we've seen it played on the side of LGD earlier this week, or last week, I should say, but not on the side of Team Spirit, the other side.
In regards to draft, we were saying about like the dynamic nature of both these teams. Like Spirit, this is the most protect your triangle, make stacks, utilize the empower, farm up. If you run into the triangle without vision, without a correct smoke, you're gonna hit by a stomp. Disruption turnaround, RP, you're gonna get absolutely obliterated. In LGD so far, it's a lot of 1+1 combos to get a kill, which isn't going to be the best still if Spirit, if they are to go defensive.
Yeah, what I want to see from LGD is go into triangle immediately and start blocking some camps, because you have one of the best heroes in Dota to stack with and one of the best heroes in Dota to clear those stacks with.
Yeah, definitely. And I think more than anything right now, this Elder Titan, it's typically picked up against agility heroes for the aura, but in this case, it doesn't really matter. CK, he goes in, he normally blows up one hero, but then you have that Echo Stomp, just freeze everything in place, reposition. You have tons of AoE now that kind of deals illusion. You have the Magnus as well that can keep up in the farm space, but LG's draft is still strong nonetheless.
Could this be like a void game for Team Spirit potentially? Because you have the buff up, you're not as slow as before. The supports are food throughout the entire game. The jump potential of CK is always very scary, but if you don't jump, if you don't cleanly connect, that's when Void will obliterate.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind you have save with the disruption, so even if they manage to get atop of you, but we'll pick up a Terrorblade here. Yataro's classic.
This is just Spirit saying, if you want to be aggressive, we're just never going to be near you, right? Like, how quickly can they skip waves? They're going to be able to play such an intense macro game for Spirit that LGD, the next two picks for them, they need to be able to cut through that. Make sure they protect a wave, transport it towards the tower, defend it, and then take the fight they want to take. Because if they're not dictating this game, they're always going to be looking towards the next lane that they need to push out.
Oh, it's coming. Okay, time to get rid of some of these vision heroes from the mid lane. I mean, there is Storm Spirit available, maybe even Zeus. Like, I wouldn't mind even having, you know, Zeus on the side of Team Spirit. They're gonna go with Puck, so this is another elusive hero, because they don't have this instant stun, so they might need to remove some of these elusive heroes. We didn't mention that, you know, NTS, he's not that cheesy player anymore. He's playing more of meta stuff, but his Tinker will always come out if it's a good game for it.
And why is it a good game for it this time around?
I mean, you're playing against Terrorblade. They don't have any kind of catch, Shadow Demon. Like, these heroes are gonna die.
Everything that I was saying for Spirit, being defensive, protect your triangle, these are properties that allow Tinker to have a good start to the game. The worst Tinker games is when you can collapse onto that mid tower, break down the map, stop Tinker from getting that Blink Dagger, just delaying the inevitable. And right now, LGD, they have the start of the fight that we mentioned, the CK, the Brimstone combo, and Tinker, he should be able to freely farm. Like, this last pick from Spirit needs to have a little bit of pressure and catch, otherwise this could just be the NTS show.
I think they only have two choices here. One being a Storm Spirit, another one being Zeus. Outside of that, it's going to be very difficult for them to find the Tinker in these fights. And Tinker is a hero that we don't see a lot of. It definitely has a lot of weaknesses. Of course, the laning we talked about, sure, the Shadow can come and gank him, which could be effective. But I think more than anything, they just want to pick a hero that can just stop Tinker from doing what he does best, just spamming spells in the backline. They need some type of gap close here.
And LGD, they round out their draft with a Centaur. Another hero that can just absorb a little bit of that damage during the team fight. Also should have a relatively free lane. And that alone
wrong lane.
From LGD. Ooh, I am scared for like 15-20 minutes. Spirit, where is the damage from this lineup? There's going to be Tinker running at you, CK, Blink Dagger potentially. You got Centaur Blink on top of you. Like, there's so much swarming that Spirit that's.
They can fix it potentially in their last pick. It seems like from the bans of LGD that LGD is banning out a couple of mid heroes with the Puck and the Bat Rider, so still having that option for the Magnum place.
Is this just like a boring kind of Pangolier style situation? Another hero that can find
Kunkka.
Okay.
Or a Kunkka.
So they didn't really address the Tinker that much like for the game, but Kunkka's pretty strong in the laning stage. They can still play tempo, but I think more than anything, as per usual, we're going to be looking at the collapse of Magnus to make things happen on the map. If he has good laning stage, maybe he will be the one to find the Tinker with that Blink Harpoon.
Confident this LGD draft, I'll be honest. Two strong side lanes and nothing to say on Tinker. Also, the latest Chinese meme, you know, TI2, they wanted the TI4, TI6, 2+4+6 equals 12. That's TI12 for you.
Yeah, it's written.
Wow, that's some good math.
And quick.
Well done, handshake exchange on the panel. So we're all feeling like LGD has got an unanswered Tinker here, that team.
It's unanswered until Team Spirit have a lot of items. So it's kind of LGD's game to lose, where they're the ones that will be dictating a lot of the early pressure. They have a lot of really good early game timing. But of course, if Spirit gets to that late game, there's going to be the collapse pick-up potential. Yatoro with these Sunder turnarounds like CK might potentially fall off into all the chaos that Spirit can bring. But it's all on LGD to break Spirit's farming patterns, don't allow them to get these items, and show us why this, 71% win rate Tinker across his entire career is picked up so boldly.
Oh, we're seeing early aggression then. That's what you're saying. That should come out from both teams because not heavily. Yeah. And you're thinking still Bloodbath, but Tinker comes out on top?
Yeah, I think so. I feel like they have, you know, two strong side lanes, and this Tinker that that is not really answered until they start to get, you know, a couple of items, X mark, and they also have a Centaur to defend their... If they don't want to take a fight, they can easily just stampede away.
Yeah, I think right now, if you do want to win this game, if you're Team Spirit, it has to be the collapse show. It really does. We're going to have to see a lot of skewers, a lot of harpoon plays. Other than that, it might be quite difficult because their lineup is slow.
And you said earlier that we've seen Matt mostly in the mid lane, but you feel like Collapse still can do this on the off lane?
Let's see. I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. We're gonna have to, he's a great mag player, but will it fit in the meta?
Will it fit in the meta? That's a question that maybe Silent can answer us as he's standing with Tsunami on the stage for a coach interview.
Thank you very much. I am standing by with Silent, who, You think you're funny?
What?
You think you're funny picking Magnus?
No, I don't think funny. Mag just like plays Magnus, and we each, why not?
See, now, I would understand that if you picked that at any point in this tournament, but specifically against LGD, what's going on here?
I don't know, he just wanna play it, that's it.
It was Collapse's decision, is what you're telling me?
Yeah, you can't say him no. He's like, pick me Magnus and...
Seattle, you ready to see a Magnus? I said, are you ready to see Collapse Magnus? Then let's rock it with game one.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Spirit to go up against LGD, and my goodness, Fog,
what a blessing.
What some kind of hero-player combinations we've got coming out. Indeed, as was hyped up, the Collapse Magnus, but over on the side of LGD, the Tinker. There's been so many games, so many drafts in this tournament that a lot of people have felt that maybe it was the time to bring it out. It didn't happen, but it's happening now, and Fog, do they have the answer for this Nothing to Say Tinker from the side of Spirit? Could they deal with it?
Oh, could be some limited answers, but if anything they do have is base control and base defense. There's skewers, there's an ET to hold high ground, there's tidal waves and whatnot too. I think we're in for an absolute treat. Who knows which way this one's going to go, but all I know is it's going to be a fun one.
Absolutely. I mean, when you look at both drafts, what do you feel that both teams have really kind of gone for with their approach to this game?
We just heard it right there from Silent. I think it's a lot of comfort, right? Comfort, but also definitely a lot of heroes that are really popular currently at the moment. But you see Toro's bringing out his Terrorblade, which he hasn't been playing as much as some of the other carries. And of course, NTS playing his Tinker. I think it is just these two teams. They know a lot about each other, and we're going to see it. We're going to see that quickly defined inside this game.
Absolutely. We'll see how well Lar can do in the matchup here against Nothing to Say Tinker. And sort of beyond the laning stage, who's going to be the hero that has the answer to lock Nothing to Say down and stop him from being able to freely jump around the team fights in the later stages of the game?
Yeah, because overall, you tend to see the Spirit heroes used to be the answer, of course, for the Tinker. Even the Zeus, of course, would have his merit. But overall, in this game, looking at Spirit, the catching for this Tinker could be difficult. They have the ET Spirit, probably one of the best scouting tools, and the Kunkka in particular to catch this Tinker, but could fall into some issues. Nothing to say. It's a Nothing to Say Tinker, right? So if he's able to get away with it, he will take over this map. And they have a lot of aggressive potential they can do with Global. They have an AA as well with this Tinker too, so it's got a lot of damage that they can have in that early mid game.
Looking at the side lane matchups, what do you think we're going to get out of this bottom one? The classic sort of CK AA safe lane duo from Shira and YU Smile going up against the signature, the Collapse Magnus, which will be backed up by Mirror's Shadow Demon. Anybody going to have difficulties down this bottom lane? Is there kill potential for each of the sides?
That's a good question. Overall, CK, I don't think has really had any difficult times. As we're saying, this new top.
Trying to make a bit of a chase down on towards him. Put the meta for that one. The news fine.
Zoning his way, though.
Still going to take a few extra punches here from Eposhka. Backups in from Planet, maybe just a bit of a bait as New. He's ready to turn with Planet and start to get aggressive over towards the Elder Titan. They're in with the first stun, followed with the Who Stomp. They got the first up by first blood. And LGD baiting Eposhka perfectly.
Nice play from Planet. Sometimes you do see, these forward positions and these greedy supports. They tend to just hit the creeps when something like this has happened. Planet immediately runs to his buddy, so quick little identification, they can go for that kill. Toro does get pretty much every single last bit out of it there, but a good kill for this Centaur to start off.
Yeah, that was the first usage of the meta, so there'll be this long period now where New and Planet unlikely to feel under any sort of heat themselves. They'll be feeling very solid in the lane, and Miposhka has to be very careful with his positioning. With a bit of an advantage they'll get off that kill. They could look to go again if Miposhka gets too sort of ahead of himself.
No, absolutely. We haven't seen too much of the ET, right? I think it was only 9 Pandas who've been playing it too much here, but you can understand the idea what they want from it. I think T was talking a lot on the panel about just trying to stall, get that farm up. It's a very, very farm-heavy team that Team Spirit's looking for this time around. And it's a lineup that can stall forever. You get a stomp on one person when they're trying to push at some point. You get skewing back in the base, tidal waves, etc. So.
I'm talking about stalling. This TI, we've seen some incredibly long games come out. If this is one to go for later stages, who's going to have the better job of stalling and carrying out this game through the later portions?
Spirit has a pretty scary one, but it's going to be the test too. Tinker, if he's at a point where he's just absolutely out of control, he can just take over.
He can
and it's nothing to say, so definitely potential for him having that if he gets off to a good start. And so far, it is pretty good. Having a very good match up here versus Laurel. Laurel is handling it. Yep. 16-3, 17-4, pretty much dead even.
Yeah, they're both basically free farming in the mid lane, pushing it back and forth. So no one getting shut out completely at that one. Top lane, good regression here is New, trying to put the setup. They've got the inch swap up with the stomp. Ooh, coming nicely from Miposhka. Holding you back, and not able to get the inch swap pop onto your Toro. Still bringing this terribly incredibly low. New's going to be able to close with it. It didn't matter that they didn't connect with the inch swap. They still managed to take your Toro down.
Great plays from New. Lacking a little bit on the last hits, but getting these kills is going to set him up for a pretty damn early Vanguard. He's actually buying the boots, so looking for more aggression in this lane. I mean, I like it. It's a lot of magic damage up here versus this squishy terribly.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty frightening for Spirit, right? They're losing heroes despite the fact that LGD didn't need to hit all the spells.
Exactly.
It's a scary part of the map already in the first few minutes. This top lane for Team Spirit, they've got to be more careful and perhaps need to have that extra backup come in if LGD try for that sort of play again.
For the roots. Mira looking to set up perhaps on the nothing to say. A rotation that's probably unexpected here.
So they've got the damage. Set up into the torrent. There's nothing to say. He's got the laser at the ready. Lars still has the X mark, but back up to the poison mark. Gets the drag back with the X mark.
One more poison.
There's a lot of damage that's going to be coming in on this Tinker. But it's not enough to fight with though. Nothing to say. Manages to escape. Attempt unsuccessful by Spirit.
I think the blood grenade was off the mark there.
It didn't connect.
I don't think it connected. I think if it hits, it's very likely to get the kill.
It would have been very close.
Yeah, it would have been close. Good attempt there from Mir. An unexpected gank. I don't think they saw that one coming, but that's the beauty of the Shadow Demon. I think that's maybe also part of the reason, besides, of course, Kunkka being so popular, but this hero stacks, this hero's good to gank with most of his Taurus. I mean, yeah, with the Magnus and with that Kunkka, it's definitely set up.
A close start. Despite the kills that LGD have been able to pick up, as you can see on the last hits, it's not shaking up Team Spirit. Team Spirit 3 cores slightly ahead at this stage right now. Collapse. He's more than happy to be left on his own down here. Mira can continue to roam the map right now. This Magnus in a position where he'll be under no sort of threat really from this laning stage unless they bring in additional members, which is unlikely. I think the focus from LGD very much going to be towards this top lane, getting the pressure into terribly, and just making sure they have that backup when required.
Look at this. It's big damage.
Set up with the combo onto your Toro. It's easily enough. A dude takes him down. Not an easy lane as we're seeing here for the Terrorblade. You know, you're an absolute master on this hero, but getting caught out by LGD's combo.
And he's overall a pretty squishy hero throughout this game versus all the magical bursts that they're going to be having super early in the game, right? That's the reason that the Tinker gets picked up. If Yatoro gets off to a slow start,
yeah, that's rough.
It'd be hard for him to catch back up. The other thing about the Tinker is that people used to talk about, it's not just that you have this big burst, being able to find this Terrorblade, it's also just clearly illusions. So TV thrives on being able to farm the map without showing himself. Tinker can easily just show up, wipe those illusions out, constrict the farm too. So yeah, tough start for Yatoro New. He's been the one to watch for me these last few games. His Brewmaster took over, his Night Stalker as well, and now his Centaur is off to a phenomenal start.
At the least, you know, obviously a Terrorblade, Yatoro's on a hero that can absolutely back up and recover through, through the farm and from the jungle. But not the kind of start he would have hoped to have had. Still trying to hover around this top lane, but it's getting scarier and scarier for Spirit to be up there.
I mean, they've already started moving heroes. They move Y top, so they have the 3 top, and then they have the CK in a 1v1 for Magnus. Versus Magnus, that's fine for CK.
They're going to try and step in from Miposhka. This time, TP backup will be coming in. Lal ready to try and help turn things around, but New, he's in with those.
He still gets the kill.
Able to just take the kill. There's nothing they can do to stop that attempt. See if they can hold him back at all. I mean, Lyle's looking towards him, but
he's just walking away.
He's going to be able to walk it off. Lyle's not going to be able to throw anything down onto the Centaur. He's just getting away with everything in this top lane New.
And it's a cool approach, because I feel like I feel like in almost every one of these games, people just default a lot of times. Like, oh, I'm having good lane, I go Vanguard, you can't kill me. No, Nu's like, I'm going phase boots, I'm going bring out, I'm playing the aggressive Centaur, and so far, look at that differential he has, 1,000 gold over.
Yeah, I think an exciting start to the game. You can see already in the net worth. This is very much going to be down to the offlaners to see what both of them can do. New coming in with a hot start through this early laning stage. See in the mid, they'll get the setup. Stomp into the boat.
Is it enough, though?
They want to turn and get the laser off onto Lyle. No further hits coming in, but the X-Mark is still there. Now the TP backup comes into play. LGD wanting to try and do their best to keep nothing to stay safe, and it will work. This Tide of Spirit can't go in any further. You see Collapse has also swung across, but the silence was there immediately. Stampede comes out from New. LGD able to separate themselves from Team Spirit's attempts.
All the little things mattering. Raindrop and a bracer. Maybe not something you expect to see on the Tinkers too much, but nothing to say he knows. Just be a little bit tankier first this burst as Laurel.
That should be all right here. Planet just throwing out a blood grenade for a bit of fun.
And as we know, there's a lot of aggression going on so far for LGD. Lanes are looking good, but as Panel said, and as we see, it's a greedy draft that Spirit is setting themselves up for. And looking at the stacks, they're getting them prepped. I think this is what, a quad hard camp stamp or something like that at the moment, set up inside that triangle for the Kunkka. So they will have these recovery outlets.
No, for sure. Spirit can calm things down even just a little bit. Very likely that you're going to see your Toro's Terrorblade get back up to the top spot in net worth.
As long as they don't lose these stacks. I mean, they might have to go clear them pretty soon just in case of anything, because if a Tinker walks over there, it gets cleared in no time. Yeah, lanes. I mean, they've kind of broken the lanes a little bit here. LGD, with this dominance from New, they're going to force Yatoro a bit to the jungle there, and the supports are having to make these moves around to get these stacks around to try to fix things. And they're going to work on those stacks.
So the Collapse in progress is, of course, going to go straight for that Blink Dagger, 1,300 towards it, so should be on
Could be in trouble, though.
Having it a good timing. They're in with the silence, and with the three of them, there's a huge amount of damage that Collapse cannot withstand. LGD
clean,
taking kills wherever they want right now, 5-0.
Planet making it happen. All 5 kills are at the back of this Grimstroke so far. Inkswell connecting perfectly. He's got level 3 Inkswell already, too. I mean, this is very scary how much magic damage they have. I mean, Nu's gonna have such an early Blink Dagger too. He's just open. He's like, screw it, I don't even need the Vanguard. He's gonna have it in such an early time for these early aggressive moves. And they're just continuing to pick up the pace here.
It's gotten to the point now where Spirit, they're not going to be showing any faces up on this top lane.
Unless they bring a lot of numbers. But Collapse, he actually did port down bottom, so TP will not be available for the Magnus to be able to join if there's a big battle committed up top. Looks like Laurel was able to sneak into the enemy triangle a little bit here. I think he stole a double stack, it looks like, so a little bit extra gains for him.
Now Poshka's got to be careful. He's hiding in the trees, trying to soak up some XP.
He's got to be so cautious. Stampede's at the ready.
So slowly but surely siege this top tier 1 tower, LGD. Maposhka, he'll start to back off. He does not want to be around here. Too much of a push. They've got the vision on him.
Right, that's pretty much the Blink Dagger going to be finished up for New right after that tower goes down. Trying to give levels, the AA. Well, I'm trying to get a little bit in the mid lane, but seems like you know something's up. Having that ward on the right side. Does see the Kunkka and the Shadow Demon set up. Playing far left, trying to get this level 6 online.
Well, it's got the DD in the bottle, so good amount of burst if you can find some sort of setup around this mid.
Laurel. How close to 6 on AA? Oh my goodness. So close. If Y is 6 there, that just is probably a dead Kunkka. Well, have to be a little bit careful.
Planet. He's going for the player. He's followed up by the Stampede. He's able to close in onto Maposhka. That's going to be Maposhka going
Look
down.
at him go.
Another kill here for LGD as a whole. They're just 6-0. Spirit still struggling to find anything so far in terms of kills from this early game. Yatoro, he's getting bullied out of this top lane. Has to TP out of there.
I mean, New is just bringing the action to him. Him and Planet, right? The 6 kills, they're involved in 5, and then 6 on the counterpart, their Planet. Super active so far. You see the scans are coming out already. LGD, they're taking notes. They're like, all right, well, Spirit, they're going to back up to their triangle. Could see some early contest come out here. They're actually just going to throw a casual AA blast to scout and potentially snipe someone. Won't connect, but a nice attempt.
Yep, they're going to need time, and Yatoro obviously with his build, approached that, has the Midas on the Terrorblade. He just wants to be hitting the creeps without any interruption. Well, we'll see if the rest of Spirit can create that sort of space for him. Collapse has got the solid timing on his Blink Dagger. He's keeping it hidden for now on the Courier. We'll see if they try and make some sort of move around this reveal of this pickup.
It does feel complicated, though, especially with Yatoro going down full greed route for Midas. All of the heroes on LGD are going to be ready to fight at all.
They want to try and get something mid. TP over to the mid lane, Blink Dagger at the ready for Collapse. The jump, gets the skewer back. Straight underneath the tower. Taunt will miss, but it doesn't matter. They'll still get the kill. A solid Blink Dagger reveal there from Collapse.
He is the one who kind of has to bring back that early game a little bit for them. 6-1. He finds the biggest catch he can. Another one potentially too.
Yeah, should manage to find this one here. Exmo straight back into the boat. It's going to be a couple of kills for Spirits. They start to get themselves on the board.
Nicely done. Noob does have that Blink Dagger finish, but as you said, you know, Yotaro, he's just chilling on the sidelines. Quick little RP usage, and they're back off to getting that farm. So for Spirit, and it's going to be a lot of that this game. Getting a quick kill, backing up, farming, and it's going to be up to LGD to punish this farm, to find these heroes and hunt.
I mean,
they are looking for.
How easy is it for LGD's heroes to hunt down around that sort of tier 2 area top? Is it easy for them to set up to try and get the Terror Blade, or is this a pretty safe part of the map for Spirit to hold for Yotaro to keep farming up here?
It'll probably be pretty safe for some time, especially until they can get out that mid tower. Because there is a lot of counter gank. That's the one thing that Spirit's draft really thrives on, especially for like later stages and stuff like that. ET, Stomp, Magnus, and SD save, so multiple different things they can do to protect each other. If a kill doesn't happen instantly, it could get quickly turned. 6-2, with gold now. Spirit, those stacks starting to work out. 3 cores at 6K. And TS has been slowed down significantly just off that 1 kill.
Fully set up around this bottom tier 1 really, Spirit, just in case LGD were going to group up and try for a tier 1 tower push.
I mean, they're going to have RP back up in about 20 seconds.
Yeah, they're
very ready for this fight. Yep. And they will have pretty decent damage, at least because the ET does have okay levels. Of course, it has hit 6, and Laurel is 11, so if they do catch anybody near tower, very likely they will just pop.
Not for sure. I mean, they may have got that tier 1 on the top lane pretty early, LGD, but finding any of the other towers, it's not going to be an easy ordeal.
No, they need to fight for it. They need to get a pick off first at Healy or get some vision behind tower. They can't just go straight for these towers versus this Magnus.
It's going to be down to if New can get the jump here. Smoke up from the 3 of them, New.
Instant ward down.
And the 2 support. They've got the in-12 buff. They'll go for the jump on the posture.
Quick and easy.
See if they can turn this into anything else.
Laurel is immediately rotating over. Has a shield rune as well, too. This is hard
straight at them.
He is incredibly tanky. They do not have the damage for him at this point, if he gets the shield rune off.
And they'll back off. They'll get the kill. And they'll pull back here, LGD.
They're actually going to give nothing to say the Wisdom Rune as well, too. I think he was perhaps farming the left side, but they have to give him anything he can just to get him boosted up a little bit. And he's going to, I mean, at the moment, he's got the Aghanims queued up, so cool. Does feel pretty awesome versus a lot of these tanky heroes and stuff like that, right? So besides just the Terror Blade, of course, that counter, but yeah, cool.
Game resuming at this sort of pace. I think Yotaro is going to be in a very happy place. Going to freely catch up here in the farm and at this stage, and what will continue to be. You know, this is one of those games where he's going to probably be the only man with the Midas.
Does feel
in the long run that should be set to pay off unless LGD can continue to put the pressure on.
Hey, Spirit, ready to go again. Collapse. He's got the RP. They're hunting. They see the courier moving toward top.
Might have to just settle for an AA.
Nah, they don't have to use RP. It's a pretty easy kill.
Not the biggest they would hope for.
Get Yotaro the kill. Yep. Perfectly set up.
Quick move towards the twin gates, maybe. Ooh. See if they can make a play down bottom as well off the remainder of the smoke. They've still got a few seconds left onto it. New, he's close to showing himself on the wave.
This would be huge.
They're bringing further teams around the tier 1. It's a tanky hero. And again, any sort of setup. Maybe Mirror with the disruption, but not New. He's already out of the area. Knows it's a scary place to be. Look at the TPs coming in. In fact, LGD bringing 3 further TPs in on this one. They're happy to try and fight this. They get the setup here straight away onto Mirror. They'll find the Shadow Demon.
The Battle of Vision as soon as somebody shows himself. And that ward will actually expire in 30 seconds, so it won't actually be a D-ward. Quick, easy kill.
Yeah, it's all right. Making the most of it, though, knowing that with that sort of focus down bottom, he was able to push forward an extra couple of waves on the top lane, get some pressure onto the tier 1 tower, so maximizing what he can, even in these scarier parts of the map.
And I'm watching it. Let's actually check to see if Collapse was trying to throw any powers on him as that meta was wearing down. I think he is maybe looking to do so, but still looking for plays. Collapse, he's constantly looking for something.
I mean, sorry, LGD, we continually see them grouped up pretty heavily. And at the moment, right, we've got 4 of them around this mid lane.
I'd imagine for them, they're looking to accelerate a little bit more.
I think so, right?
That CK with his timing, since right now he's absolutely a menace. He's got this Echo Saber and Armlet finished up, so if he joins with this team, he's quite a bit stronger than Yotaro if he joins in.
You've got to imagine they want to fight. They don't want to sit back, LGD.
No, I would imagine not. The Shard is also finished. Planet bought it right away at 15 minutes, so a very, very strong dispel, especially versus something like RP. If he's able to be in a good position on this Grimstroke, he could stop a lot of aggression that comes out from Team Spirit. I'm going to keep my eyes on Planet because he was quite a big difference maker yesterday as well, too, on his Rubik, the spell steals he was able to do. He's been phenomenal, so I'm going to be looking at him.
Collapse. Ready to go. Smoke up between himself and Mira.
Okay, let's see what he
Got
can
decent
catch.
damage now with the Echo Saber completed over the Blink Dagger.
All 5 heroes are set up in the area as well. Can't quite find him.
Could be a little bit of a bait. They could look to jump again. And LGD, they are prepared for this one, but Spirit, they have the numbers. Lal, trying to fish for something here with the torrent. Not going to find anything.
They have ward vision inside that lane, so they do see every time that LGD does step up. And he's actually making the first move.
And we see in fact Collapse. He's able to get the jump even before that. Gets the drag back onto White Smother. Bring down the 8.
Oh, it's gone.
Spirit getting a bit split there with the focus heading over towards that jump that they made around the mid, but indeed they left their Kunkka vulnerable on the top lane.
And he had vision too. They have that lane ward, so he saw it completely coming in, but just got caught off guard. Maybe just the communication that was happening on the side. Gets caught off guard. It's a big kill, slowing down Laurel's momentum. I believe what, did Shiro get the last? Yes, Shiro got the last hit as well too, so bumped up a little bit more.
See Shiro getting fantastic timings.
He's huge. He really is quite large, and he's always going to have that buff up, of course, from that Grimstroke.
LGD, once again, everybody to the mid lane. Really trying to look for these constant and consistent fights.
Hey, look for Poshka.
They'll get the jump. In with the burst. There'll be defensive disruption from Mira. But there'll be no getting out of here from Miposhka. Easy support kills that LGD can continue to find.
Just continues. It's new and Planet every single time, making the setup happen. He's big. He almost has the heart finished up on the Centaur already. Once he disassembles the Vanguard, he's pretty much going to have it finished. That'll be tough for them to, fully bring him down. ET Splitter, of course, is probably going to be one of their better damage functions. It's just that max HP damage, but sometimes it's pretty difficult to keep them always in line with it.
Yeah, and Shiro, he can really get involved.
He's
turns
scary.
up, takes the mid tier 1 tower with the BKB complete.
Okay.
Very little chance that Spirit can take him down unless they catch him completely on his own and cooldown.
Yeah, and immediately just rebuys his Echo Saber too. Yeah, he's having a phenomenal start here.
This is the timing for the CK. We'll see how much LGD can get done around this.
Right now, they're not playing like super rushed by any means. I'm sure they're like, we also scale really hard. They always will have this Tinker versus that TB matchup, so he is getting closer and closer to that Aghanim. Maybe that'll be the call where they start taking over the map a little bit more, because it's pretty even in terms of gold so far.
Zero.
Yatoro.
Gonna find Yatoro here with the opening. They're gonna have an Ice Blast flurry as well. Straight in on top of the tower by Yatoro. He's gonna be going down.
Uh-oh.
Did not expect LGD to be there, Yatoro, but they find him as he walks straight into them completely on his own.
Shiro gets handed a massive kill, and it is right as the Roshan is repositioning down toward bottom too, so they could consider even looking for it.
I guess, in that sort of situation, what do you imagine was going through Yatoro's mind? He just didn't expect them to be playing around this part of the map?
I guess not, right? Just got caught off guard. LGD has been incredibly active the way that they're swinging around the map with the supports and with do. It seems like 3 or 4 heroes are constantly together. Just kind of caught off guard, and now, yeah, that Roche is gone.
Yeah, that was
gone in a second.
I think it was sort of the first time he'd really left his half of the map. Yep. I think Yatoro won't be doing that again anytime soon.
And he went down the S and Y route. Pretty interesting one. Quite different than I feel like we usually do see on the Terrorblade.
Spirit will be able to secure themselves there.
Mira?
He's going to be fine.
Oh my god, he had the Healing Lotus.
The shard out from Miposhka's Elder Titan. Aghanim's done. They didn't commit to finish the Roshan. They'll still sit there.
Oh, they didn't actually. Okay, good call.
Down to about half HP and then decided to pull back from it.
I guess they got a little bit scared because they didn't see exactly where all the heroes were. Okay. Aghanim is now finished. So for Laurel, big power spike now. He looks to get involved a little bit more for these team fights. But so far, it's been, again, just very farmy from Spirit. 11-4. And now for LGD, Aghanim's finished up for Tinkers. Yep, just still feels like they're going to be moving around at least at these 2 supports, looking for potential setups.
There we go.
Okay, Spirit's going to do it first.
See if Yatoro wants to get involved or if he'll hold back to farm. For now, it doesn't look like he's too keen in joining the smoke. Does have the Eagle song done.
Who are they going to find, though?
He's going to show himself at least the illusions around the mid. Maybe see if he can get some sort of a bait. We'll join the smoke now, but he's ready to reveal. It's a full bait here with a push from the Terrorblade.
Okay. who they are able to grab. I mean, he's walking up. 2800 HP Centaur.
It's a hard one to go on, even if they get the vision upon him.
Especially if they don't know where Planet is in particular, right? This Inkswell, it could just stop the entire aggression that comes out from him. If they can find him, trying to grab one.
And do indeed, they'll get the Grimstone, dragging back, the Stampede's there, but the Ice Blast returns out. A few jumps with the Hoostar, he's going to be able to burst the both rows. Collapses out, and Love, he's going to be in a whole world of trouble as well. The BKB's pop, they push up for the Cook and take him down. And who's new in return? 2 for 2, and it is LGD that are able to take down 2 cores.
Your target's time to farm them, right? So it's always like these positives and negatives they're going to get out of these smokes, even if they do lose some heroes.
Closing in on the butterfly. Very close to having that one complete at least.
Yes. It's good that Laurel actually got the Torrent Storm off. It's very close to him actually not getting that one off, and they probably don't get that Torrent kill. But even do with that heart, you saw the damage that comes through. It's quite a lot that actually blew him up. Now CK items, a full Shadow Blade now for Shiro. So the hunting is going to continue. I feel like for him, he's just going to continue to look to get involved. And a lot of these kills could just get popped if he was able to find them on his own. That plus an AA Blaster plus a Tinker rotation.
Now they'll head back to deal with the Tormentor on their side of things.
A Planet, cool. My goodness. Look at a pretty nice one there. Why you smile, able to finish his. On top of also now having his Yule Scepter. We've been seeing a lot more Yules, but I think it's also because of the rise of these Kunkkas and stuff like that. It's going to be very nice versus him and also versus the Magnus, since I believe he did go for the Echo Saber on Collapse. So if they do have vision as the fight starts, it could be difficult for Collapse to do the usual, harpoon skewer kind of plays. He gets Yules up, they can just fully go for him.
Yeah, he's going to be trying to get that BKB online next, but it's going to take him a bit of time.
He will need it to be able to get that type of setup for his team, but still 13-6. Gold continue to be very, very close, but LGD feel that they're probably feeling pretty good with getting away with this NTS Tinker so far. Yeah. Not getting caught out too much.
And we're sort of in that bottom spot there, below to the core for a while, but now he's caught up. Both Collapse and you. Making the right sort of progress here on his trajectory towards getting the BKB done himself, so he can jump around these fights without the threat of getting caught in a straight torrent from this Torrent Storm from Lyle.
Yes, that's the big thing, right? He absolutely needs this BKB versus Torrent Storm. Let me see what that was for.
See DD in the room, there's the river here. Underneath the wall is the Spirit, so whether they get picked up if they go for a play with this one.
Shiro swinging around for it with the Shadow Blade. They're instantly smoking with it too. They want something, but it got seen. Like you said, Spirit, they were completely aware of it. So everyone positioned around the area.
At least, even if he was invis. See if LGD can still catch them by surprise.
Oh, the big clash looks like it's going to happen here. Planet, he also buys a Blink Dagger for positioning on this Grimstroke. Was able to get the big jump.
And Spirit, they should be full defensive right now. They know that LGD is going to be looking for this sort of move.
They get the scan. They know where they are. Maposhka in position to break it.
Yeah, maybe they'll just allow support to get caught here.
Oh, Laurel, be careful. He's got Tidal Wave. They have a ward on the high ground. Perhaps they could fish for somebody.
Oh, Yusmile getting the vision set up for themselves.
They're going to go for it.
They're going to steal it back as well. On towards you.
Instant Inkswell.
He's going to be able to pop the Stampede still. Gets them back up to the high ground. Both teams holding back from one another. Is there any further catch? Lyle trying to close the gap over towards you. They get a reflection out on towards the Centaur.
I mean, Spirit wants to catch something here. It's hard so much.
He's going to be able to wrap around the back lines. He gets straight in on top towards them. The Stuart there once more. Collapse gets Shiro under the tab. The BKB is popped by the CK. Shiro steps back. Soulbite.
Mixed up.
Holding together.
Big stun.
In with a who's up the double. They got the both of the bursting. It's going down on the defensive destruction. Comes out from Mirror. They'll finish at the Cook.
Gitaro's gone.
Gets blown up here by the burst of the laser. Nothing to say, finding that huge kill, taking out the Terrorblade in the midst of the fight. Both teams to lose 2.
The mind games from these fights too. Spirit had used so much. They had meta pop. They used literally all their ultimates. They keep chasing forward. But LGD able to get the big cleanup on these 2 cores.
Even around sort of their own tier 2 tower, it's so hard for Collapse to get that kind of start to the fight that he hoped for. Yeah, he's getting his skewers onto Muse, getting his skewers onto Shiro, but neither hero feels good to start the action off.
I mean, the way it started was awesome too. The X comes out, the skewer, but the Inkswell was already put on New right at the start. So the Dispel comes out, things get very, very weird. And yeah, at this point, Spirit, look at how much they've already used. Meta was used, RP was used. Quite a bit was actually used before that.
full chase on towards New, and at this point, it's the fact that they've kind of forgotten about Shiro. You know, he just been able to get this opening immediately on towards Miposhka, but we'll get that extra bit of time with the fact that Collapse drags Shiro away, but at this point, Soulbind down to two of them. New, he's hitting these hoof stomps every single time.
Huge connections, and even the double leg is, of course, connecting on both there with that Soulbind. Nice. Constant 2-for-2 trades. The goal continues to just be on action.
They want to keep it going, LGD. They do not want to allow any time for Yatura to get his arms on this Terrorblade.
They know there's downtime. I mean, for Spirit, they need every single spell. Arguably 5 seconds.
They'll find the posture out on his own.
And that's right next to the Roche. Now they can likely force it.
They're going to go for this for sure.
Instant Phantasm. Oh, Shiro just hit 18 off that kill too, so actually gets the level 3 Phantasm. Sends an illusion to the wave. Should be able to finish it off this time. No ET to scout.
They've got great team fight, but even as a support, you know, Miposhka is a crucial part of that. And with him gone, Team Spirit, they won't look to contest this Roshan.
I mean, Miposhka really is the biggest scouting element that they have to be able to find this Tinker, find these initiations early on. Without just Collapse YOLO blinking in. Which Collapse can't now do also. He does have the BKB finish, so a little bit more liberty for the Magnus to pick and choose how he goes in. But now, into that Aegis.
See how much LGD can get done with this Aegis. Tier 2's on the horizon.
How many Philosopher Stones did we get in this game also? Okay, looks like all the supports got Phillies. So we have 4 Philosopher Stones in. Green is good.
It's alright. It's got his BKB done. So really starting to beef up on the Terrorblade.
I mean, they have what? Is that the double? Okay, double BKB. Laurel not quite having his just yet, but definitely going to protect quite a bit versus this control that we've seen from New in particular.
LGD going to split themselves back up just by getting this Aegis and just trying to work their way towards their next items. We've got the BKB just a recipe or so away from New and Essential, so he'll have a much easier time just kind of getting him with the loose stomps and being able to reset and looking to come back into the fight just with further jumps.
They are grouping up though. They're potentially going for a smoke out here. In a very deep position. I mean, look at this warding expedition from oh my goodness.
Getting away with it.
By himself, runs in and gets a pretty beautiful ward down. That's going to scout quite a lot from LGD. That is not going to be expected at all. So could even catch maybe a smoke that comes out. LGD looking to perhaps get more assertion on the map. They actually buy a gem pretty early. I think we've been seeing quite a bit of 20 to 30 minute gems, but wanting to take advantage of this Aegis timing perhaps with this.
I think they need to. I mean, just Yatura, he's like really scaling up to be an absolute beast on the Terrorblade. Top CS right now and very much closing in onto Shiro CK's net worth.
Yeah, who knows who could go down? I mean, there's a Tinker versus the Terrorblade always, so as big as that TV gets, it can fall very, very hard.
But, you know, not necessarily in a point where he's kind of zooming past everyone in the net worth, right? He has been held back, still in sort of that mid-area farm. He's level 20, getting the Eon Disc next, making sure that there's very little chance that Spirit can lock down and kill the Tinker in the team fights by going for that BKB into the Eon. Of course, the team fights will be one thing, and the high ground push, that's going to be quite the other. You know, we don't see a lot of Tinker. We have, you know, the first Tinker's appearance that we're seeing here at this international. Pushing into this hero, it's never easy.
I mean, pushing into Tinker is never going to be easy. Pushing into Magnus Elder Titan's not going to be either. So we could
both sides.
Strap yourselves in. Could be in for a long one.
Spirit, they're on the hunt. Moshka, finally Collapse. Going to do a quick sweep of LGD's jungle, see what they can find.
Still not quite a BKB finished up on Laurel, though. So does probably have to be a little bit careful how far forward he puts himself, at least at the start of the fight.
Doesn't look like they'll find anyone down here. They pop a scan around the creep camps to see if anybody's stepping around this area from LGD, but LGD completely on the other half of the map.
A lot of dodging going out here. I mean, Push's ward is still alive somehow, even though the gem from the AA was out. He wasn't able to find that one just yet.
BKB done for New. Got their heart completed as well for Sheer. Towards the AC next.
Oh, I mean, the levels across the board still feel... Everything just feels very, very close. It's going to be some crazy team fights that are going to dictate this. It does feel like. Shiro, soon 20. Starting to hit tier 2.
Yeah, have to play that bit more aggressive.
Yep. Minute 40 seconds. No
signs of a response yet from Spirit.
And look at the LGD supports are looking to play so far back in these team fights. Both of them actually finish up a later than usual Aether Lens. You see Planet and both YU Smile looking for that. He had the Aghanims queued up for quite some time on this Grimstroke, but looks like they want to switch up the way they play their style. Just look to play behind those tanky cores.
They're going to go through the twin gate. Try and get this play where they sort of come in from behind, who's potentially pushing out on the bottom.
This could catch at least somebody off guard here, but oh my.
They can find. They won't walk into Mirror quite yet.
How many times has this happened?
I mean, both supports here, by the looks of it, are going to get away from this. Miposhka and Mirror on either side of this move that LGD were trying to come at them with.
Keeps passing in the night.
Silver Edge done for Yatoro. He's in that top spot now in the network. Unless LGD finds some further fights, Yatoro, he is going to start zooming ahead of everybody, Shiro included.
Yeah, their greed is definitely starting to pay off big time here. Yatoro. And this is going to be such a crazy collapse of everything together, but then greed, of course, 4K lead.
They didn't find a fight with the Aegis. They're about to have it expire here from Shiro. The question is if they want to try and find something without that.
And they'll finally find that ward that was placed. I mean, that lasted almost 4 minutes, that ward that Miposhka was able to sneak in there. So they got quite a bit of information, you can say, from it.
Where do they go? What's the plan?
It's been pretty calm for me.
I mean,
when was the last time there was a kill? It's been, what, like 6 minutes or something.
Who is feeling more calm in this sort of situation? Is it Spirit or is it LGD? Or do you think it's pretty equal?
I think they're both probably feeling pretty good, right? I mean, they have an NTS Tinker scaling versus a Terrorblade, but Yatoro's probably telling his team also, guys, I am a Bassin. You know, I'm getting away with murder. I'm getting away with so much farm on the map here, but it's really going to be up to how those fights are dictated. Who gets the jump? And even then, even later on, are they going to be able to break base out of it too? Not easy for either side. Little bits of vision. Spirit trying to reclaim those.
Both teams close to one another.
Toro leading the charge.
Trying to get some vision himself there off the back of the Silver Edge, leading forward. And once again, LGD to the twin gate. At least ready to hold around this area. It's just now hit from Miposhka.
All of it really does feel like it's just going to be down to that one big jump. Whoever gets the vision, whoever gets that control, whoever finds one of these squishier heroes, is nothing to say going to be able to use a rally of team fight with a rally of spells in a long duration team fight, or is he just going to die right at the start of it?
These moments of Yatoro just item after item, getting very close to being able to get the nullifier. Now pretty much is his 6th item. Already here, 34 minutes on the Terrorblade. That sort of laning stage, nothing more than distant memory here. So the full recovery has been made by Yatoro.
They're just running as a unit. Look at how they're just running together across the map. All 5 heroes of Spirit. Wherever Yatoro goes, they go. Here comes LGD. Shiro.
See what sort of catch he can get.
Mira is pretty far up right now.
Scanner's hit.
Can't get the ton of illusion.
Indeed onto an illusion. They're going to be aware of that by the looks of it. They won't try chasing me. Yatoro, he's going to walk into the midst of them. Actually, still ready to support to be caught. It's just Mira for now. Yatoro's going to try and fight it, trying to lean onto a support himself. They'll turn to get the blast.
He's isolated.
Wants the BKB with the finish. Coming in, he's able to turn, gets the Sunder off. As he'll be able to help bring down one more. He's still being completely focused though by Shiro. The stun comes in. Yatoro is ready to turn back away as he gets out with the invis. Shiro controlled by the top.
He's going down.
Doing that for collapse. They take down Shiro and Yatoro survives.
Oh boy. Was that like it actually did so much damage? I guess it was the ET and everything in combination, but it feels like the ET actually did so much for Shiro.
I mean, you sort of seen that there was a point towards the end of that the rest of LGD, they sort of bailed after that. They knew that there was no saving Shiro. I think after that initial attempt where they weren't able to 100-0 Yatoro, they sure they hit him with the blast, but of course that Sunder, it's still going to be there. Gets himself back up to full HP, and at that point, the whole move, it starts to get a bit tricky for LGD, and they end up losing their carry.
So far, I mean, NTS, he can't actually do, I feel like, what he wanted to in that last fight. He got completely ignored, just actually unable to blow up any of the targets. Who was actually holding the gem there? I think Hangyu actually kept it, so he did not lose their gem there, but pretty decisive fight there from Spirit this time around.
That big step for Yatoro. Getting in and getting out of that one. The team bailing him out with the multiple Glimmer Capes, I believe, as well, allowing him to just weave in and out.
And that was what I think is Yeah, the first BKB reveal too, right? So that long duration one where they can't actually break through.
That's the money for the nullifier, and now we're well on the way to being able to pick up that blink dagger.
Cool and calm on Spirit, waiting for the action to come to them. They have such a good lineup to be able to go for those counter initiation plays. They're ready. They're ready again. 30 seconds until that RP is going to be coming back up. But still positioned around Yatoro.
They might still be able to burst this Terror Blade, but they have to stop him from getting the Sunder off. Every time that Sunder's there, getting him from 100 to 0 twice, it's probably not going to happen right now.
I think we're going to... Okay, yeah, I was just thinking. They had the E-Blade queued up on the Tinker for a long time. I think the Hex is necessary. I think they have to have that 100 to 0 control to be able to bring down this TB before he's able to get Sunder.
Ross coming in towards the pit. Spirit holding this area. LGD, they are approaching.
LGD still does have vision on that right side, too.
Very close to Shiro having the AC done.
Okay.
Plunger Gold don't have it.
Doesn't mean he spent all out.
That's definitely a bit of a risk. We know how quickly this Terror Blade's going to be able to push down towers if a fight goes well for Spirit.
And he also has no boots now, so could be a position where he just gets kited a lot in these next fights if he isn't able to stick on these targets.
They're going to get the Roshan here, Spirit. As LGD not able to interrupt this. Aegis now, Yatoro, so even if they are able to burst him, he's going to be back with a second life in this team fight.
That is a huge deal. That Collapse now also is going to have Lincoln, so he's going to have the freedom to always be able to get those initiations now, too. Spirit, the patience, it's working out for them so far.
LGD still not afraid to step out of their half of the map, though. Crossing the river.
How close to the Hex? Nothing to say. It's getting very, very close to it.
Definitely going to be eyes on him. 2, 1, and 4. Now, this will sort of take a lot of time to catch up on the farm, but very much in a point now where it's getting to that stage where a nice bit of Tinker play can take over the team fights.
He does have to watch out, though, for, as you mentioned, the various saves that there is. And on top of the rum that's always going to be coming out from Laurel, which he's probably going to get off in every single one of these fights, has to watch out for these glimmers and resets as we saw in that last fight. And he's okay, fine, he goes straight for the E-Blade instead.
Okay, just wants to get the
pushes it up.
Real burst damage. Okay. I mean, maybe feeling, as you say, even if he's able to have the lockdown at the Hex, because of the fact that the saves are there, you know, having that control, that's not necessarily going to get the job done. Maybe better to just focus on bursting the rest of the lineup so that they aren't alive to save and back up the Terror Blade.
Hey, the push is going to start commencing, though, and they have a lot of ways to poke. And yes, he gets caught.
He runs the collection with the trees. They're going to drive back the straight.
He's a dog.
The BKB onto the RP's there. The damage is out for Yatoro. Nothing to say is caught.
All it takes
90.
One little catch, Collapse, no hesitation. I think going to Torrent to scout the tree line.
I think it was. Well, setting things up, and now the push, it's going to be coming in.
And it's going fast, these towers. I mean, with no Tinker, there's no way to slow down.
At least there's tier 2 still up in the other 2 lanes, so they may just let this Rax go.
I mean, it's so risky. If they buy back and he dies, that could just decide the game. So they're just going to sack the Rax. But Spirit, they're lingering around. They want to go for another catch here. Collapse is eyeing his opportunity.
He is. You've got to be careful if you get close to the walls of your base here. Collapse will be ready to tear you out of it.
So many different ways for them to reposition on top of that tidal wave, too. LGD.
It's definitely starting to look like that maybe LGD just weren't able to get enough done in the mid-game. Spirit taking over, and they get any sort of catch like this, especially if it's nothing to say, they're going to be on the verge of taking another set of Rats.
He needs to be way more careful with his positioning here. But just not easy. A lot of repositioning, as we see. Yatoro blinks in. Meta is wearing off, but they'll get the tier 2 and they'll be able to back off. Pretty damn good usage of that Aegis.
It really is. 9k lead now for Spirit.
They've broken one of the hardest things you can do in this patch, of course, breaking that high ground. First step.
I respect the fact that nothing to say as you're spawning in a few seconds. Spirit heading back to their half of the map. LGD, they're trying to chase.
Cooldown drop coming back up, though. Meta is still on cooldown for about 30 seconds. RP with the ready. Shiro, he's looking.
Get the pullback into the stun. We'll see a lot of throw down both the defensive disruptions there to try and help Yatoro out of the combo. But the follow stone comes in. Jump forward. The Toro's still in camp.
He gets his under.
He's able to get back on the full HP. Shiro's trying to TP out the BKB.
RP.
He's caught by the RP for Collapse. Shiro's going to be going down. They've lost the CK for 85 seconds. News surrounded him by Lyle and Collapse. The tidal wave pulling it back over towards Collapse. In the river, nothing to say. Manages to finish off Mira. But they're losing 2 of their cores. Shiro and Yu taken down.
They keep Yatoro up. He gets the Sunder.
Nothing to say. Will manage to get out of that one.
But why? Looks like he won't.
I mean, they were so close to potentially being able to burst the turret at the beginning of that fight, but I think sort of the straight torrent from the torrent storm, it caught the Tinker at the start of it. Nothing to say, tried to get in position, but as soon as he was there, he was up in the air. They get another kill on Hawaii Smile. It's 3 dead on LGD Spirit. They can look to push again.
I mean, so clutch by Mira. That disruption there, it makes him actually lose. He dodges his own teammate's run buff, but it gets the save potential. It's well worth it so he can get that Sunder. Just beelines it to Shiro and gets it off.
And very close towards the end of that. Maybe nothing to say. He nearly didn't get out himself.
He almost did not. And now Meta's back up. That was without Meta, this fight. Yatoro didn't even need it. Now onto high ground. Collapse 40 seconds till he's got RP, but they're still fishing.
That's all the damage they can do at Spirit. LGD 20 seconds until they've got the full squad back up.
Just nothing to say, has to be so careful. Literally one stray spell catches him. He's very likely dead at this point. Another Rax to fall.
Completely taken down as Spirit. Wow. And a very comfortable hold on the game right now. Still yet to sort of find that fight where LGD are able to set up and allow to allow this Tinker to just run rampant. It just hasn't happened.
They just don't have what feels like enough control and enough burst. They have the one stun that comes in from the Centaur, and then there's a little save that comes out from Team Spirit, and then boom, there goes your Tor, and the rest of the spells just come in. Beautiful execution so far from these two supports on Spirit, honestly. Just these little saves and resets they've been able to do with their Glimmer Capes and even disruptions.
As we're seeing, Sean Yu, he's incredibly tanky. The same to be said for Shiro, but at this point, Spirit, they absolutely have the damage to still take these beefy boys down.
They're always going to have the percentage damage that comes from the ET and just the overwhelming damage that, of course, kicks off from this Terrorblade, yeah.
Let's see where they can go.
Oh, and Collapse actually goes for even more, even further. Yep, the Arcane Blink.
That extra little bit of a range as well can really catch you by surprise.
I look at the cooldowns as well, too. 6.2 second cooldown, Blink 7.9 second.
Yeah, he's going to be jumping in, skewing you out, and then he's going to be pretty much as soon as he's done that, ready to jump back in again and skewer someone else.
Yep, fight's getting harder and harder. LGD. Who do they focus fire is the question. They have to, I mean, it feels like they have to focus fire the supports, but they have to deal with these cores as well.
I mean, I don't know, they just don't sort of have the same impact of starting the fights, the same strength that Spirit has. At the end of the day, this Collapse RP, it's going to reign supreme if he hits it.
I mean, the big team fight, in particular from Spirit, it's been reigning supreme.
And they're going to be able to get the opening here. They might just have to let Planet go here, LGD, as they'll start backing away. They'll let Planet go.
And another catch.
He's going to get the grab steal with the RP, straight back into the RP.
Look at the damage.
The sense on you, dead in an instant.
Can't even get out of the stun.
They can't fight them here, LGD. Spirit, too strong, ready to push the waves in.
Look at Shiro, he's looking to try to do something crazy.
So risky. He's going to try, he's going to open up on a mirror, but the Eel Disc is able to assemble it just in time. Mirror's able to blink out as well. He's
alive.
The buyback will come in from you, but Mirror, he walks out of it. But barely a scratch. The TP out there from Lyle. Mirror also able to TP away. Nothing to say, he'll find Maposhka. But they get the majority of them out. They only lose the one of them. They force out a buyback from you. Things continuing to go in Spirit's favor massively.
It's domination. They even cut the creep wave. Yatoro just sends an illusion even after all that too and kills every single creep in mid. All they find is the 5 position ET. Beautiful identification from Spirit.
What do LGD do? He's setting up for the high ground. He continues to just try and take their chances outside of the base.
You buy the Hex on the Tinker and you hope with this level 25 that you're going to just be able to get some consecutive back-to-back kills, but it's just not easy at this point. 30 seconds until Roche. Will NTS be able to make that magic happen with a Hex and a 25? They also do have the Aghanim's on the Grimstroke, so that's, I guess, the other thing that we can look at. Will there be an enormous dark portrait of that Terrorblade that maybe can also reign supreme? Not an easy fight.
He's hovering around there. If he catches nothing to say, he'd be ready to jump in and try and get aggressive upon him. You see him taking to catch on towards the Tinker, but no, not getting tripped up. Won't catch him for now.
Spirit's just been dodging. I feel like pretty much every single movement from LGD. All the moves that they tried to make in that mid game to slow down this farming draft from Spirit, they were not able to connect.
It looks like they have complete control on the second half of this game. Team Spirit, LGD.
Look at Collapse. He's
being
ready.
Pulled all over the place.
Blink 2 seconds. looks like they'll back it up, but perhaps maybe setting up for top. I mean, look at Yotaro and Laurel. Trying to catch this Tinker when he's doing the split push.
They want to make sure that when they go high ground, once again, they've got all waves in good position. They don't want to allow for a split push to happen from LGD.
Roche is also up, so I think they have to go scout that one out. And it looks like they should be able to claim this one, but this is maybe LGD's chance to go for the fight here. I mean, they have to try something. Are they aware of this up, though? The other scan. There it is, so they will know which angle of approach they want to take. They have a ward on the far right side.
Do they want to take their chances here? The next fight, wherever they choose to take it, it may just be their last one.
I do want to give a full Aegis cheese and a refresher to a team with this Magnus, though, right? It's like it almost feels you have to. The Hex gets purchased.
It's so hard to fight into.
Eyes on nothing to say. Can he make magic happen?
Spirit, much more favorable spot here.
I think did they see him? Oh, okay, pops up for a quick second, so they do see collapse now and then inside that tree line. Tough target to go for him. There's double saves behind him. But they might just have to go for the risk.
He heads in, will be going in underneath that sentry and observe the combo.
The lanes are starting to be a problem. Yotaro sending illusions. I have nothing to say to clear them out for a second right now, but they have to be careful with their positioning every time the Tinker goes back.
I just don't know if they can do it out here.
Every time Tinker resets, Spirit is a little more bold to step up.
Look at that. He's going to be able to try and get the jump. Has to put the BKB. The two of them will get caught by the Soulbind.
They've got the Dark Portrait both.
The Dark Portrait bringing Collapse at incredibly low. The Hex are there. They're taking Collapse out. Shiro moves forward, looks towards Lava. Wants the BKB. The Blade Master Torrent storms down.
Nothing to say.
The Tinker here, but the BKB's there. Nothing to say. Trying to do it.
RP at 2.
RP catches Shiro. Catches nothing to say. Use it with a who's stop double. But it's an immediate buyback from Collapse. And he wants to keep this fight going. Shiro over towards New. He's pushing back the Centaur. The further buybacks coming in the TP as well. Over towards New. The backup will be there. The Hex from Nothing to Say comes into play. They jump forward. They take it the second time.
That's 2.
Starting back on Collapse.
Yotaro, do they have detection? They find
They
it.
got the poison.
But Shiro buys back.
I mean,
5 versus 4.
This is the window that they have to abuse. 2 minutes without the Magnus in the game. LGD, they have to go for everything.
Use it,
He did. Who's up straight away on him, but Poshka, he catches him on this attempted escape with the TP, but Poshka also the follow.
Goodness. What a way to start a fight. The double Dark Portrait really coming into play, taking out the Mag the first time. A lot of buybacks, though. This
LGD, they can absolutely breathe sort of a sigh of relief here in a game where they were getting nothing. They found something. They found something. Collapse out of the game for as long as he is. This gives LGD the room to get into the Roshan, take this Roche for themselves.
What a beautiful initiative. I mean, the way they started, this ward, honestly, vision is something we always tend to talk about. That ward on the side there, as soon as they see a moment to sneak in and get that Dark Portrait, they do get a beautiful connection on 2.
Not an easy move to make.
Not an easy
so
move.
we'll see again how they were able to pull this one off. It all started with the attempt from Collapse, but as you say, the Soulbind into the Dark Portraits onto the two of them. It's just so much damage coming out to Collapse, immediately going down at the beginning of the fight. And from this point onwards, things started to get tricky here for Spirit.
I mean, look at the micro also. I didn't even notice on the left side there, but the Dark Portraits with the Stampede just starts chasing the supports out as well, too. It's chaos for them. Chaos inside this moment, too.
And you hitting some fantastic hoof stomps towards the end of it all. And even at this point, now maybe Collapse felt that he was going to be able to walk away from it, but the buyback for Nothing to Say coming in, TPing over towards you, meant that there was no escape. And they find that huge kill, taking Collapse down twice.
Oh, holy. Now with comfort of an Aegis, too, on Nothing to Say. A bit better for him. A Hex now also for Planet, fully finished up on this Grimstroke, so more levels of control that they've actually started to now pick up that they were kind of lacking for
as well, you know, the fact that there were so many of them there. Honestly, it was lucky that they did only lose from Poshka at that one.
Yeah, if they didn't make the call to just go for the Twin Gate, he could just catch it at double sun and even kill out the Terrible, and we could just be seeing a different high ground push.
Either way, this game in a much better spot now for LGD than it was a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, Aegis and Cheese, they also have the refresher shard for New. Pretty massive.
Of course, plenty of buybacks were expended in that last fight.
Just the 2 supports on the side of Spirit have it left. I mean, the Grimstroke does too, but he spends his gold. Planet did commit for the full Hex. Vision, I mean, initiation's still going to be a big thing we have to watch for. If they're able to get that kind of jump, if they see Collapse on the initiate and go, looks like that could be the answer for LGD.
Might have the Sages, but with the state of the game, likely that LGD do hold things off until they get their next round of items complete. Can't get too ahead of themselves. A bad fight could cost them the game. Getting to that point, 51 minutes in.
Definitely like that for a bit on both. Minotauro with no buyback too has to be so careful with his positioning. LGD all grouped together.
It's going to be a scary 4 minutes for both sides.
Who's going to be the one to take the bigger risk? Who's going to go for the big play?
High risk, high reward at this point.
Playing to win, as we call it. Level 25 starting to be hit. CK also now has gotten his Shiro. Quite a bit more damage.
Spirit is staying completely away from this. Right up in their base right now. Only Maposhka just sort of stepping out here and there, trying to get some vision out for the team. The rest of the squad making sure that they do not leave their high ground. You know how many ways that LGD have to set up with these, so the invis, with the jumps.
Setting up all over the place too, just with the Tinker. They have to stick as a unit on the side of T-Spirit. They will get outnumbered and caught outside the base. 2 minutes left on the Sages.
Shiro just consistently on the hunt. You know, this is why Spirit are staying as far back as they are. But with the DD on this CK, Shiro, if he finds someone, they're going to be caught in a pretty bad spot.
Yeah, these hexes. The hexes, the dark portraits, their own allies turning against each other. Definitely something to always look at here. Organization looking for Spirit. I mean, the Poshka's considering he almost has his hex too. Holding on to the buyback, of course, first.
Spirit. Closing in on the Aghanims on Yatoro. With the buyback on his cooldown, he wants to spend as much as he can.
Already has Blue Shard finished up. He's pretty much going to be hitting that critical mass when he does have it finished up. 7 minutes until those glorious neutral items as well too. We said a very likely game that would go the distance. So far it is.
You're going to be watching out what was sort of the mirror shields, the Axe Machinas, even maybe the Seer Stone for some of these heroes.
Lincoln's now for nothing to say. Extra bit of protection for him. Centaur buyback available. Same thing for the Grimstroke soon too on the side of LGD. Difficult for them to force anything though. Still playing into this Magnus, playing into this high ground defense that Spirit has. Just looking to control the map, sweeping across side to side.
2.5 minutes really until we see the majority of these buybacks come back up.
Spirit, they're looking to time the hit with the Aegis though, going down 20 seconds, nothing to say.
They're ready to take this risk.
I mean, they find the Tinker.
The LGD, they're going to be aware that this sort of move's coming in. They'll know that Spirit will want to try and abuse that Aegis timing.
Look at the illusion battle in the mid lane. CK Phantasm versus the TB Illusion, very exciting.
Not to find anything here, Spirit.
The smoke's just checking to see who has more at the moment. Not seeing any on the side of LGD at the moment. I didn't see if any couriers have one.
Got
they have one on the courier. Okay, one on the
one
also. So
each of the supports have got one to pop here by your Smiling Planet.
So 2 smokes on the side of LGD, and I don't see one on the side of Spirit though. So for the next upcoming engagement, it'd be difficult for them to get that angle if they don't have the initial vision to be able to get the jump.
Aghanim Shard now from the Tormentor out, so nothing to say, which could be quite something still against Yatoro, right, when he's had to use the BKB and says that reduced attack range. Yeah, you know, it's something.
I don't think I've ever seen more player use Mira. It's jump you.
He's got the Aegis got the ready. Can continue to follow this up on the side. Maposhka doesn't stand a chance. Maybe they can find more here. Mira also take a heavy out. He's got the illusion. Well, they'll get the Torrent Storm on the BKB. I'll try to get back. Yatoro is in the midst of the fight. The Torrent Storm continues to throw him up. Big RP. Locked out of the center. Taking nothing to take down. They've taken out you. Not a buyback available for nothing to say. As he's out for 2 minutes. Yatoro also had a fight. They get Shiro as well. They don't have buyback. They don't have buyback. 50 seconds until Shiro's is back up. And nothing to say, he's not even got the money, even if it was back then. You trying to hold them out. He's in with the...
he's doing a pretty good job.
There from Mira, finds the chance for Yatoro. He's just there. He's keeping this game alive there for the squad collapse. He's trying to find Planet for the blink out. The Dark Portrait. The Dark Portrait's done the damage. Planet takes down Collapse.
Holy cow.
I can't believe they held on.
I mean, do you imply
they doesn't matter. The rest of LGD pull through and keep this game alive.
I knew and Planet have been doing it for a lot of this game, but holy crap, they just actually killed Yatoro. That was a wild fight. I mean, we'd have to see it again, but this was pretty much Yatoro and Collapse versus the world, killing 3 heroes, and then they just get turned on by the Centaur Grim. Oh, man. I mean, Planet having a hell of a tournament. Let's see this one again. The angle of approach there from LGD at the start, too, looked beautiful.
It looked good.
The jumping from Yatoro, I mean,
and they weren't afraid of anything here, Spirit, at the start of this fight. They knew how strong they were if they could get this curve rate into prime position. And for pretty much the 80% of this fight, it looked fantastic, right? Yatoro's here, Collapse has got the hold and control. They take out these 2 huge cores. You know, New and nothing to say to start things off. Of course, New's got the buyback, but it's to say Shield, nothing to say. They do not have the buyback ready. So at this point, Spirit, they've got to be feeling fantastic. They know that these buybacks are still on cooldown. So Yatoro, of course, he's going to push onwards. But New and Planet turn it around, and Yatoro caught absolutely by surprise by the potential for LGD to do so.
it's these split-second things, too. If you saw that, we hovered over Planet for a quick second. It was like 1 second until that Dark Port comes back up. So every little thing matters at these points in the game.
Yeah, Team Spirit, they could taste the victory there, but it's very, very swiftly knocked away from them. Once more, LGD keeping this game going.
Oh man, we're getting the last 2.5 more minutes until those neutral items come out. Everyone's buybacks soon coming back up. Gold, of course, still needs to be acquired for some.
Fresh Collapse now.
Okay. Second salvo of that ult.
They're going all out. It's still a little short on the buyback of that purchase. It's only 1,000 gold. I mean, that's the thing, of course.
Same thing for nothing to say. I mean, they're both.
He'll have it surely as well.
Yep.
And in terms of overall buyback situation, definitely in a better spot for Spirit. Did cost the buyback for New and Planet to pull off those moves in that last defense.
What run do we get? Shield at the bottom. DD this time around. Such tense moments for both sides. Vision, jumps, everything. All important. Trying to kill off these supports seeming to be a very big answer as well, too. They're very difficult to bring down with all these Aeon discs and protections. Planet, even now having a Shadow Blade of his own to try to hide himself into the backlines. I mean, he could be one of the most important heroes in this game at the moment. This Dark Portrait, it's a big difference maker.
Double X, double Dark Portrait, it really could set any of these fights in LGD's favor, especially if he's getting it on the big courses. If he's getting it on Yatoro.
Poshka's still hanging on to his gold. Just seen him. He has the gold through the Hex, but he's just been sitting on it, waiting for those buyback plays.
And hitting that timing where it might not be too tempting to take risks with the new tier of neutral items. Just 1 minute round the corner.
And he Midas is queued up. Not quite yet, but perhaps we'll see one. Roche, it's back.
Who wants to step into the pit though? Both teams having a formidable team fight.
There's very limited vision from both sides at the moment. That one ward placed up top at the moment from the side of Spirit. Hero. Keep these waves shoved in. Collapse. Maybe looking for some type of fishing play here with the X marks. Pretty good ward from Spirit right now. That's not been taken out from LGD. This is giving a ton of information.
Planet, he's going to get himself Collapse, catching him immediately to get the jump on towards Planet.
No buyback. Oh man.
The RP Collapse, he's still got it good to go. Sure, the Phantasm. And the BKB will make sure the Collapse isn't able to pull him back.
He got aggressive. He tried. I mean, he got the Dark Portrait of the terribly, but put himself in an incredibly dangerous position. Yeah, 2 minutes though, Grim.
Bit of a bait there, really, from Spirit. Collapse immediately in with that jump. Instantly pops the refresher as well, so has this second RP ready. If the rest of LGD try for anything, they'll look to swing attention over to the other side of the map with Twin Gates. Get down there. Let's go straight into the pit. The rest of this Metamorphosis should be able to take this down without any questions coming out from LGD.
I like how there's just no hesitation, though. They you know, these players, they have all the timings and everything. They know this Grimstroke did not have the buy, so no hesitation to get that RP up.
I mean, honestly, yeah, and as we said, at this point, it's pretty much the biggest cash they can get. Yeah. They can get Planet before he can get any of the spells around off. The team fight's going to look to be in a pretty solid spot for Spirit.
All right.
Aegis on Yatoro. Here comes the tier 5.
So what do we get?
Pretty
busted one on the Tinker.
That's the one he was open for.
Does he have a telescope on his team too? I know he was carrying the telescope for quite some time, so he won't have both. He won't have a telescope plus a Seer Stone.
And Collapse, he's ready to go with a bit of an ode to his previous TI performances. The Horn Toss now online. more than ready to start pulling heroes out of LGD's base. The high ground defense is not going to be easy.
No. Ex Machina now also for Yotaro, the constant refresher on refresher. He actually sells his refresher himself because he has an Ex Machina. He'll buy it out a full Eye of Scotty now for this Terrorblade. Giant strength for New. Potential 10,000 HP Centaur definitely coming into play as well too.
I see what's going to be stronger. The ability from Team Spirit to jump in with Collapse and rip heroes out of the base, or the potential of Nothing to Say's Tinker just to completely infinitely hold the high ground with this insane amount of spam.
Oh.
He's got a Seer Stone as well.
I love it.
He is going to be jumping in from a mile off, and there we go.
Look at this.
Gets the grab on a Why You Smile. This poor ancient apparition out of the game.
Oh my God, this is so insane.
This isn't even fair. I mean,
look at the blink range.
He's got the tools. He's going to be catching everybody and anyone. You try and push it in. They get the jump on his Shiro. Try and skew him out of the base. Looking down here, the low ground is New. Jump squad over towards Yotaro. Who's got that? Ice Blast fighting.
New is killing Yotaro.
Yotaro down later, taking him down the one. Collapse. Also to fall. Doesn't his own. Finish him off with the laser. They're ready to set up around Yotaro. Put the BKB. He's looking for the TP out. And with the BKB TP, he makes it away. The Raposhka will not be.
They got Mira.
New and Nothing to Say. They chased out the two supports. They'll get Mira as well.
Holy moly.
Nothing to Say is LCD home.
Oh my, New killed everybody. 12,000 damage from a Centaur.
Okay, Yotaro. He wants to try and get these mega creeps.
That was cute.
All right.
Little X-Mark play.
An X-Mark play. I mean, they are that close to getting the megas. That does force out the fortification.
This is the highest tier of Dota that you can possibly imagine. These players, this is absolutely insane. New killed Yotaro by himself, it felt like. I mean, this Centaur, what an absolute monster.
And they start the fight right, but they sort of nearly got that clean start with the skewer out, but I think what was the Soulbind right?
It caught him stuck, right?
It's stuck in mid-skewer.
It looked a little weird, though. I was like, wait, what is this interaction? I thought he was stuck on a lamp or something.
You know, was he going to end up outside of the base or in the base?
Yep.
Oh, he's going for the megas, and he's got them. He's got them. An easy X-Mark player from Yotaro and Lal. And honestly, that's something to be concerned about for LGD, because that sort of move, it could absolutely come in again, going for the tier 4s, going for the Ancient. LGD, they're going to get all these creeps pushed out of the base and get that backdoor protection back in play. Yeah, we see it again.
Yeah, good. I mean, I can barely see. It looks kind of weird, right? Because it pulled one, but the secondary one didn't break. All right, cool.
You say you just getting in on your.
He was on his Toro.
I mean, sort of him against the 4 heroes. The Spirit that could not hold back this giant swing chainsaw for just slamming down the Terrorblade.
And look at his target prioritization. He sees the TP coming out. They stop ET, and then he immediately goes for Mira too. The quick moves. This is an incredible spell catch.
Quite the push now. They're able to get this push going down the mid lane. They're taking the tier 3 themselves here, LGD. Probably not going to be able to get anything more out of this one. It's Spirit, they're pretty much all back up.
I mean, I love that you're seeing the smiles. It's such a stressful situation, but I'm sure both teams are having a hell of a time in that booth. Still anybody's game, but there is mega advantage at the moment for Spirit. A big advantage on those objectives, and they're starting to get the Book of the Dead as well, too. ET has that one picked up. Also has changed his build up a little bit. He had the Hex all kind of done, switches it up for a BKB. He wants to be able to stand inside the midst of the fight.
Absolutely, he wants to survive and make sure that this aura is being pumped out the entire time.
Everything matters. Every little thing, you have to say.
Oh, you smile. He's still holding on to what he's going to decide to go with his tier 5. Look at the Book of the Dead. So they've got that extra way to keep these waves pushed down. Incredibly important to do so, as I say. You know, they have to be prepared for the fact that Spirit, they can absolutely look for these X-Mark rat plays with the Terrorblade to try and close this game up.
Nice, and they get a Book of Shadows. I think maybe, I'm always wondering, like, what, you know, maybe why Smile had Book of Shadows or something as well to on the Book of the Dead, maybe contemplating or deciding which one he wants, but another form of saves, Mira has 2 charges of disruption, and he has a Book of Shadows, so crazy amounts of different plays he can do to protect his allies.
Still, as we saw before, Collapse, he cannot be underestimated from how much of a distance he can jump in and grab someone. LGD, they're stepping out of the base here.
They got a vision.
He's never going to jump in the hold-on, straight back straight away, into the field, with Buffy and the boys come flying in, pops the metal and then take it down.
Shiro's still alive.
The metal the BKB goes for a second round. Shiro, he's trying to escape it with the invis. Shiro jumps forward. He's going to drive back with the X-Box. Shiro is out of the game as well.
Huge catch, collapse.
You've got to be ready for this Master.
And he's got another one. He's at the ready. Perfect layers of skills too. Get the Terror Wave while they're skewered so they can't pop anything. Immediately get control. The full Hex now for the Tonka coming out. They're ready.
They've got to stay right by their fountain. Honestly, if you step anywhere further from the Ancient towards the edge of this base, Collapse will find you.
The blink range is absolutely ridiculous. You can almost hit the tier 4 from where he is right now. A little harpoon play as well, too.
It's alright.
X plays.
Proceeding onto the tier 4s. You trying to jump into the X Mark drag backs there.
Poking and prodding. The towers are dropping. They can just keep doing this with the X. And with that X Machina constantly as well.
Trying to hold on this buyback. Didn't get away with that one of the tier 4's got the Ancient now exposed.
Oh boy.
It's alright.
X.
Well, again, they catch him with the head. The X Mark's there. 4 from you. He's coming on the cost, but the defensive destruction comes into play. Alright, up on the wall.
X.
Look at that for play. He's all up on the He's got it. He's got it. Wants the BKB. We'll get the sleep sub off towards you. Rules up here. LGD's ready with the 7th try from the punch for the 2nd time round. But Talbot for them and it doesn't matter. Liu still finds him. Just to the heel. This shadow. Look at the shadow there from Mira. Trying to find some extra safety here from Poch. Going to get away. But New and Shira stay upon him. They bring down a second New with a double kill. They push back to the side of Team Spirit. Damage still being done here by the Book of the Dead.
Oh, this could have, this game could have ended in a pretty kind of cloudy way where they just say Book of the Dead and X Machina and everything.
It's just so much grab to get to the 7-minute mark.
And there's no glyph for how long? Okay, it's 15 seconds. They're going to have it back up soon.
I mean, can
True defense of the
Can
Ancients.
LGD push out quick enough? I mean, it is a minute. There's no Mapochka, no Collapse, but it just doesn't feel like enough for LGD. I think they're still going to just get consistently held in their base.
He's got
the X upon him. They can take him out every single time.
They're hunting behind, though. Mira, get away.
You can find him there, but Mira indeed will manage to escape. Spirit, you just got to keep their composure, and they should have a solid chance of closing this one up.
Oh, and they know that Yatoro went all the way back to base. The Phantom actually chased him all the way across there with the X, so they know that Yatoro is back over here.
GD.
Getting the lanes pushed out a little bit here. Book of the Dead shoving out bottom. Top, they have Tinker pushing. They have all 3 heroes in the mid lane.
Still a little bit of a window where maybe they can try for something while Spirit gets the 3 at the mark.
They can't go.
Outside of the base. They get it with the opening stun. The second round is spells in front. Nothing to say. Ready to burst it. Mira comes in all over the shot to try keep him safe. But Lars still goes down.
And now Mira.
Up into the high ground, trying to chase him out. Gets pushed back by the tail away from Yatoro. See if they can force any of these buybacks, Lars. Out for 2 minutes.
Oh, he's blasted the scout. He's going to hit connect on Collapse.
So not like they'll capitalize on to this one, LGD. They don't want to jump the tier 4 for now. 100 seconds, no Kunkka.
And they're getting their lanes dealt with. Why Smile just continues to shove out bottom. Laurel getting greedy, getting outside there for just one. A medium camp gets punished for it. Quick little scout there from LGD. Such tense moments.
Shiva's guard done now, nothing to say. LGD, they're absolutely in position to try and jump again here aggressively into the base of Team Spirit.
Has he used the Warp Flare, by the way? I don't think so, right? I don't think I've ever seen anyone use the Warp Flare. Why?
Yeah, too many buttons.
Too many buttons.
The players.
Why? Hits 25, another pretty impactful one. Is going to help clear out waves and in these team fights, more chaos. Got their lanes in a good position for the fight. 60 seconds, still no Kunkka.
Spirit. Yatoro teasing with the idea of heading out into the triangle.
It's a risky play.
We did put Collapse if he can find a ground. Under the wall down, actually. A little bit low there on the sort of, doesn't actually get up into the high ground, so not give them any information with that regard. They'll back up to the high ground of their own base.
I mean, they're considering it, but then they're probably like, Kunkka's coming back in 30 seconds, you know, our lanes, they're still pretty okay.
Yeah, they're sort of happy to sit back and just hope that LGD don't push in within these next 30 seconds. Wait for the full 5 rounds to be back up on Spirit.
Searstone constantly being used to get vision around those high grounds. 70 minutes. Have been hit. Another Wisdom Rune. Anyone not 25 yet? Everyone's kind of hit it now already, right?
Yep. Across the board. Everybody.
So 30, I guess, for Black. Not the biggest difference maker.
What's the timing on this rush? Just a minute.
One more minute.
There's the Roshan coming out. Spirit.
They got to smoke. Yep, they know. That rush could be getting up pretty soon. Get the positioning.
Initiation, it's Collapse that sort of is the king right now. This Magnus.
They've got more buybacks right now. They have a lot more bodies they can throw on the side of Team Spirit. 2 buybacks not at the ready on the side of LGD.
They have got the axe done on Shira.
They do.
So an extra way to sort of disrupt the initiation front Spirit. If
New is
illusions pumped out.
New is in already.
He's wrapping right around the back. Punch the Shiva's guard.
Yatoro
on this.
They're on planet.
They found the Grimstroke. Planet's out of the fight. Flies back straight away. And see here, New and Shiro still trying to see if they can wrap around with the side. The Book of the Dead, it's out upon them, kind of stopping them from being able to lead them in the way that they want.
Shiro, they found him.
Shiro gets the jab back, straight away into the RP, full focus on the one again, they're going to take the Shiro down. Shiro after 2 minutes, buyback on cooldown, the Chaos.
They found MTF.
He gets another, the second round, ready to go. Nothing to say, pop the BKB, trying to TP out of this one, but Yatoro covered him. Triple kill for Yatoro, and nothing to say, goes down. Instant buyback for the Tinker, but Spirit now 5 versus 4 for the next 100 seconds.
Collapse is pulling out his magic, catching the perfect heroes back to back, drags them all the way across the fight with that skewer.
Roshan's up, Spirit, they can look to take this. I mean, actually,
whoa. New one planted.
Forward. Oh, he was not expecting to see LGD still out at this point in the battle. Oh, gets caught.
You cannot forget about these two. They've been menaces all game. Again, fighting long Collapse, won't find the catch.
Makes things a bit more complicated now for Spirit.
It was a buyback.
Like that.
Was a buyback from the Tinker, though.
Should still be able to have the luxury of taking down the Roshan.
These fights are just so wild. How much damage there truly is, but overall the catch again and again from Collapse has just been beautiful in these.
We'll see, I mean, this Aghanim, who's going to the SD or the Elder Titan?
He's got BK, you probably give it to Mira.
Yeah, give it a Mirror.
Or man, so. Yeah, there we go.
And also taking the Elder.
Well, I mean, the saves are pretty damn important right now.
Alright.
Cool. Love it. Supports justice.
No, definitely makes some sort of sense, right? Especially when Yatoro, right at this stage, relying on the X-Machina to sort of refresh his items. When he pops the Metamorphosis, he can't really afford to go down and then come back up. Everything has to be invested in keeping him alive in that one life and making sure that the Shadow Demon is always able to save him. Could just do so.
Yeah, I mean, it's besides just the disruptions and stuff too. It's just having, more and more demonic purchase is always massive versus this Tinker. So definitely huge here for Mira. More and more potential to save out. Toro as the push commences.
Approaching the base once more. Shiro's back up, immediate smoke from LGD.
Okay.
Well, he'll be ready to join the push of Spirit in 10 seconds. Of course, worth noticing, Fortification is back online for both sides.
And Neo, his buyback is back at the ready. I don't know why, I just feel like for Neo, he seems to be the most important hero on the side of LGD throughout this entire game.
1 minute until Shiro has it.
Okay.
Zora X marked up, jumps in to get a bit of information.
Big boom. X back. Ice Blast won't connect. Collapse. He will connect on 2.
Get Shiro, drags him back in the open. The Phantasm's there for Shiro, dodging the RP. Doesn't matter that the damage going out for Yatoro. It's too damn high. And Yu's taken out. Shiro in trouble. They chase up the water. The Yule setup there.
Got the cheese.
He'll get the cheese off, but it doesn't matter. Yatoro with the impressive shoulder. Helps to bring Shiro down. The second fight is out again. 95. Buyback still on cooldown here. It's the Chaos Knight.
And Collapse, he's got the refresher at the ready, so he can go for another round.
Oh, and he's looking for it. Tries to check out along the tree line. Won't find anything other than an illusion on this jump, but of course with the low cooldowns, he is ready to jump time and time again.
Hey, he's ready to go every single time. And Miposhka also with his 25. This Earth Split cooldown, it's actually doing an immense amount of damage versus these super tanky cores at this late stage of the game. I mean, this Centaur has like 8,000 HP in a lot of the fights. 40, like just 4,000 HP gone instantly.
Can LGD hold this? 4 versus 5. Buyback would have been back up in 5 seconds, but Shiro, he's low on the gold. 1,600 short of buyback. Spirit, let's Collapse. He'll get the grab on the AA. Quick drag back on the YU Smile. A couple of hits from Yatoro, and the AA is gone.
Yatoro's in.
The BKB, they're looking to try and close it. They're straight onto the H, and the buyback comes out from YU Smile. And Spirit, they'll respect that immediate back off.
Collapse was so quick, he actually popped his own refresher. The second the AA buyback comes out, gets himself out of there. No hesitation whatsoever.
And doesn't want to get caught out by some of this blink. Yule's Ice Burst on by the YU Smile can offensively play with. Spirit, still hovering around the outskirts of the base. Collapse, looking for another grab. Smoke up from LGD, they'll look to try and stay hidden. They are going to have to reveal themselves soon, though, to try and pull the creeps off the Ancient. They kept it cool, they didn't put the fortification, they still have that at the ready.
They got to reveal their book, though. Their book is just standing there, at least to start clearing out some of these creeps, because the building is starting to go down.
Post the BKB, he's ready to try and force a reaction. Post the Metamorphosis, you look to close it, the fortification's there. They were able to force that out, Spirit. They'll back off.
That's their only one. Ancient's already down to half HP. Toro. He's going to back up and reset for a second here. Going to get X. He has 20 seconds until Matt is back up.
Oh, look at that!
Jump!
Look at that! There's a jump at the disruption there from here. Holds back you. Shiro, he's in on top of Aposhka.
Another save.
Buying time for Aposhka to potentially walk out of this one, but he's used up. The setup's there. Aposhka still managed to get the BKB off the Glimmer Cape down. Aposhka
Another
is
save.
going to walk away. Refreshing Confident Lala is going to be ready with another round of spells to throw down upon them. They look up towards you. They've caught up with the demonic plague with the grenade. Yusa's with the BKB.
I knew.
Trying to get out the low round, but they've got him in the target. He's dead for 2 minutes. They've lost you, and they're going to lose more. You're back on it after the same. Tinker is out.
Collapse has done it. The two biggest targets, it feels like they just call it.
GG is called.
Wow.
Spirit take this game on 76 minutes in.
Wow.
LGD, despite their best attempts with this consistent hold to keep this game alive, it was just too much for them at the end of the day.
Is Magnus going to become the hero of this series? It could definitely be. I mean, we saw what LGD was able to do with it yesterday, and sometimes throughout this tournament. Collapse putting on a different kind of display. Every single one of these catches was perfect. Have to, of course, highlight the saves. I mean, Mira, how many times did it feel like he just bailed his teammates out of these incredibly tough scenarios? There at the end, I think he saved 3 people just with double disruption in a Book of Shadows.
I mean, both teams support throughout that game, really getting their time to shine.
Oh, yeah.
Mid-game Planet really keeping things going with these consistent soulbind hexes, dark portraits coming out, but those last few saves and the ways that Mira was disrupting the offensive attempts from LGD, it just allowed Spirit's cause to play the game out and push forward. And indeed, Collapse, Magnus as a whole, we are absolutely going to see this hero come out very, very early on in the draft for the rest of this series with a performance like that from Collapse to open things up. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen. What a game one, folks. I mean, you can't really ask for more from these two teams. Everyone expected it. These two teams, they just play Dota 2 at a level that no one else seems to come close to, folks.
No, absolutely. And how are we going to follow this one up with the next game?
I don't know, but I cannot wait to see. What a game one. Give it up once more for LGD Gaming and Team Spirit with the opening of this best of 3. We've got so much more to come from these two teams, but as for now, Spirit will take game 1.
Oh, thank you very much, Only Pixel and Fog. Only game 1. I'm so here for it. If this is going to be the longest day in Dota 2 TI history, I'm here for it. This was fantastic, world class. Team Spirit coming out on top there at the end of the but we know it could have gone either way at any point of that. We're going to break all of it down, all 76 minutes of it, and that is the 6th longest game in TI history. Tigov, Lacoste, Fear. Fear, where do you want to start with a game like this? Because I actually want to start with the tier 5 items if you want, because they had a massive impact, especially Book of the Dead.
Yeah, we can skip right over there. Book of the Dead, that's one of them, but Seer Stone was the big one for me, right? Like, if you want to talk about this Magnus and what it was able to do, you have an Arcane Blink, you got the Agnums eventually, you have the Harpoon. There's only one thing you're missing with this Magnum, vision. And the Seer Stone gives them that vision. They're able to go in. Book of the Dead was also giving that vision. It was a game of vision this time, and that's why Collapse, not only being like the best Magnus in the world, but also being able to see the heroes jump in time and time again. But there is a lot going on.
I mean, if you had to summarize like what you want to see from a TI game, this is it, right? And this is like the perfect example of TI. And I don't think nowhere can come close to what we saw here, right? It's that LGD, they're 20k down, and then they find this opportunity to get back into the game. You're talking about vision with the Seer Stone, with the Magnus, but on top of that, then you have New on his Centaur. Every time he found an opportunity, he was just popping off, giving LGD life in all these fights. And we said during the draft, like, if Spirit is to win this game, it's going to be to one player and one player only, and it was Collapse. He was a shining star for this team. Time and time again, he found multiple hero play-offs, multiple initiations, but it was just an incredible game.
Yeah, if Collapse asked for Magnus, you give it to him.
Most definitely. I mean, for a good reason. He is the best Magnus for, you know, he's been like that for quite some time. And I want to point out the high ground defense from both of these teams. You know, these teams just create magic when they play on the main stage for a good reason. No one comes even close when it comes down to spellcasting. There's so many cool things. We've seen Virtus Pro try to use this X mark to spot, but didn't work out. This is also like 87-minute game or something. And now, 60-plus minute game, you see Team Spirit doing the same thing, X mark to spot, but they're not caught. They're not making any mistakes. So all these things that they do, they're very clutch. Coming from the skewers, I think Mira, for me, Mira is the guy that his positioning is top tier. In most of these fights, he's going to be standing further away from the fight. He gets that axe, has multiple disruptions, Book of the Shadows as well. Just his understanding of Dota is through the roof.
And on top of that, Team Spirit recognized that. They gave him the Aegis at the end.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to protect him. And I just feel like the level of trust that Spirit plays with, like Yotaro, his positioning, he knows at any minute there's going to be the disruption. He knows that Collapse will go fishing, will drag that hero towards him. And he saw it in every single fight. It was just such an incredible game.
It definitely was. I'm going to give an honorable shout out for LGD holding on to this game for as long as they did. But like, I thought the carries were going to be CK and the Tinker, but at the end it actually turned out being more of like the Grimstroke and the Centaur. So very impressive in that regard.
Yeah, I think at some point we heard Fox say "holy cow," and I couldn't think of it. It was so fitting because Niu means cow in Chinese as well, and he played his heart out together with Planet, and I mean the whole team to make it to that long of a late game against a Magnus and a Terrorblade is already fantastic. And I do want to talk a little bit about how we got there, because start of the game, I know I'm going back very far here, T, but at the start of the game, it was looking pretty good for LGD. Rewind, rewind.
There's a lot in between there. No, I think for LGD, they just kind of hit an awkward mid-game timing where the first Roshan, if you can remember that one, like, it took them a little bit of time to get it, they got it, and then Spirit was doing a very good job poking, pushing out the wave, poking for a pickoff, and then going, you can never get to our towers. And that might have been LGD's demise, was when they had a little bit of mid-game timing, they never could capitalize on the map. So Spirit, non-stop, skip the wave, keep the pace. We saw on the stat there as well, the neutral creep, it was nearly, what, double the amount of neutral creeps for Spirit towards the side of LGD. Just because of the macro play from Spirit, it was built into their draft the entire time.
I feel like Team Spirit kind of prepared for this long game, judging by the items and judging by the heroes, because it's super difficult to go for the high ground even if you're ahead, and they were. And then, you know, Terrorblade farm, Hand of Midas kicks in, these illusions are sent out to clear the camps as well, plus the Empower. These are the heroes that, you know, show up on the lane, they clear up quickly, and they go back to farming, and they understood that, so they just decided to keep farming.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of that, you're talking about how Spirit kind of planned for this in their style of play, and it is Purge that would like to dissect their style of play and why it worked.
Thank you, Shiver. Yeah, this tournament so far has been a big battle between farming long games and playing really fast. And most of the teams that farm a lot have been knocked out thus far. The teams that are remaining are the fast teams. So some commonalities between Team Spirit and LGD, they contest 1 and 4 Muerta Flex, Willow position 4, and these offlaners are generally tempo offlane heroes. Night Stalker's been a big hero for both of these two teams. But this game was a little bit different. It was finally LGD saying, we're going to play aggressive fighting style, and Team Spirit says we're going to play really slow and aim for team fights and the late game, which they did very successfully. Now, a very normal strat for Terrorblade is you summon these illusions here, and you send them to lanes that are dangerous to farm, and you push them out, and this buys you time while giving you farm. Yotaro did this consistently throughout the game, and he grabbed a fast Sanjunyata and a butterfly to be able to do that as quickly and as fast as possible. But the problem is that even after they got successful kills on LGD, in this case, Shiro using his BKB, they didn't have very good tower pushing heroes. So even with marginal advantages, they couldn't accelerate the game as much as they wanted to. And this bought time for Team Spirit basically to get pickoffs across the map and to ensure that they had more and more time for Yotaro to get farmed. So even though LGD had an amazing early game because they're solid laning stage, even though they got great ganks off and had more kills, Spirit basically just sits in a really good position while they continue to delay the game. He uses his gate, he spawns an illusion to push the creep wave, goes back, just a lot of movements and gank dodging. And this got them to the team fight point where all of Team Spirit's heroes were just perfect for team fighting. Even in this engagement, losing Shadow Demon first, they had a really big advantage. Yotaro runs in with BKB, gets a Sunder off on an illusion, picks off the enemy's support, and this is kind of where things get messy in every fight. It's basically this guy over here, Mikosha, playing the Elder Titan. This is a late game team fight support. He has an aura that lowers armor and magic resistance. His ulti here does damage based on how much HP he does do, and this allowed Team Spirit, in addition to the Magnus, to find team fights that allow them to delay the game and find team fights that win them the game in the end.
Thanks, Purge. That game was definitely delayed successfully for Team Spirit, and both Team Spirit and LGD need a little bit of a breather in between the games and get ready for game number 2. Who knows? Might be another long one waiting in the wings there. And while they're getting a little bit of rest, strategic rest, mind you, we're also going to have a little break, or rather, we're going to learn a little bit more about Team Spirit.
Если вы пожелаете вообще победить интернешнли, то нужно понимать, что вам придется потратить огромное количество времени на игру. У вас просто не будет банально хватает времени на что-либо другое, принести все в жертву ради того, чтобы только играть в одну игру. По поводу нас, я бы сказал, что мы очень хороши в том, чтобы не сдаваться, как по мне, несмотря ни на что, как бы игра плохо не протекала, мы всегда стараемся играть до конца. Куча игр, где у нас было, где мы довольно сильно отстаем. Но потом все равно находим моменты, потому что, просто такая игра, всегда где-то можно переиграть на вижении, где-то подловить, где-то оказаться чуть быстрее, первее. Нет такого, что прям чего-то боишься. Скорее, есть такое чувство, что ты всегда можешь проиграть, и чувство проигрыша, оно такое довольно досадное. Вообще не люблю проигрывать, поэтому именно я всегда стараюсь в каждой игре до конца как-то. Собственно, поэтому мы и стараемся всегда играть до конца, побеждать. А так страха нет.
There is no fear here for Team Spirit, and they are a game up, which is good, so they don't have to feel that vexing feeling of defeat. And that's the reason why they want to keep winning. I would imagine that same thing goes for LGD as well. And going into game number 2, I'm smiling because I'm like, Fear, what do you learn after a game like that? Where do you go?
Just for the record, I'm here for Team Spirit, and just in case they need me. But I think the one thing you do really have to learn from this is maybe don't give Collapse Magnus again. It's more than anything going to be a mental thing. This guy is so good with the hero. Sure, he played great that game, but there's going to be history. You could start having flashbacks of TI-10. Do we want to give this away? It's definitely going to be in their heads now.
A mental win as well here for Team Spirit then, Lacoste.
The way it happened at TI-10 is first game was not contested. Second game, Team Spirit didn't manage to get the hands on it. Third game, also not contested. Fourth game, they pick Magnus for themselves and decide not to ban it for the fifth game. And this is going to haunt them. This has been, the downfall of the LGD at TI-10. Is it going to be their downfall again? They need to figure it out, because this is the hero to look out for.
I mean, the real question is Magnus. Like in these type of series, the mini meta starts appearing. Is Magnus going to be a first pick hero? Is he going to be banned out in the first phase? Suddenly all these other heroes that we've been praising now for weeks, are they now in play too? Like,
Gone.
You say ban it or insta pick it? What
Yeah,
would you say?
very much. If you don't have the first pick, you might need to ban it.
Yeah.
Now, I also want to highlight a hero that we saw for the first time on the main stage in the Tinker. I know it was a fantastic late game. Normally, I'm sure a lot of people have experienced this, unfortunately, in their own games. Tinker late game is hell. And I feel like we didn't really see that hell come to fruition here, Fear.
Yeah, I think there's a reason why this hero wasn't picked very much. Even though it was a perfect game for Tinker, he just couldn't get off the ground, do what he needed to do in this game. And I think if we can't win a Tinker game like that, you're not going to find a better one.
Yeah, unfortunately for Tinker, it is a hero 41% win rate at TI. It's not the most show-up hero.
It is probably not going to see the light of day here again. And we'll see if Magnus sees the light of day either. We're going to have to wait and find out. The draft of game number 2, of course, very, very soon. Around the corner, if you will. Before we head there, though, let's learn a little bit more about LGD.
因为总的来说，我是总共有3次TI 之旅。如果让我来重新思考这个关于我对3次 TI 有不同怎么样的心境这个问题，刚好是3个不同的我在，对于我来说都是全新的我去参加 TI。 关于学到什么，一个可能是胜利的时候，往往学到的永远没有失败来的多，所以也变相相当于我是在 TI10之后，我反而是学到的更多。最主要的还是不光是游戏内的，更主要是游戏外自己的队友、自己生活上面的一些人、一些支持自己，要好好珍惜跟这段经历吧，就是可能就是这种。哦，还有可能更多的就是珍惜每次机会。最骄傲的是，我个人为我们团队引以为傲的是，我们3个第一次来 TI 的选手，他们到线下并且能够去很好的投入，然后也去享受它，这是我为他们引以为傲的。关于成为 TI 冠军的秘密，如果你在16年或者那个时候问我，我可能会那个时候会告诉你，但是现在我也在找寻它的路子，所以我现在我也回答不了。
There's the second RP into the arms of Shiro. The hot dogs are too much to handle. The arrow, yeah, links out thanks to the Eon disc. Can they find him? Yeah, hitting his triple kill for Shiro. Completely dominating.
至于你刚刚最后说关于捧到盾来说，我现在我无法，我想象不出词汇来形容我如果还在捧到的话，我是怎样的心境？因为我认为过去跟现在都是我自己。本次 TI 我并没有什么可以让我害怕的。
You cannot forget that LGD is in the booth with 3 first-timers. I feel like we've mentioned it, and we mention it quite frequently, if you ask me, but I feel like it cannot be mentioned enough here, because coming here, playing on the main stage in the upper bracket finals, having an over 17-minute, close to 18-minute game, almost coming out on top, that is character making.
I'm not gonna lie, it doesn't feel like they have 3 first-timers at all. They're all playing really well. Even though they lost this, it's more of like, I feel like they tried something new with the Tinker. It just didn't work out, but every single one of these players is playing top-notch Dota. That last game we just witnessed, the highest tier of Dota you will ever see in this patch, and it was quite amazing.
I like how every one of them decided to step up at the one stage of the game where you had, you know, Neo carrying with the Centaur, you had Planet on his Grimstroke, pretty much like he was the most tiered hero for like good 20 minutes because he was causing a lot of issues. And then you had also Y with Ancient Apparition, and of course CK, so they know how to utilize those heroes, and the very fearsome team. I think we're in for a 3. I better hope this is going to be a 3-game series. Not just for the sake of the games, but also for our chances of getting more Crimson witnesses.
True.
I mean, it better be a game 3, for sure. But also, like, going back to the whole LGD, new players, it's like, the fact that they've had obviously big shoes to fill, and it just feels like they belong here. Like, I cannot emphasize, I really want to see this as the grand finals. Like, I just want to see this time and time again. I just want to see only LGD Spirit. Sure, I'm going to show some bias here, but like their drafting, their play, it's like, it is just on another level, and I think you emphasized it perfectly. The fact that every single player in this game had a moment where they shone. In a 70-minute game, there was not a single player that had a bad game, that had an awkward moment. Like, every single player just had a highlight-worthy moment.
Yeah, we're gonna find out if we'll have a 3rd game. I know everybody can just hope and see that we get that, but let's see if LGD can do it, and it all starts with the draft.
Team Spirit versus LGD Gaming. Game 2.
As I said earlier, long games is where characters are made. I feel like drafts is where we can see if a team is truly the best team in the world, because games like these, you're gonna have adaptations, and you got only 10 to 15 minutes to make the perfect adaptations while your opposing team does the exact same. And we're gonna find out if LGD is able to do it here, if they can force out a 3rd game. We have LGD on the Radiant side this time around. We got Spirit on the Dire side, and we have first pick going the way of Team Spirit.
Yeah, it should be pretty interesting here to see what adjustments we make. LGD was like, Mag, wasn't a problem. We're going to go ahead and leave it in the pool. We'll see if Team Spirit are escalating this to a first pick type of hero, or if LGD will snatch it away. I think that'll be the talk that they had after the game, and if they do give it away like this, surely they have a response in mind.
Yeah, and that's the joy right now. It's like, maybe Spirit's like They think the hero is very good, but do we really want to first phase it? Because there's like, what, 10 or so heroes that have been so popular, but I still feel like it should be the hero of the series.
If you watched earlier today, and there was, well, I know you've all done that. You all sat here for the past, what is it, almost 12 hours.
Wait, has it been 12 hours?
No, it has not been 12 hours. It's been very long, though. But if you've been here for the whole day, respect to you. And you would have remembered a video where we see a lot of pro players talking about which hero they consider to be OP at the moment. And it was almost universal. One hero in particular, Spirit Breaker, previous game banned, now still in the pool. The question is, will Team Spirit want to pick it up? And it is a no fear. That's a surprise.
Just a little bit, especially because Magnus just beat the CK.
Yeah.
They have something in mind, and plus, especially the AA is generally good with the CK. So I'm very curious on what they're thinking with this pick here. When we were saying hero, I thought you were talking about Yatoro because everyone else unanimously agreed he was something to ban as well. But yeah, this is interesting. Now LGD have the choice, right? They either go with their preparation of when they normally see a CK, or do they adapt and be like, let's get the Magnus.
There it is.
Blew it out right there.
Themselves, I love it. I love it.
Flashbacks.
Yeah, and I wonder if this, I really wonder if this is just like Team Spirit underrate this hero, and they're like, and LGD's overrating it. Whatever the case may be, we're finally going to see which team will Mag win both games. Is Mag really the hero of the tournament coming up?
I also think, like, is this some mental warfare we're talking about? Because community, they went really hard on Zhao 8 about allowing Magnus to be picked in the 5th game. So he either needs to pick it or he needs to ban it. Like, so he just decided to pick it.
Yeah, and I think...
Can't really blame him.
Yeah, sure, why not? And I think for Spirit, at least, going for the CK, you know that if, let's say, a Mag off lane, the Spirit Breaker off lane, CK is such a dominant laner that, yes, these heroes are very popular right now, but CK will always trump them in the first 15 minutes. And Spirit, maybe they don't want to take the game to 70 minutes. They want to actually win based off their own kind of tempo in the game. So I can see why they went for CK.
It was a good answer because they had a lot of AoE. They had Empower, they had this Elder Titan with the Echo Stomp to deal with CK illusions. Kunkka, he makes his life miserable against those illusions. The Storm, later portions of the game with the refresher, like triple boats, make it 6 boats. It makes it super hard for CK to come into a fight and just blow people up.
That's pretty funny, actually. They're banning the heroes they pick. Yeah. Magnus. I mean, we talked about the Shadow Demon being really good with the Magnus, because even if your lane isn't great, you can always fall back to the stacks, and there's no better hero than the Shadow Demon to get stacks going for your team. And they're like, no, you're not going to copy our strat. We know this is a good strat. We're going to ban it out. You have to come up with something new.
Yeah, and of course, format, the extra time. Guess who's been trying to play offlane Magnus in the last breakdown? You. He's been giving it some time. Of course, we've seen NTS play it from mid lane, but they now have that flexibility because they've had that extra little bit of time off away from the schedule of TI. And yeah, gotta keep that in mind. This isn't just has to be mid. It has that flexibility.
And maybe after seeing it in the hands of Collapse, he was like,
I want to do that too. Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't be opposed to it.
And now Collapse is going to take the Centaur and be like, I want to play that Centaur. It is a possibility. It is in the pool and it is strong.
It is strong. Well, we got the bans out of the way already with Spear Breaker removed on the side of LGD, and we got the Elder Titan and Shadow Demon, as mentioned, removed on the side of Team Spirit. It's time for Team Spirit to pick a hero, and they're taking their time, taking into the bonus time for this as well.
So Collapse actually has the record as well for most stun duration of any player in this game. I think after last game that'll continue to be true. He really likes to play these blink initiators, these stuns, Axe, Magnus, we could see the Centaur. We'll see what he picks up here.
The one hero that was kind of rising yesterday and today as well was Magna. This hero just does everything in terms of the laning stage, save, the scaling. The hero becomes obnoxious to play, but again, there's still Dark Willow in the pool. This hero, like there's also a little bit of a flex to it because they could run CK on the offlane, something that Boom did earlier today, so keeping things open for now.
Yeah, and I love that Team Spirit, they're seeing this Magnus, right? They found out through the heroes they played themselves, right? The ET, the SD, they clearly respect the vision and the save that these two heroes can provide that gives Magnus the time and the kind of the fight construct to always execute. So the Grimstroke, they're kind of also block picking it to some degree, right? Because you don't want to have CK Grimstroke in a single lane. That is just going to be so potent, especially if Mag is going into the off lane. It is going to be a little bit weaker.
Treant Protector coming out. It's a hero that we've seen banned so many times, and you'd think like, oh my gosh, then he must be, you know, the best hero being played right now. But so far in this this event, he's been picked 36 times, which is quite a lot. But his win rate is just a solid 50%.
Yeah, not too bad. This is the Vision heroes because they want to be the one seeing Magnus before he can get the jump. Also, Dark Willow. This hero is pretty similar if we talk about ulti to Winter Wyvern against Magnus. This has been historically one of the better heroes. He wants to jump in, he wants to use this big teamfight ulti, and these ultis, like Dark Willow ulti, they stop this from happening.
Yeah, very true. They'll probably just pick another 5 here if you are an LGD, and then you do have to respond with the core coming up here. Witch Doctor, he's a strong hero. The Voodoo switcheroo has been pretty good against these heroes that have like these slow projectiles like a CK. You can get it off in time and the cast might levels a little bit of AoE, strong laner.
Yeah, we saw Y play Witch Doctor yesterday, and we thought he only picked it because of his Crimson Witness.
Maybe he still is.
But maybe he's like, oh, wait a second. This hero is pretty good because he did have a great time with it.
It's a good hero because you have like, you know, something against this Dark Willow if they decide to, you know, run it as carry, and of course against CK and the illusions that it also helps Spectre in the laning stage, because Spectre is not the, you know, the strongest laner.
Yeah, it's also a support hero that can sync up quite nicely on the map. Because Spectre has a 60-second cooldown on your ult level 1, you always want to have things happening in the early game. You don't want to play that classic sit back farm, we need Radiance with the icon. No, you can always look for him. So Witch Doctor, Grimstroke plus something is always going to be able to net a kill or two. And that's why I think Spirit, they opted to go for a slightly defensive route with their heroes. Tree, Willow, Kunkka all have very good capabilities of protecting themselves if they are aggressive.
Yeah, for sure. And I definitely like this Kunkka pick here because they don't have last pick of the game here. So not only are they leaving the CK open to be either their off lane or their carry, which is going to make the next 2 bans from LGD a little bit more difficult. It's like, do they need an off lane or do they need a carry? Who knows? But if they didn't pick their mid there, they would just ban 2 of the best mids, right? And then you don't even have last pick. So they're just going to pick the mid that makes the most sense for them. Laurel, he's great on this hero. Technically could be a flex as well if they really want to. Collapse could play this, but it's a really strong hero of the patch, and it also takes it away from LGD. We saw the power of this Kunkka versus the CK just locking down the illusions, so really good pick here.
What are we looking into? I'm feeling this Dawnbreaker potentially have a little bit more global presence, a strong laner against Spectre, and also you can use ulti on top of the target that is being skewered away, so you have at least something to follow it up. The other one I'm looking into is potentially Night Stalker, not the strongest laner. The Governor, he's like, yeah, you're on point, because you want to be the one getting the first jump, having this vision. We already talked about the Treant Protector being the vision guy, where you can blow up people with CK illusion. He wants to be the one jumping in, Blink Dagger, and killing people off instantly.
I think the only concern with that would be the lane like you mentioned, but if you do get into that mid game, you have first of all Magnus into Kunkka mid, so you're going to have these skewer back into a tier 1 tower, potential plays to annoy him, break the farming pattern. The Night Stalker, you get an early gem, now this 15-20 minute timing on trees now removed from the shard, so yeah, they ban it out. Oh, LGD ban it out themselves actually.
I mean, I think it's a free lane versus Spectre, right?
Oh yeah, because of course Spirit can pick beforehand, so they could just steal it away.
Yeah, they could take that, then now all of a sudden your Magnus won't be able to jump because he's been found first. So highly contested for both teams potentially here. But I think for Spirit that would be really big. And those are the 2 heroes that I've seen him play the most versus Spectre. The Night Stalker, the Tide. His other Blink initiators are probably not something you want to play. I mean, Centaur is still in the pool. He could do that. That's also a free lane for him as well.
A respect ban to the Tinker as well.
Yeah, they just don't want to play another like 90-minute game.
Like offlaners now, it's like there's still Dawnbreaker, but Mag can just always skew it away from that sort of Guardian. It just, yeah, it can be a little bit awkward. There's not a lot of these tanky boys left.
There's still Brewmaster. I mean, in terms of silences, if they have, there's Grimstroke Silence, which he doesn't care too much about because of his stances.
They're running out of time. Oh no, they're still bonus.
They have 30 seconds.
It's Centaur.
Yeah, Centaur's right, yeah.
You haunt and you press R, and now your supports can survive a bit longer and just kite it out. And it's an absolutely free lane for him as well.
No, yeah, I like the Centaur a lot. Especially because you have the Willow as well. Such a classic combo. Big beefy offlaner, throw the IRA.
Offlane
wow, offlane CK, Morphling going the way. So we've seen Morphling not do too great. Why Morphling here?
Elimination games though, you know. There's certain players that have been picking it.
So why here? Why is it good? A Willow morph used to be great. Is that still a thing?
No, it's not. But it is. If you think about like what Magnus does, you're generally going to look at the laning stage. I think they think it might be an offlane mag. This hero has really high base damage, especially if you get them power. It's hard to CS against. Morphling is one of those heroes that can just have more base damage than the Magnus. There's no real kill threat from the mag on the laning stage. So as long as you can just sit there, CS, knock it skewered back into some combo, you can get out with the waveform, you can just survive the laning stage.
It's also one of those things where now with the Morphling, Spectre has to think, okay, do I want to go for a Midas Diffusal Skadi type of build, but then maybe I'm not the strongest against CK, but then do I want the Radiance to deal with it? It causes a lot of questions, but yeah.
The big combo, double Doom coming out to stop him healing from Morphling. It looks good. I don't think it's on the greedier side. Spectre needs a little bit more time, so does Doom, but we've seen nothing to say play this Magnus against Azure Ray, and he didn't go for greedy items, not at all. At first, picking up the Blink Dagger as his first item, and then going for scaling.
Key thing for me now is Spirit's offlane, a Willow plus CK is so strong. Can a Spectre and a Witch Doctor get through that lane? Because if CK just starts getting kill after kill, it could be a little bit of like catch up for the Spectre, but I think this lane for Spirit should be really, really good for them.
It is for sure, and I think they're no strangers to losing their lane pretty hard and coming back. I will say though, you do have this Grimstroke Doom combination, this Doom in general versus Morph. It's so hard if you can't shift, the tribute shift. So if he ever gets an Axe just on top of you, this is a terrible matchup for Morph.
So you're thinking high chance we're gonna have a third game?
Unless Spirit can just like stomp this game pretty hard, this late game looks very difficult.
Exactly. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, this late game, we've seen Magnus what he can do in a 60-plus minute game. This is also Spectre Doom we're talking about, and also good scaling support on their side. Witch Doctor plus Grimstroke, we've seen this being super greedy meta for both supports, and if they get items, they both get Aghanim Scepter. This late game should belong to LGD.
Yeah, the speed of the game has flipped. Game 1, it was Spirit survive, they win. In this game for LGD, it's like same logic, right? If they survive, they're gonna have this mag, the Spectre, the Doom, the late game heroes, the ones that crush it all. So it's Spirit. They need to be the aggressors. They need to win their lanes and set the tempo in this game.
So they are on a timer, and they will try to make it a bloodbath at the start.
At this point in TI, I'll never say there's a time. Anyone could win at this point. There's so much magic in the air, but yes.
They just have better tools.
Yes, exactly, yeah. There are more tools in the LGD bank as the game goes later.
Oh, that is an important factor. There's a lot of LGD chance going on here already, and they will definitely need your support. I think the majority would like to have a game number 3, but can they do it? Before we head to the game, we are first going to check in with Mashal, who's standing by with Coach Xiaowei.
Hello everyone, I have Xiaowei standing right next to me. Coach, I just want to ask, both teams played extremely well in game 1. It comes a little bit shorter for LGD. What do you think guys could done better? 想问一下，第一场比赛两边打得都非常好，但是老干爹最后你觉得有哪些方面能够提升一下？
就玩下来因为我们这个阵容也是自己每个选手的绝活嘛，然后可能玩下来我们自己整体的节奏还有一些做得不够好，或者个人上有一些失误。
I feel like we've been picking all the strong heroes for my player, and I feel like we just make a little bit of mistake, and we just made a little bit of mistake, and we didn't really play our best. 那想再问一下，那这场比赛的话是我们自己2选了马格纳斯，你觉得猛犸是这场比赛这个系列赛的关键英雄吗 ？So we pick Magnus second pick this game. Do you think this hero is the key of the series?
我觉得应该是吧，因为纳森图杰的猛犸值得信赖。
Yeah, I think so. I think we can trust NTI on his Magnus play. Back to our casters.
Thank you very much. Yes, I can't wait for this game to get on the road here of Game 2. This first game of the series already fogging a phenomenal start to this best of 3. Game 2 coming in. We're, of course, once again getting this Magnus, this time on the other side of things. I think, indeed, that this hero is going to be one to watch out for. We saw no hesitation in the draft. They picked this up straight away, LGD, for Game 2.
Yep. Big wombo combo team fight this time around. Spirit going down a route that, as far as I was looking, I think the last 6 games or so, Morphling has not had any success. It's a different monstrosity, of course. Yotaro playing at Grandmaster tier, but we've seen a lot of these Grandmaster tier falter here.
I mean, what do you think it is about the hero that sort of maybe kind of causing the carry players to call for it? You know, why are they saying give me the more situations?
I think overall what we've seen is he's been getting away with the lane in particular, right? The hero gets farm. It's just what's he actually able to do afterwards? Is he actually able to carry games like we've seen these tanky beefy cores ever since? I mean, for the most part, ever since he's had this Aghanims all changed, and since that whole crazy patch of just stealing attributes, he has had some stuff for a time. So we'll have to see if Yatoro can make a difference with it. Because yeah, I'm pretty sure, unless I'm, of course, correct me wrong, but I think I looked like I think it was 6 games or so. The last like 8 days, the hero just has not won.
I think so. Overall in this tournament, it's about a 36% win rate, regardless. So not the greatest of numbers, but as you say, if any carry player is going to make it work, Yatoro would be the one. We'll see what he can do on the hero this game. Overall, looking at some of the other lane matchups, nothing to say. Of course, the man bringing in the Magnus. We saw Collapse pop off in it last game. We have seen in previous series how impressively nothing to say can also perform on the hero. So every reason to believe that he's going to be able to pull out the big plays. And even in this laning stage, because Lyle has got to be careful. He's a melee hero in this matchup. Nothing to say. Might find some cheeky skewers under the towers.
Yep, right off the bat.
Shouldn't be able to get the kill here, but still hefty amounts of damage being done. Not an easy matchup to play in as a melee against a Magnus.
Yeah, just kind of a skill-based matchup though overall. And Laurel, he's actually been quite excellent. His Kunkka that last game, I feel like there was just so much crazy stuff going on that he got kind of well he played as well. We'll be okay.
Gonna be okay on this one.
Yeah, let's see overall. This is a bit of a dynamic change that I would say. When I watch Spirit, it's traditionally Collapse playing those big team fighters. He's the one kind of dictating the pace of the game, how much he's able to catch and make these massive fights happen. He's playing CK. It's a very different type of style hero. Not to say that he's not going to play wonderfully at all, but it's just a different kind of thing that's going on.
Sure. I guess sort of the end of the change up there, having the knock-on effect towards what the supports are going to be doing, right? Last time around, we saw Mira coming out with these incredible saves. This time, playing a more offensive position with the Dark Willow. When it comes to setup and starting fights, a bit more focus on towards what Mira can do.
Absolutely, and the same thing goes for
top lane.
That's an early point in the Phantom.
Just trying to go for that potential opportunity of tripping Yatoro up, but Yatoro, he'll be okay for now.
That's pretty cool. You don't see that very often, but Planet, I mean, excellent game last time around in the Grimstroke, going for a little bit of a different approach to put some pressure onto this morph. So far not working though. Yatoro is getting these last hits under the tower, and he has Tree, probably one of the best supports when you're playing with Morphling. Just pop a leech seed, see what drops low HP, you just get the heal coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. Having any sort of sustains is fantastic for the laning stage. And we saw last time round, you know, Yatoro on the Terrorblade, he had a rough lane. It did not matter in the long sort of picture, you know, the long term of the game. This time around, he's not going to even have to worry about having a sort of tough start. This is seeming to be an easy first few waves here for Yatoro.
Yeah, we'll see how he's going to be able to deal with this mid-game overall, too. And even like later stages of the game, too, because I think what I've been seeing a lot of times with these morphs is as soon as Scotty timing comes out for a lot of these carries, he just can't actually stand toe-to-toe with them anymore. You literally just, I saw the Ludo the last game when we were just watching earlier today, just gets hit by this, loses the heal regeneration, and then just can't actually stand toe-to-toe with most of these tanky cores. But we'll have to see what Yatoro can do. Playing into this Doom could be an issue with that heal removal, but immediately we'll see him queuing up for that Lincoln, so natural itemization for him.
We'll just sort of see kind of what point the Aghanims comes into the build for New this game.
Bottom, set up. They get the root.
Closing the gap on the YU Smile. He's pumping out that heal, that Voodoo Restoration. It's going to be enough to keep him alive as he gets back underneath the Tier 1 tower. Not quite enough damage right now for Spirit to get that first blood.
Very aggressive lane down bottom, just like you were saying, right? They have the Willow, one of their most comfortable, of course, on Mira and Collapse. He's going to take advantage of playing the CK, just putting the pressure onto the Spectre. And you're seeing it already. Shiro is getting slowed down quite a bit here. 12 last hits, Morphling free farming up top in comparison. Only rotations toward the ruins. Nothing to say. Is able to get that water root. Laurel though, Kunkka is able to X back. But so far, slight lead there for Nothing to Say in the mid lane. And yeah, big differential between how Yatoro's able to get the free farm at the moment and just
he really is
pressure onto the Spectre.
I mean, obviously, a lot of damage here. Shiro should be alright, but again, we're incredibly low by both Mira and Collapse.
And he's going to do his usual build, but in this game, it looks like, I mean, there's definitely potential for him to full upgrade for this Spirit Vessel in this game. Playing into the CK, playing into Kunkka, Tree Morph, definitely better if you'd like to go down the route, even though it's not your usual Spectre build. And he's been the kind of the one who did the burn and then just go straight for minus and stuff like that. This is definitely one where he could look for that full vessel. Especially if he gets slowed down this much at the start, he might just look to get involved a lot with these early aggressive movements that happen.
They're bringing a third hero on the bottom lane here, Spirit. Maposhka making use of the twin gates to maybe try and go for a dive under this Tier 1.
They've got a double range creep right now. Lift is available if they want it.
They could try and go for this. But to lead him with the lead sheet on towards Shiro. YU Smile turns around with the paralyzing cards, but it's not enough to hold them back. First blood for Spirit. This should be able to chase out the Witch Doctor as well. That's why he smiles around it. Spirit still get the two of them.
And without even using the glyph to go for the dive, usually you see the glyph to keep the creeps away, but not even necessary in the Poshka.
In the mid.
Beautiful connection.
But this Hero here from nothing to say. Has got Planet sweeping over to help out. The TP's backup's going to be in for Lau. Lau heading back up to the safety of his half of the ring. He's fine. They can even turn. They can be X-Mark into a potential torrent combo. Into the Chibri, on the stage. The Poshka turns up and helps Lau turn things around.
Ooh, big start here for Spirit, 3-0, and this is going to be around power move as well, too. Nothing to say, getting a little overzealous going for this tanky kill onto the Kunkka. And now Rune very likely to go for Laurel unless it spawns up top.
And with the way things have gone on this top lane, this is what a point where Yatora can be happily left on his own.
Yep, for the most part, absolutely. Until New gets 6, he should be just fine. And Power Rune will spawn bottom. Laurel should be able to get himself safely down over toward that side. Seeing a lot of stacks being made this time around. Spirit looking to already contest, actually get information. But Poshka, even with the scout, the fact that there's a 3 or 4x stack that's been being made there.
That's
planet.
true. I mean, yeah,
they have potential to steal with the
they certainly could. They could just bring him over, drop a boat down, even if they want to try and clear this out.
See how healthy Laurel is, how he feels about it right now.
He's even got an arcane ring.
They're actually just bringing, they're just bringing the Magnus over. Nothing to say, he wants to go over and start getting some clear. And looking at it, nothing to say is build. Something that I don't think I've seen so much on the Magnus. Poshka trying to set up for Wisdom Rune. He's going to make them work.
He's making space. Yep. You know, there's 3 heroes chasing after him.
Yeah, he's still in the tree line.
He should be pretty dead, surely, if they get the same swell connection, which they do. He makes them work for it. He'll continue to make them work for it, but he does go down. I mean, space created. That's what he would say to the Poshka. 3 heroes, spent a lot of time chasing.
And yeah, pointing out the build here from Nothing to Say. I don't think I've seen that. I've been seeing a lot of various different kind of builds coming out here. The Magnus, he's actually just going for the max shockwave. I haven't seen like 1-1-2 build. I think that was from the offlane from Collapse, but a lot more we've been seeing the Empower build be able to contest for that mid lane. A bit different because he wants to be a little bit more playmaking around the map.
Yeah, I guess there's also having that extra nuke damage to obviously maybe catch your Toro out when he's shifting low, and also just have the extra bit of burst that they can throw out for kills like going for mirror, you know, Shadow Round pop, maybe that higher level shockwave will still finish off the kill.
I feel like it makes a lot of sense in this game too when he's playing with the Spectre and a Doom. Kind of greedy heroes overall. He probably wants to be quite a bit more active than you maybe anticipate for this Magnus. So far, Spirit and this this Morphline's getting absolute free farm as well. And they're really slowing down Shiro. I mean, he's had games like this where he gets slowed down massively on the Spectre, but this is quite ridiculous this time around.
All going to be down to really that Blink Dagger timing and Nothing to Say. There to be the point where they can start to look to try and make the moves to catch out Yatora. Because up until that point, Yatora, he's just going to continue to have complete free farm up here as long as he stays away from the threat of that tier 1. Because LGD, they are beginning to group up and look to pile the pressure onto that top tower.
No points in the living armor from the Poshka. He's got a full aggressive build on this Treant Protector. 2-3 build.
8 minutes in.
Tower's already dead. I mean, they can look to defend this collapse.
I mean, Canada's DPs are coming over.
They're actually going to set up for the kill.
They drop the Doom.
Okay.
Straight away on the collapse, so should be an easy one to chase now.
Watch him deny Mira.
Or can he time it? Oh, not quite. So he'll walk away with a kill. Let's see if we can chase out Mira as well. Mira's going to go for the TP if they've got the cast. So LGD, they should find the both of them here. Shadow Realm's there. There's no escape here for Mira. He can just continue to try and make some space, buy some time, but he'll still be going down. LGD, they'll get a couple of kills with that rotation.
But look at this. I mean, will they be able to contest this stack here because of that space that they've been able to
it would be huge if they could take this.
Massive. Oh, he just got a boat in.
Yeah,
no
cares. Just drop the boat. Drop the boat. Pick up this pretty much what a quad stack at least here that was prepared by LGD. They'll get it all here, Team Spirit.
Big money. Huge for Laurel. Planet. Careful.
You want to commit for this? He will. He'll drop the RP for that.
Nice little turn play.
Taking what they can get. I mean, Koshka, he'll also drop the ult in response. Shiro will jump across, make sure he's the one to pick up the bounty of getting the last hit on the Koshka.
Cool. And is that his vessel? Pretty much done. Yeah, I think it is. So Shiro, slowed down a lot, but it looks like he's going to try to be very, very active with the Spirit Vessel. And it's good versus, all 3 cores. Definitely very valuable. All right.
These sort of moves, though, definitely size of relief, I think, for Yatora. Any sort of focus and attention in ultimates that are being dropped elsewhere on the map, it's going to continue to mean that this Morphling is going to feel pretty safe during this stage of the game.
Absolutely. And he's constantly just turning into this Doom, needing a creep, getting that extra little bit of efficiency, too. And overall, looking at the way that LGD can take towers, definitely not the easiest this game. They kind of have to just brute force them, and they are playing into this Treant Protector, this Kunkka, this massive team fight that Spirit has set up for the early game.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons as well why that skill build has come out from the Poshka this this game.
He just knows.
He knows they're not hitting the towers anyway, so he doesn't need to heal anything up right now. He can go full aggressive.
Yep. He's probably going to be, I mean, maybe level 7. He does get that point in the living armor and then starts to build up on it from there. But yeah, so far, just all about aggressive plays. Now even looking to set up onto mid.
Planet. Maybe she can catch a tour out.
Bottom, Shiro. Oh my god, solo. Oh my god.
Shiro was not ready for that one. I mean, he just walks in with his armlet reveal and indeed that just completely obliterates the Spectre.
I mean, he has duelist gloves on top of the armlet. This is probably the best item that you can get to make these type of aggressive plays. He just deletes him.
I mean, Team Spirit, they're quick with the moves. They're going to see if they can find something else up top as well. The silence comes out from Planet Over as well, but he did see him remove the boat.
Doom.
Turns with the Doom, drops it down onto the Kunka.
Can they chase him out though? He's going to be able to reset away.
Trying with the Brambles caught on the way, he smiled. The heals keep him alive. Nothing to say. Try and close on Shizora, but the RP is still on cooldown for 20 seconds. He's got no further control. Shiro turns towards chasing out Maposhka, but it's a hard hero to go for. They can't continue for this one. Shiro backs out of there. LGD not able to sort of get anything in return, but at the same time, they do stop Spirit from finding a kill themselves.
Hey, that is a Doom though used to just walk away there, Laurel. He will just reset. Spirit. A nice lead for them with these last few moments. This CK is absolutely massive.
Yeah, both him, Collapse and Jitoro having a fantastic opening to this one.
And I'm watching bottom. He's got Phantasm back up right now. Quarterstep as well too. Shiro. He's gonna need. He needs somebody else to come down to help him. He can't be playing here by himself right now.
I mean, he collapses solo killing once. There's no way that happens again.
He's thinking about it. Scan about.
Checking with the scan. I'm also collapsing if there's any backup, just in case Shiro stayed on the way. But Shiro's back up himself and gets caught by the scan. So
top of you.
Push in for this one. Caught him with the brambles and burst down by Yatora. An easy kill found around the tier 1 tower. LGD, they're getting pulled away from this spot. Nothing to say. He's hit that timing. They need something big to happen with this Blink Dagger reveal on the Magnus.
Hey, they're just getting so much out of the map. Yatoro's going to have Lincoln's pretty much done by the time this dude comes back up for the next round. This is going to be a pretty safe war for these next few instances. Nothing to say. He's got the pressure cut out for him. Him and Planet probably have to link up and start looking for these plays to start slowing down this growth of these two enormous scaling cores on these sidelines from Spirit. And the towers, they're the ones who actually have ways to hit these towers quite easy on the side of Spirit in comparison. Another one likely to fall.
And 12 minutes in, taking these tier 1s out, and LGD not able to answer it.
Hey, that's huge. Like, just because the fact that they have these two super strong scaling cores on the side, but also very strong scouting heroes, right? They have the tree protector, so when you get these early towers as tree, I'd imagine the Poshka, as we've seen most of the times, you get the shard as fast as you can, and then you just give this scouting information. You limit a lot of the aggression from something like LGD's draft. And nothing to say, he's showing himself mid, so they are completely aware that the Blink Dagger is done.
All right, yeah, a bit of a loss of being able to use that surprise potential. With that, and sort of regards to it, they are still going to smoke up, but as you say, Spirit, they should be pretty aware that this play's coming for them.
And look how they're playing. Like, you're not going to get a big team fight. You might get one individual kill, but everybody's farming all over the place on the map.
It might just be Maposhka. Maposhka shows himself. He's happy to tank this. Nothing to say. He will jump him. Shiro, he'll join as well, but it is just Maposhka on the tree, and they need something a whole lot more than this, LGD. If they're not killing the cause, it's not feeling good.
I think you stay down here, though, and nothing to say. He does find this kill, but now he can potentially look for a secondary one because he still has the RP available. Maybe they can catch Collapse off guard here. They'll just put up the farm. I think Spirit has a pretty good read of what's going on in these next few moments. Laurel, is he actually going to just be able to sneak himself over here for the wisdom? Oh, and look, this is a stack.
He can look at that if he wants to. Sure.
I don't know if he wants to stay in this area for that long. He's probably expecting someone to rotate.
He's certainly going to get the wisdom.
Yeah, so 2 wisdom runes, big ones at the 14-minute mark. Pretty big deal. Both these cores getting it. Toro getting away with absolutely 3 more per game so far. No pressure onto him.
I think sort of a lot of the times that we've seen the small thing pick suffer is when it's been picked and the lane just hasn't been set up for success. But this game, the draft, it certainly seemed right for the way that they start things out with Toro's more. Here with the lane setup. He's had the free farm. There's not been any pressure from LGD upon him. They've just not been able to make any sort of move to hunt him down. Even with this Blink Dagger, I've nothing to say. So far, all it's achieved them is the kill on the Treant. Other than that, they're not getting a lot done, LGD, and they're falling behind.
And the fact that he gets this Lincoln so early, the only real thing to trip him up now early on is just the Magnus catching him with an RP before a shift, and they get him just blown up. Because he's going to be able to block the Phantom, he's going to be able to block the Doom. It's going to be very effective that he gets it so early on. LGD still need to try to get some catch on here for nothing to say, but slowing down the pace of the game is something that they ideally want. But Spirit, they're going to look to hit. They're feeling very strong here with Laurel. especially with Collapse doing it. The Echo Saber is finished up. Anybody he finds is just going to get evaporated.
For sure, if they get an X mark set up, that's it's going to be a dead hero. LGD, they don't really have the tools to save one another right now.
Oh, and look at this positioning here. They're going to walk right in.
Ooh, actually jumps across. Quite fancy it from Shiro. Allows him to sort of step back. He toys with the idea of going back in onto Lyle, but it's going to be YE Smile that falls. Can LGD afford to chase this? Shiro, and nothing to say, they're thinking about going for this one. He's headed over as well to help join the forces here. Just go for Lyle. They get the opening, they drop the RP, they'll kill Lyle. Collapse looks to turn. He's caught by a dude, but Collapse is still able to come out with the right click damage.
Beer on two.
From there. Collapse trying to chase over with the right clicks, but he's falling low to the damage on the Doom. The deny's there. The Poshka comes in with the deny onto Collapse.
You gotta be kidding me. LGD just cannot catch a break.
They get something at least. They get the Kunkka. They're able to at least force Collapse out of the game, but they don't get the bounty for it with that deny coming in clutch from the Poshka.
It's a lot of ultis committed as well, too, on their side of the map. Look at where they're positioned. The Yotaro is just like, all right, everything is used. I have full freedom to reign across this top side. I guess I don't think Spirit's too fussed up with that one by any means.
The small thing becoming more and more of a problem.
And they can go again. Spirit, 20 seconds until the boat's at the ready. Why? Goodness. Shows himself for a quick second there. Be very careful. Laurel finds the shard as well, too, right after he does come back up. So more and more spells to be able to get these catches. Tidal Wave at the ready.
Have you got any more spokes coming out from LGD? I mean, it feels like they've got to continue to just try and make some moves happen around this Magnus. There's just catch from nothing to say.
They need ults, though. They just don't have the Doom or the RP right now. So, I mean, it feels like they need that, at least even just for the damage, or at least to stop the healing that's going to be coming in. 5K lead for now for Spirit. The Poshka, now he has the shard finished up very early. He bought the Arcane Blitz. I actually thought it was going to take him a little bit longer to get it. So
look at Spirit's position.
Pretty huge.
They're ready to fight around this tier 2 of LGD. Shiro's got to be careful.
Very fragile still at this moment. Not able to go down the route. I mean, he's got the Gloves of Haste, so maybe considering if he still has the potential to go for Midas, because usually that's the build that he's gone for every time on Shiro. When he does struggle a bit in these early games, it's usually been the Urn, Midas, and then Manta and stuff.
And he's farming there. They're trying to on his own, but they still can't really catch him. Going to be bottom and deep with the setup there. Shiro put the blade mail. Ooh, both
off the mark.
Flying in. TPs are going to be there. Collapse. He'll just still commit fully in onto the Spectre, and Shiro's gone in immediately. As Mira, he'll down to the tower, but you see at this stage just how quickly Spirit can kill this Spectre. Shiro still struggling to catch back up in this game.
Collapse is just literally disintegrating him, and he's going to be going straight down the route, probably up that Silver Edge. So even more so ways to just, bring down the Spectre constantly. They are going to make a smoke move.
I think they've got to do
ready.
Every time the ults are up at LGD, they need to look for action.
And honestly, it feels like they might have to start looking for Yotaro.
They've got to
He's
try.
just having absolute freedom.
See if they can catch him before he's able to shift.
Look at the Poshka, look at the positioning to break these smokes.
It's so hard for them to enter in onto this one. There's the jump, he gets the waveform. Yotoro's already away. The waveform was there. They may catch Poshka, but they again fail to catch the core. Yotaro, he just smoothly walks out of there.
That was absolutely instant. I mean, now catch on the Witch Doctor.
They're going to get the tidal wave to pull back while you smile. Yotaro, he jumps back in to pick up the kill himself. Spirit continuing to hold the lead. Lyle, he's still got the X mark. Really getting the setup over on you. They'll throw the phone into rest to try and drop it over into the mid lane. Collapse, he's toying around with Shiro. Shiro, got to back away from the CK, back up top. The silence that came out from Planet was enough to disrupt the combo and allow you to step back away from Lyle.
Too scared to commit into. Laurel still has the boat available, so they can't actually take advantage of any type of soulbind play. And yeah, look, I mean, Collapse, he really is just hunting down and ruining Shiro's any attempt for him to kind of recover in this game. Keeps finding it. Shiro, though, slowly recovering, but quite slowly. He is, almost 4,000 gold behind the Yotaro right now at this moment. Yotoro's going to have Manta. He's going to be ready to fight constantly. Shiro's going to need way more time, and Collapse is not really getting
he's on Collapse. I mean, Shiro's pretty low right now, half HP.
Phantasm in 3.
TPs are coming in, though. A lot of backups coming in. They want to try and look for Collapse. If they can get the kill here, it'll be pretty tasty. They get the jump. They'll be able to punish Collapse this time round as Collapse will fall. Shiro to get the kill.
Great war is placed down around bottom here. The odds in the sentry catches him for a split second. Instant TPs come out. Good protection. This time they get Shiro. Nice needed kill. Poshka playing unbelievably aggressive. A super early base ward actually being placed.
Giving so much information as well here for the team.
That's really cool.
Keeping eyes on LGD beyond their tier 2s.
I mean, look at all three of these wards. All three lanes are actually perfectly watched here from the side of Spirit now.
10 seconds or so until the overgrowth's back up. They could look to get aggressive under the tier 2, even without Collapse.
He's thinking about it.
Both Yatoro and Mirror in the neighborhood. Yatoro, he starts to back off. Doesn't look like they want to try and force it. Yatoro, I mean, he's more than happy to keep hitting creeps right now. He's not under any sort of pressure. He's happy to just find his farm. He's got the Lincolns, he's got the Manta. Even if they do get a catch on him, it's highly likely that this Morph will be able to slip away every single time.
That's a good play. This is really nice.
Catch Lal here in the jungle. They're in with the aggressive Shadow Step, and nothing to say takes him down.
That was so much patience. I think Planet was waiting there for what, like 20, 30 plus seconds or something, waiting for a teammate to join him. Do get that catch off.
Now these are two big moves. Killing off Collapse, killing off Lal. This is exactly what LGD have been looking for for sort of the entirety of this game beyond the opening laning stage. Ooh. They're starting to find these core kills.
Miposhka though, now he is getting the scout on Shiro. They've got the backup.
Yatoro, he's coming over. Whoops. The opening. He's anywhere for Shiro to play his way out of this. There's the overgrowth into the bramble. Jump ball for Yatoro. The burst is enough. Shiro's out.
Yatoro getting the kill up to almost level 16 on this Morphling. Shiro only level 12.
Top lane collapse. Gonna get the grab on and nothing to say. The adaptive shot coming out. Nothing to say. Up by Yatoro. From the bottom to the top, Yatoro picks up 2 core kills.
The usual carry involvement right there. One button to get the kill. And now bottom, looks like they should strike back at least on Tamira. But these, how many support deaths is that? I feel like it's just the supports dying on the side of Spirit. The cores keep getting away with so much.
I mean, Yatoro just continuing to steam ahead in farm here.
So massive.
3-0-1. They're yet to be able to touch him. He's got 2,600 gold in the bank on top of the Manta and the Lincolns.
Oh, and this is kind of cool here. He's actually got the Aghanim queued up here on Collapse. Definitely has merit this game when he's playing with the Morphling. That could be really cool as a choice here from that offlane.
What's the plan now from LGD? They'll have nothing to say back up in a few seconds. Ultimates are at the ready. See if they can head out and look to make a jump themselves.
It's difficult, at least for the next few moments, to get these lanes out in a good position to go for it, though, because they're just spotted by everything, right? The ward that was placed top from earlier, the ward that Miposhka placed in the base, it sees nothing to say walking out. That ward that they've placed also down bottom, it's giving so much information for them to prepare for the next movements. And it looks like it will be a Tormentor on the menu here for Yatoro.
Here's the spot. Exactly what we need to be seeing from LGD.
Can they find anything? Oh, Yatoro actually gets the Torment. Blessed. They did buy quite a bit of them this time around.
It's hard for them to go from this sort of angle. The tier 1 still stands on this bottom lane. Not easy for LGD to get around this.
Hey, look,
Toro.
He's playing very far
But he's
forward.
got the Shadow Blade. Lay down a stick to the spot to the side of it. Jump the Lincolns is there. He's able to get away from the initial attempt from LGD, but still there's RP. Nothing, they drags him back towards the rest of the team there. They bring Toro down. Team is coming in for Spirit. Can find pretty much the fallback tidal wave there. Pulling them back. The fear farm as well. Straight down to nothing to say. The Magnus will fall.
Here comes Collapse.
Serious drags back Shiro. They fully focus the spectrum. The top for himself for Ra. Double kill for Collapse. A Spirit, they'll lose Yatoro, but they may be able to pay. They'll find the third. Triple kill for Collapse.
Give him the fourth.
The chase out Planet. Ultra kill in 23 minutes in for Collapse on the CK.
He's a move over, Yatoro. I'm the real carry. Yatoro pushing the limits there on the more incredibly low HP, but the 4-man tidal wave coming from Laurel.
Dragging him back underneath the tier 1. I mean, he looked like such a decent start right for LGD. They get the sentry laid down. They see Yatoro.
Baby, what's going on here?
How can you not go for that sort of play? They go for that every single time, LGD, but Spirit, they come in with the immediate TP responses, and suddenly LGD are paying big time for getting that chance to take Yatoro down.
I mean, it's all important that Laurel's the first one to get the TP off because he gets this humongous connection. He gets one. It's a 4-man tidal wave under everything there, so the post can get the follow-up. A beautiful play there. And yeah, Collapse able to clean up, and now also clean up the Roche. They'll get that one for Yatoro. Almost got a rampage on the lead stage. Very close there
as well. Collapse, yeah, he's getting a huge influx of gold and XP on top of what he already had. And as you say, it very much feels like it's just sort of Collapse and Yatoro just trying to outperform one another, trying to prove the bigger carriers this game here for Spirit.
And Collapse after that, he's like, I was going to get you an Aghanim, my friend. No.
For himself.
I'm going the Orchid route, which makes sense. Very good choice if he wants to go down in this game.
11k lead now, off the back of that one. 4.5 minutes to play with Yatoro having the Aegis. And they were able to take him down that once, but getting him now in this next 4 minutes. I mean, LGD, they again had to wait for their cooldowns. They're back up now. They have the RP, the Shadow Step, and the Doom.
Have to watch out, though, because also now they're getting closer and closer to BKBs on the side of LGD, so maybe feeling like they want to just wait for those before the next go, but the Gold League just continues to increase their spirit.
And it's so hard for them to sort of set up to make these sort of plays with just how much information Miposhka's getting for the team.
That's what, like, these early tier 1s, I think it's really important that Spirit, they claimed all those early tier 1s, and Miposhka, he's just been giving literally all the information.
He's just messing around with them.
Another one.
Nothing to say. The forward with the sides, nothing to say. Skewer into the RP. They've locked down Collapse. The Fear's going to be flying from here and pushes back Shiro. So Collapse is going to get the chance to survive a little longer, but he will still fall. They bring the CK down. LGD, can they chase for more? The Doom got thrown down onto Lau. Lau keeping it distance. He's trying to charge forwards, but they're off to the side. Miposhka continues to hide in the trees. They catch him under the vision though. Shiro just so with the Shadow Step. LGD, they'll get a second on the defense.
Nice place. Can they catch more? New trying to reset away. Yotoro's on him.
Oh, he's looking to go back in with the burst. They turn around with the Infernal Blade, but the Tidal Wave comes in and tears New out of the server. Spirit may lose a couple, but they're still, again, able to sort of keep these trades at the least even. LGD still there to sort of find an opportunity to start to close down this incredible lead that Spirit have just 26 minutes in.
At least they got something out of it, though. Good positioning there from Planet. Gets that instant dispel, of course, with the Ink Swell. But now, a couple more heroes might die. Yotoro, look at this positioning.
He's under the tier 2.
He's the back.
He drops back while you smile. And while you smile, I'm going to walk this one off, but it's going to come to an end, and so is this life protected. A voodoo switcheroo will make Yotoro work a little bit harder to get the kill, but he will still find it. Another kill to be found by Yotoro under the tier 2, and nothing that LGD can do that time to punish him.
He knows he can push the limits. Every single ult being used there. Looks like he's actually going to even hit the tier 2 top a little bit here.
I mean, he's got the stages for 2.5 minutes still.
He brings it down unbelievably fast, too, because he just threw the Empower onto himself with that Magnus form, so pretty much effectively a double damage onto him. Tier 2 to drop. More and more map control, more and more space for Miposhka to do his shenanigans in his Stream Protector. How's the itemization for Shiro doing? He's got the Manta at least finished, so he does have a protective form now for himself, a Dispel versus the Stream Protector versus Willow at the least. But still unbelievably far behind his counterpart. Almost, he's getting kind of close to double the net worth of the Spectre. And the Magnus, too, started to fall further and further behind. The farm Spirit's been able to get on this map is absolutely ridiculous so far.
BKB finished on you, so at least a bit of a better chance for him to get in and have a bit more luxury of taking his time to find the correct Doom target.
Yep, and they are getting closer and closer to Planet having an Aghanim, which was one of those big things that almost allowed them to turn that last game.
Oh, it did. He pulled off some fantastic stuff with the Dark Portrait last time round, and once again against the Morphling, definitely opportunities to do something similar.
Even against the CK, if he gets both, right, that's gonna be pretty absurd. Spirit ready to strike right now, feeling strong.
Might not expect this wrap around though from LGD. LGD coming in from the jungle. Spirit on the other side of the tier 2. Yotoro will start to show. But still, he is the target that hasn't aged for a minute.
They need to find Laurel.
See if anyone walks up to the high ground. LGD.
Tower just drops too fast. They can't even set up to go for this defense.
Now let's hope with the tier 2 gone, they're sort of backing off of this, but they're gonna have to
they're hitting
Spirit. They're putting the high ground.
Well, if forced, they're looking for the wrap.
They're gonna have to make the call soon. Pressure, nothing to say, ready to find the RP.
He's just waiting for him again.
They're heading over towards.
They seem to know.
He's able to start things off by pushing towards nothing to say. Over to the side, Collapse. He's getting focused by New. They'll jump forward, try and take down the CK. Collapse being focused by Shiro. They brought him down. They're gonna collapse. Soulbind into the dude down onto the two of them from New. But the time to go controlling Shiro. Shiro across Shiro. He'll fall. They'll drop the RP in, but is there the follow-up damage? There it is.
It's a nice cast. But here's Yotoro.
As he's looking at it go low, falls low, but not quite enough to kill him straight up New. Jumps back in, Infernal Blade takes him out, but they couldn't do with Yotoro second time round, and Yotoro gets a decent cleanup for inside. Overall, though, it's 4 dead on Spirit. LGD definitely able to give them quite the shake-up in that fight.
Hey, look at the Witch Doctor, David. Look at it go. Gets a beautiful connection onto the two of them there, but the Aegis, I think it had, what, like 20, 30 seconds left or something as it was expiring. Great usage there from Yotoro.
A solid fight overall, but still the threat of this Morphling grows. 24k on Yotoro right now.
Look at him just charging
I mean,
right
the
in.
fact that he finds nothing to say at the start there definitely make things a bit more awkward with the jump that nothing to say wants to get away with. Collapse just charges in, sort of turns the immediate focus of LGD. It's a great Soulbind double Doom, but not able to control Yotoro. They get a lot from it.
Honestly, the buyback kind of salvages
Also
everything
Zenpai.
there, right? For LGD. If they didn't
I'll
have
play
this
a
huge
little
chunk
bit
to buyback, it's probably just
off stream
a
though.
rampage that
I don't
comes out
really
for
play
this
it on
Morphling at the end
stream,
of the day.
Absolutely,
and
they miss out. So those two
I don't really
off-screen
play
uptilts that they
against
do get
people either and
without why you
competitively.
smile coming in to do that.
So
So-
play casually.
Look at the positioning. Look how aggressive he's playing, pushing the limits.
Silver Edge Man to Lincoln's BKB. This morph insanely farmed for the 30-minute mark.
And he finds probably the most dream neutral item he could have in this game. He gets a
The boss is fun
of
enough, but
Incredible
it's not
versus that Magnus.
fun enough
Smasher
that
just is always
I
gonna
want
be
to keep
godly, but
playing
also
it,
just the
like
base attack
a lot.
damage as a Morphling is the best.
It's just good for like one or two games, and if I want to test out like a build or something, you know.
He was queuing up the Blink Dagger first, but now he's going back for the Eondis.
Yeah, he can't go for the... He still
Also check out the new items, all the new items and the heroes that they add.
They're getting these Wisdom Rings as well. Wisdom Ring was still there for Utoro to step up and grab.
I feel like they've gotten almost...
They got a lot.
They've gotten the vast majority from this game. Eagle Song now, too. Just the speed that he's getting these items is just absurd on this Morphling. Like I said, almost double the net worth of the Spectre. Ideally, the Spectre timing, when you want to play versus Morphling, is getting that Scotty in particular a good timing. It's so slowed down for Shiro. And also, of course, it's not just the Morphling you have to deal with, right? It's this CK who's also still getting this explosive farm. Collapse. He does look the PK. I was wondering if he was, because he's got pretty aggressive without it. Now he will go to disassemble.
LGD, all ultimates to the ready once again. Let's see if they want to try and step out and get aggressive. They tried for that last time out in towards the Aegis on Utoro. Of course, there's no Aegis to worry about as of now.
Let's see if they can always get these Linken's breaks in particular, get the Linken break, get this Dark Portrait, get the Doom. Ideally, they want to be able to get all that onto this Morphling.
Doesn't really have any spokes on them at the moment. Not easy for them to make a move. They can just look to try and hold things around this bottom area of the map. Stay together as five. They don't want to get caught out alone.
They only really have this one war down on bottom. They have the one up top too, but this is the one that they have to control.
Just play about one or two games, and that's about it. Yeah.
I guess he passed. Okay, passed it off to Mira.
I used to play a lot, but
maybe just waiting for Shiro to get his next item done before
it wasn't that fun because it was a lot of stress. It was just like a lot of people wanting to win.
Sentry combo, just be able to scout out the punch, just scout out the CK, looking at the constant setup. But they're having to spend a lot of time together. The only reason that the Gold League is growing that much further is honestly because the Doom has a minus.
This guy should be almost full on
Inventory
inventory space
but
pretty
Spirit overall,
soon
they're
again.
farming way more of the map. Morphling, CK,
I can't get past Tate Iboshi, man. Fucking Tate Iboshi.
Another Linken's, of course, finished up.
Like, this girl is hard too, and she gives me trouble, but
He just actually got the gem back to pass
Tate,
back over.
man.
This is a big kill.
See if Spirit can do anything to help out. They can't. Mira throws out the brambles from the side, but as the gem hits the deck, and Shiro, he's able to grab that hit for LGD.
They were passing it back and forth between the two of each other, Mira and Miposhka there. Pretty big pickup there for LGD to reestablish some control.
It's all right.
They want to get their gem back. Well.
A little bit more breathing room here for LGD with that gem switching into their hands.
Breathing room to potentially finish up that Scotty. Yep. It is getting pretty close now for Shiro. Covering.
Neon Disc done for why you smile. Some more chance that he's going to be able to get his full toolkit off in the midst of the team fight, even if he does get focused.
Yeah, essentially has 3 different ways to protect himself now.
LGD stabilizing things a little bit here. Still, it's just this imminent threat of the more continues to grow. Tori nearly hitting level 24. He's very close to having his next item done.
Scotty, of course, though, is going to be it's going to be a pretty big time versus these cores. Toro joining his buddy's bottom. Hasn't quite decided if he does want to finish up the Eagle Song. Maybe he's going for like a little bit bait play. He hasn't shown if he does want to actually go for the Blink Dagger just yet.
Realize on why you smile. But now with the glimmer, but get the dust into the Yule setup. They're looking to focus the Witch Doctor first. Crowd the adaptive strike, but he's going to dodge it with the voodoo switcheroo.
But they bait it.
They're dropping the torrent. They're going to be able to pull it to the side here.
Wait, that was weird.
Was that the tidal wave?
The tidal wave pushed him the wrong way.
What the hell happened there?
It was right on the cusp.
Anyway, they still catch him in the torrent storm, but it's right on the tip of the team fight. And Collapse, he wants to charge him with the stun, but the Eon Disc, it's there. We'll get broke. not able to get the full controller onto this Wish Dog.
I honestly, he might be pretty lucky right there that the tidal wave. I think it's right when you catch them on the tip of it, it doesn't push them the wrong way. So he gets honestly a bit lucky there because that's a gem. It's a pretty big kill.
That's true. They grab him in. He's dead for sure, and he's dropping the gem. The smoke comes out from LGD. They want to try and go again, especially knowing that the Torrent Storm's on full.
Roche is swapping. All right, well, he's going to be coming back up, right? So 6 seconds. They're setting themselves up top.
Do they want to go for the twin gate?
It's risky.
Yeah, they don't. They don't want to approach through that angle.
No, you have to go the different angle. So
they've got to go straight down the top lane if they want to try and fight around this Roshan.
Does Spirit have a ward to place up here at the moment? Checking the courier. They do. They have a ward coming out on the Dark Willow, but right now, no ward placed outside of the pit. GD. They make their way to CK right now.
Oh, that fried me.
It's going to start. They see new.
Oh shit. I might not live through this.
Collapse is trying to wrap around towards the back lines of the fight potentially, but he's careful. Note they have detection upon him.
I mean, they're killing the Roche while they're scouting with the Phantasm. They're sending it all in. This Roche is dying.
They've got to make a move soon, LGD, if they want to put a stop to this. Dark Portrait, the CKB sent in to try and scout things out. Nothing second to pull over the Harpy on the Collapse. Collapse puts the BKB, they drop the RP. They've got Shiro on top of it with the Mantra Illusions there, and they tear through the CK. They bring him down. We get Toro, gets the Aegis new, jumps over towards him, has the silence here from the Doom to open things up. Instead of the dagger as well in from Shiro over the Torrent.
Alright, Tate. Let's get it on.
To kill off the Doom, and maybe even look for more.
Mira's doing so much work in this fight. The control, he just completely blocked off New from having any allies to join him. He just completely controlled that Spectre there. Doom used. It doesn't matter, Yotaro resets. He's going to come right back into the fray. Collapse. He gives his life for the cause.
And it's absolutely worth it.
Super worth it.
Already over?
Yotaro at once. He still holds that Aegis intact.
And the cheese as well, too. Still has it at the ready. Nice play. Honestly, Mira, that was a really nice play of how he gets the opt ward out the center and immediately just kind of controls things, stalls out so they can finish off that Roshan. Swift Blink finished up now for Yotaro.
So close to 25. I mean, a real treat, especially for all the Morphing fans out there after seeing so many times this hero just fall flat on his face. This game, Yotaro showing it to its full potential.
Oh, I hate that stomp so bad.
Zero kill involvement. He's got 8 kills on this Morph.
LGD, 40 seconds until the RP. Spirit, they could definitely look to push for the Sages, get a tier 2, maybe even start to consider pushing for the high ground with the lead that they have right now. I mean, Yotaro, 10k net worth ahead of anyone else in the game.
He's just been able to keep that consistent this entire time with the pressure that's being up. Like, Collapse kind of took the reins of having that top net worth, then he sacrificed himself a couple of times, and it's worked out. Tier 2 to fall. More and more openings for the map. No towers yet have fallen on the side of Spirit. And that's without even, I don't even think I've seen Miposhka throw any living armors onto them. He just hasn't had to. I'm saying.
Talk about Miposhka, he's got eyes on him.
Whoa. Jeez, that was close.
Should be fine. Looking out from the corner of the map, he'll get back.
Whoa. The Bramble catches it.
Oh, I'm not gonna live through that. Oh.
I mean, he can BKB and run around for a little bit, but I don't think there's any way out of this one. As the whole of Spirit's pretty much closing in upon him. Yotaro, he wants to take the kill for himself, and he'll get it. That's the gem hitting the deck as well.
The scouting of Miposhka, these two support. I cannot believe that Bramble connects. Now Collapse mid.
I can't beat her. Oh. Now with dual swords. I don't know the dual swords right for her. I don't know what the openings are. I don't know, man. I don't even know if I should go Odachi or Katana or...
New, able to get away. Pressure everywhere, though. Look at Yotaro, even all the lanes are getting pressure here from Spirit.
I've been stuck on this level for so long. Is this 23 or 24? It's 24. Well, it's not that far. It's pretty close to the end. If I just finish it, I get it done.
When they have got everybody up, the high ground defense, it is strong.
It is still strong. Absolutely.
It's alright. So they can take him out. The launch pass is out. Yotoro's falling on. Oh, you're out. Wait for me. So you can Shiro. They get the stop control. Respect to the damage.
I'm just being careless.
See if they can turn for more. They look to Why You Smile. He's got the food.
And they got 2 solid games already.
Wants to lead for the Eon disc hit on and Why You Smile. and still doesn't fall even the once. Keeping this age is fine. They chop him up with the cheese. Yatori's still good to go for more. Nothing to say. He'll get a grab on him. Aposhka gets him in with a pull of the harpoon and the skewer. And Aposhka, though,
he's still alive.
He's still surviving. The RP's going to get dropped, but it's only onto Yatori. Yatori got the BKB off. He's perfectly fine.
He just jumps in.
Jumps in.
He wants the skewer.
Jumps in the skewer. He has to pop the BKB to make sure he isn't dragged out of his base.
I didn't see it. Like, did he actually get the silver and break hit on the Spectre? Because he died so fast. It looked like he did. Now Rax
back on
exposed.
The push continues. Spirit getting so much done here with his ages on Yatora. A full set taken on the bottom lane.
And he's just using that Magnus. Look at just the empower itself. Look at the damage that he has. Throw the solar crest as well too. He effectively has that DD. Look how quick these towers.
I mean, they don't want to use his buyback. Sure, he's back up in 15. But it's costing him so much. The next few items coming out. Hex now done on Yatoro.
That's a cool item choice. Nice tower to fall on. Yeah, they'll back away. They got so much out of that push right there. I mean, that is the 24 seconds.
The one sort of play that can maybe
I don't get the
I
don't get that dodge.
That's completely put to a stop by the potential that Yotoro has to turn with this Hex pickup. Yeah. He just all he's got to do is precast the Hex on the Magnus if they get that high ground vision, and suddenly the game can be over in an instant.
He has to just use the BKB pretty much every single time he goes for it. I mean, that's the case also when you're playing versus the Yule Scepter a lot of the times with these Magnuses. But yeah, it's not easy. It's not easy. Huge opening, I mean, even bigger now.
And you spending up as well with that refresher purchase.
Laurel also full Octarine is finished up to a shield rune. Nice Spirit, they're definitely very, very keen to fight. Collapse full Aghanim is now done. Also another layer that they're going to have to go through to try to take out this Morphling.
We'll see how chill they're playing. Do they want to try and push again, or do you think they take the relaxation to Daedalus and go for the next stages?
I think I'd imagine they're still pretty keen to fight. They're so strong right now. And these Phantasms kind of constantly keep these waves shoved in. They already have the lanes in good position too, so it does feel like they are definitely ready to look for going for this closeout. Especially when Magnus does not have the RP just yet. Coming back up in 5 seconds.
Well, you're smart. Definitely going for the dream. I think 200 in on the Aghanims.
I think they need every little thing they can get right now. Doesn't feel like Shiro is going to be enough by any means. There's Mira, of course. Why?
And he's going to find him.
Oh, and that's he just brought the gem, I think, right back out to himself as they went on.
They do switcheroos to try and make things a little bit more awkward. The Eon Disc is popped. They've got the X mark. Why Smile, he's trying to get back to base. Actually, it's going to be dispelled off him. So Why Smile wants to be able to walk off. BKB point by Yatori, actually using it aggressively to try and get the kill into Planet, but Planet was able to TP out. Okay. The BKB charge down the drain for Yatoro. LGD survived. Nobody can get caught. They all get out of there.
The nice kept him off. He actually tried to use the X torrent instantly because the Aeon just status resistant kind of thing comes out there, but wasn't able to get the connection. That was actually why literally had just brought the gem out onto himself, but almost died instant he gets it.
They're going to try and get back out on this LGD. Maybe see if they can hit back at Steam Spirit.
Okay. Definitely difficult, but maybe trying to catch them off guard here. See Laurel here.
They want to jump the Kunkka, they're going to try. With the Lincolns, the fear's going to be there, but new pops the BKB, they drop the Doom. Shiro jumps across, they're going to go fully in on towards Laurel. He's still pretty tanky, can they finish him off Collapse? He'll try with the grab over to you as the Doom gets blown up by Yatoro. Shiro, he looks to finish off Laurel, but it's going to cost him his life. Yatoro and Collapse clean up Shiro as well. And Shiro and you, they're out of the game.
70 seconds without them, and now
he just
dies to the illusion.
All right.
That was the Phantasm illusion. And Laurel, I mean, it takes him too long to bring it. He got the boat off before the Doom comes out. He's able to actually protect himself. It takes forever for them to kill him, and now 60 seconds. That's more than enough time for Yatoro.
A lot of damage to be done here. Maybe even the game, if they want to try and force it. There's a jump forward, they get the RP. They get the drag back. Portrait to bring him down.
That didn't get me.
In fact, he's getting aggressive. He jumps in with a Hex. Return to one Planet shot.
Look at him go.
Bring down Planet. He plays fully aggressive. He's ready to move all the skewer. He's into the fountain. The Phantasm's there. Nothing to say. Will fall. Collapsing Yatoro. They walk out alive.
Oh,
they just can't kill them, even in the fountain.
Whoopsie.
Actually dies out. Well, it was the arm that toggles fault. I don't know. He didn't need to.
He didn't need to.
He's ready to ride this one out. He knows there's 4 dead on LGD. They're feeling great right now about themselves, Spirit. They go towards the top set of racks.
Yatoro, what other player would wave for me aggressively right there? Just so confident. 15 seconds, no Spectre. We'll back up. But massive damage done, 2 buybacks forced. Can't even kill that many heroes inside the fountain.
That's crazy. 30k lead here now for Team Spirit.
12, 1-7 Yatoro. Impeccable performance from this Morphling.
What do you do is even if these fountain skewers aren't cutting it, what is going to cut it at this point?
Good question. Back it up, wait for their CK to respawn.
I mean, they can go for the Roche 30 seconds or so. We'll see that one back up.
Poor little courier. Floating in the air.
So their buyback as well. The dream of the Aghanim's Breach Doctor is put on hold for quite some time for Why You Smile.
And they need to get some type of enormous double Doom plus another Doom. Either like a double Doom on 2 heroes and then maybe even the third Doom being thrown out onto the Laurel. But they have to catch this counter. They have to, they have to stop so many different things. The layers of these fights are getting more and more complicated for LGD. Lacking damage, lacking control, lacking everything it feels like versus Spirit. As Yatoro, he's just playing so confident. The swift blink that he's been doing is pretty cool. These little plays in the waveform.
The Shadowblade pick up on nothing to say, so maybe something that will give him that extra chance of closing in and getting the jump by surprise on towards Spirit, but Spirit has been pretty good with the vision.
He still only has 1 round of everything too. It's not like he has a refresher. It does feel like they need so many different layers of these fights.
They're thinking about taking this fight up towards the pit here, LGD. Spirit is pretty prepared for this. Merrick just scouting things out aggressively, stepping up with the shadow round. The space is being made. Yatoro.
This guy's fast.
Cleaning up the Roshan. I'll see whether the Shadow Step is able to just over towards the illusions. Not finding anything with that one. They're just having to deal with the pressure of the creep pushing in. So all the space in the world given for Spirit to clean up this Roshan, get themselves another round of the Aegis onto Yatoro.
And a refresher shard for Laurel. Chaos in the fights even more so. Oh, whoa, planted. Deep position. Okay, we'll be able to blink himself away. Final Rex. Spirit looking to close it out. Yatoro buying up the full moon shard. How do they mount this defense? And it looks like they're going to try some type of very risky play, but I feel like they absolutely have to try this.
They can't sit back. If they sit back, they're losing the base.
They can't let Spirit be perfectly set up for the high ground siege. They have to catch them somehow off guard. Another layer to add to everything. Mira with another Lincoln.
So many Lincolns.
Good luck getting these double Dooms off.
They're heading out.
Oh.
Yatoro. Ready to play aggressive with the X-Mite. The Hex is well.
Shiro.
He's pretty much gone. He's just dead. The same as Shiro's out of the game. He'll buy back immediately.
He just solo kills him.
It's caught by the Brambles. The Fizz coming in. He's going down on them. 2 of them pushing back.
Shiro.
Why you spot Shiro? Trying to jump it over towards Baposhka.
He's alone.
He's got it with the time. The boat comes crashing down onto Shiro. Yatoro's able to take him down a second time. Shiro out of the game for good. There's nothing to say. Caught by Collapse. Both dead. No buyback. Spirit. They've got everybody up. They're ready to look for more kills. Deep up towards the fountain. Yatoro kills off another. GG is called. Team Spirit. They'll be moving on towards the grand final. Knocking LGD down 2-0.
In such a fashion this game too. Last game it took them, what, like 80-something whatever minutes. This game, absolute domination from start to finish. Every single player just having impeccable performance. Yatoro in particular.
I think so.
14-1-8 on a hero that had lost several days.
It really has. You know, Yatoro not afraid to pick up this Morphling that's, if anything, it seemed a bit cursed for a lot of the other teams that try to bring it out here at this international. He goes to show that there's nothing wrong with the hero. He makes it work phenomenally. 14-1-8 at the end of this game. 42,000 net worth. And a hell of a lot damage done as well. The highest hero damage on his team, 43,000. I mean, well, what a performance, what a series. I mean, they're coming into day Team Spirit and doing this 2 times against LGD, who, as we saw, especially in that first game, were bringing out an insane level of Dota 2, but not insane enough to be able to tackle Team Spirit, they're even that further ahead.
That further ahead, and overall looking at things like looking at the building damage, something we talked about early on in this game. LGD did 29 building damage this game. They could not get to these objectives. The lane domination from Spirit, just too damn strong today.
Yeah, some crazy Dota 2 coming out from this series. And Team Spirit, they're the ones that will come out on top today as they move towards the grand finals. Team Spirit take this series 2-0 against LGD.
Utter dominance from Team Spirit, and they will be your ultimate raid boss. They will be a grand finalist here in Seattle in the Climate Pledge Arena in front of a massive crowd. And of course, last time they were in a grand finals, there was no one, apart from a couple of talents here and there, sure, but no one in the crowd. COVID sucked, but this time around, they get it. They get the grand finals. I can't wait to see who gets the honor to go up against them. I know that will be quite the battle. But let's talk about how they got here. I'm joined by Fear, Lacoste, and Tigov. Lacoste, this game, we did not expect it to be that dominant, did we?
Definitely not, but the Team Spirit, we did expect them to go and run at them completely with the draft that they had, and that's exactly what happened. First game was close, this one was not as close. They did not give them any breathing time. Constant pressure coming out from Team Spirit, double Shadow Blade from both safe lane and the off lane, very aggressive item build coming out from both of them, and they were just hunting them down. Also, Miposhka providing vision with the Treant Protector as expected, and they were just picking people left and right.
I just gotta say, like, I feel like the CK for Team Spirit, right? The fact they could flex it to offlane, like this Spectre pick, we heard in interviews as well. Like, Spectre, it feels like the casual hero that you can just pick in the draft. You don't really care too much because you know the game's still gonna be the same. But when there's a CK in your lane, battering you down with a Gorilla on top, like, he just had a free time. And then he itemized beautifully, like you were mentioning, Lacoste, and the entire game just felt like, who's gonna get picked off next? Where's that next move coming? The posture on the tree. It was just such a high-paced game, and for LGD, sure, they've got all the scaling, all the fight, but they never really able to dictate this game.
Yeah, I think the one thing we haven't mentioned yet, the big one is Yatoro on his Morphling. Like, he played so well on this game, and even all the way up to the itemization. Like, towards the end of the game, he, of course, you're against the Spectre, so you get the Silver Edge, but he bought a Scythe of Ice on Morph. He was just so confident that he was just initiating the fights, instantly killing the enemy carry everywhere on the map. He's playing versus Doom, too. This is supposed to counter your hero. I remember there was one fight, he turned into a Doom, ended up getting Doom. He just right-clicked the Doom as the Doom, and ended up winning that man fight as well. Like, it was the funniest thing I've ever seen, but he played an amazing Morph. I really like the Hex pickup he got at the end to just initiate for his team.
I also will say 2 games in a row, we saw Laro on his most comfort hero in the Kuka. How did he get away with it every time, T?
It's like you're banning out like all these big impactful heroes and suddenly it slips through. Like, it is a product of the new system, right? Like in the second phase, one team gets 1 ban, one team gets 2 bans. Like, can you really get the Kunkka into that when you're respecting so many other factors? And for Team Spirit, the Kunkka, it was the first phase ban against them time and time again. Like, this hero, it's so easy for them. And you guys, you just keep going with me, jeez. Whatever they're saying.
It was a great battle, and a great battle. Team Spirit punching their ticket to the grand finals. And here to talk about it with probably a big smile on their faces, it's Slack standing by with Silent.
Hello, everybody. May I introduce you to Silent, the coach of the first team in your grand finals, baby. Give it up for it one more time. Used to hearing that, right? Are you used to hearing that? The roar of the crowd, the excitement of the people.
Yeah, I'm enjoying moment. Just.
All right, must have had some very deja vu feelings, huh? Pretty similar to, you know, that big game back in the day. 2 wins first. Do you think LGD would have won Game 3 if there was one?
Maybe. Everything's possible.
Okay, fantastic. Now let's talk a little bit about that first series. I mean, Magnus, come on. You're picking that against LGD. Was that on purpose? You're trying to relive some PTSD from our boys over on LGD?
Magnus is a good hero. We think we also can play him, so we at some point steal it from them. Second win, they tried to do the same. We tried to steal it, but we was prepared, so game was not that hard.
I see, I see. They pick Magnus Game 2, so you just pick Morphling and then you steal it back, right? That's how, that's the way?
Yeah, that was the plan.
Oh, okay, now, very good. Now, Yatoro, you know, he back in the day said that you guys were content creators, you know, making some content. You guys have fantastic content. You didn't let him take a single tower. That's not good content, my friend. That's bad content. You can't even let him take 1 tower in that series?
Oh.
The game was in our advantage from the start, and we have Treant Protector, and also their lineup is very bad to take towers, in my opinion. Doom, Magnus, Spectre, it's very turtle heroes. You can play aggressive, in my opinion.
All right, now, we've been very calm. You're a very calculated man, so I would like to ask you the lame question, but as one of the smartest men in the building, who do you think is going to be joining you in the grand finals? What's the thought?
I'm not sure. from esports teams. Gladiator looks like in a good shape right now. LGD also very hard to beat team, very good at draft. Like we have to be careful. It's not easy to draft against them. And also Azure, I also think we are a good team with good picks. Don't know, maybe looks like LGD or Gladiators.
Okay, come on, pick one, please. The audience wants to know. Just one.
Gladiators, maybe.
All right, fantastic. Well, we'll see if your prediction comes out to be correct. But an incredible 2-0 series. Such a pleasure to watch you play once again, leading these guys into victory. And we'll throw it back to you guys on the panel.
Well, Slacks really put silent on the spot there. Thank you for that. Now, I mean, fair. I mean, he just straight out said Gaming Gladiators in the final.
He did not straight up say that. His arm was twisted a little. I mean, I think Gladiators looks really good right now. Like, sure, maybe the group stage, they fell to the lower bracket, but ever since they've been in the playoffs, they've been unstoppable, so I would not be surprised to see him there. But as you mentioned before, the other two teams look really strong as well. Azure Ray looking great, LGD. Maybe this is a good learning experience for them. They can come back even stronger.
LGD was a team that before the series only lost one game so far, so losing 2 here on the main stage, Lacoste, that does make you rethink strategies. So they got a night rest, they can sleep on it, and surely they learn a lot from this.
Oh, absolutely. This is a team that can recover. I mean, they have a variety of things. This is like one of the biggest brains in Dota that ever existed. Zhao 8's gonna cook something really good for tomorrow.
Sorry, the background. No, yeah, I was also like, for LGD at least, it's like in game one, super close. Such small decisions they have to deal with. And the second game, they jump on this mag idea, right? And I think if anything, it will be the argument of CK, do we need to go for mag? Did we get in our own heads? Do we rush towards it? So yeah, the mini meta, it appears. I kind of expect this to be the finals, but that's on Gaming and Azure to step up and try and muscle up against the two titans of the team.
A little bit of mind games definitely there with the Magnus also being back in mid, and we talked about how it looked good on the outlane with Collapse, so a lot to think about there. Also, we didn't see a lot of the Weaver, which we thought was going to be highly contested here today, and it feels like the meta is ever shifting, and it's up to the teams to really learn from each other and take it to the next level. And speaking of learning, I believe a lot of people have been learning, or at least they should have, because Tsunami is going to test the knowledge.
Hello, friends. It's between Series 3 and 4. How are we doing right now? That's what I like to hear. Now, if you recall yesterday, I played a little game with you guys. You mind if we do it again? Well, then let's roll it. Let's get ready for another edition of Forced 50%. Now this edition has a little bit of a twist. I'm going to make it a little bit easier for you guys. It's called Higher or Lower Edition. I'm not going to make you figure out which is the answer. I'm just going to say a number and you tell me is the real answer higher or lower. And as usual, I have my lovely assistant in the crowd. Slacks, do you have some contestants ready?
Angled up some contestants. Hello, contestants. In case you didn't hear, you must simply say, is the number, the real number, higher or lower than the one that Tsunami is giving you? And if you're, thank you so much, very eager. And if you're correct, you get this beautiful Tide Hunter. That's it. Careful.
All right then, are we ready to get started? So, specifically, I'm going to be asking about questions from all TIs. I'm going all the way to 1. Group stage, playoffs, finals, everything. So let's get started. How many unique players have competed at TI? Is it higher or lower than 500?
500 players. Is the real number higher or lower, sir?
Higher.
He says higher.
He says higher. Computer, is the real answer higher or lower?
Oh!
TI's a very exclusive club, friends. We're not just handing out these invitations. You gotta earn them. And only 434 different players have earned it. That's just getting started, though. Let's take things up a notch. 3 million creeps have been killed at TI. Is the real number higher or lower? And I'll give you a little bit of a hint. At this TI, almost 400,000 creeps have been murdered.
Yeah, I stopped paying attention as soon as they started saying numbers. But do you have any idea?
Must be higher.
Must be higher. Is it higher?
Computer.
Higher.
Nearly 3.8 million creeps have been killed, and as a result of you getting it right, my friend, I would like to treat everyone in the audience to some last hit sounds. Computer, you might get in some last hits to me.
Oh, that was that is
Dota players literally yes!
He down?
Thank you for stacking for the audience. All right, I got another one for you. In all of TI, how many times has the map been pinged? Is it more than 500,000? Is it higher or is it lower?
If it was me, I'd be picking all the time. So higher.
He says higher. Audience agree? Higher? Okay.
Higher. That's my final answer.
Yeah, I'm aware of your answer.
He's sticking with it. I respect it. Computer, what is the correct answer?
Hey!
That's right. We gotta communicate things. Ping,
well done.
pings.
Boss wants to play. You guys out? A duo? You must decide together? Okay.
What's the question?
You'll find out.
First, I want to make sure that everyone, I wanted to play the song of my North American people. I gave you some last hits. How about I give you something similar?
I don't like that.
Yeah, whatever. It was on cooldown, all right?
Thank you.
I didn't have a TP. I'm sorry. All right, I got one more question for you.
One more, last one. For all the Tidehunters. We'll give you 10 Tidehunters. No, just one.
The global average MMR in Dota 2 is roughly around 2,000. Now, as you know, we have been grading the audience.
All right, discuss among yourselves. Make sure you know.
We've heard some theories of people around us. I'm thinking lower. Some crazy shit.
He thinks lower.
What's his? What?
Don't ask me what my MMR is. That's not the question. What is your final answer?
Higher.
You think that the MMR of this crowd is higher than the average? Audience, you disagree? I just hear a lot of moaning. That's probably not good. Tsunami, is the average of our audience higher or lower than the average of all of Dota?
Climate Pledge Arena, let's find out. Of course it's higher. Here's some smart cookies out there. Actually, Slacks, if you don't mind, would I like one more treat? One more.
What?
I want to do one more question.
Oh, okay, sure. I'm going to give this Tidehunter to the guy who lost because I felt bad for him. Why are you guys all mad? Everyone just said boo. The guy just being nice. All right. One more question. Go ahead, Tsunami.
I got one more question for you.
Yeah.
2,000 games have been played at the International. All the way from TI1 to now. Everything. Group stage, playoffs, finals. Higher or lower?
Higher or lower? Lower.
Lower. Computer.
I think it's close, but it's lower.
Reveal the right answer. No! Just barely. We got 4 more games. Let's get started. We got some more Dota to get ahead of ourselves. Are you guys ready?
I'll give you this one. There you go.
We only just now broke the 2,000 limit, and what a treat it was. But now, we gotta get on our way.
Let's get
a few more
stuck.
series remain before we can finally crown
Oh
a winner and get to the Aegis. But we'll save that for tomorrow. Let's get ready for our next series.
to do the same. If they want to go down in the history books as just that. Can they do it? Azure versus Gaming Gladiators, both teams secured top 4. Can they make it to the final day? One team will be eliminated towards the end of this one. I'm joined by Tiga, by Fear. We had a little change up on the panel as well. Effie, welcome back to the panel.
It's been a long time, Shiver.
It has been a little while that you were on my panel anyway. How excited are you for this one?
I'm very excited. I mean, there are 2 really great storylines here in both Azure and Gaming Gladiators, and it's going to be so hard to see one of these teams go down today, but it's just how it is. I do wonder, though, this is a test of endurance, right? Because Gaming Gladiators did play the first series of the day. They had to wake up early. It was pretty tiring, but now here they are playing the play. Whereas Azure, they played the second series of the day, but that's definitely more resting time than Gaming had.
Yeah, I think it's going to be roughly about 11, 12 hours in it, right? It's going to be quite a long call, and you'd like to think that some of these players have been grinding out enough pubs, in a row to be able to, keep up that mental fortitude, but it is going to be a challenge of endurance. It isn't going to be that you'd expect the cleanest form of Dota just because of how long they've had to be awake to get to this series.
Yeah, I would say it's not really, grinding pubs won't help you in a situation like this. It's a completely different mental game, and a lot of it comes down to how involved are you in the team's preparation as well, because in that downtime, you're spending every second you have, thinking about what can we do better as a team, analyzing who your opponents might be as well, and that is a completely different ball game than just being able to play 12 games of Dota. All these guys can play 12 games of Dota, no problem. But 2 best-of-3s might not seem like a lot, but with prep involved, it's a lot of mental fortitude required.
How would you spend the couple of hours you have in between the series that you won and the series that you've got coming up later?
Well, for Gaming, they didn't really know who they were going to play yet, so they couldn't really do much for the first couple hours. But if I was Azure, you're just studying Gaming Ladders the entire time and figuring out what you're going to do. And you don't have a lot of prep time for this either, so you got to put in as much work as you can with the time you've got.
Yeah, and the time they had, they better have spent it wisely, because both of these teams have shown that they have got a lot of fortitude. Both series early today went the full 3 games, so both teams have played all those 3 games. And I want to try to break this series down properly, because with that much data to go off of, we have a lot of things to say. And I want to start by talking about Azure. Most importantly, Fear, I want to start by talking about Low. We saw him yesterday, and when they were dropped down to the lower bracket by LGD, we wanted to focus on Low due to his hero pool. Let's go with that.
Yeah, yesterday he got the Weaver 2 times, a hero that's been popping up in popularity right now, but he didn't look super comfortable on this hero, and today they switched it up. Weaver's the type of semi-carry that has to be aggressive, getting in your face, fighting all the time, and he's been playing more of the Terror Blades and the Spectres, which can also fight the Lunas. He's more of your traditional carry, get farmed up, farm the map, and then go with your team. So that adjustment they made today really helped him out, I think.
Yeah, to be fair though, the first game that he played as Weaver was not the easiest Weaver game. There was nothing in particular that made it a strong combination. But in both of those games versus LGD yesterday, they had the lead. They were doing incredibly well. So maybe they could consider revisiting it if it's what they needed.
Yeah, I think as well, I'm excited to see them when they do go for the noon and life dinners, because I think life dinner, a hero that we haven't seen too much, additional debuff resistance, especially with how magic amp and fighting we're seeing. Life dinner should be in a pretty decent spot, but again, not really touched too much. But I love the fact that we are seeing a kind of amp up the carry style logic coming from this team compared to others because of the Lunas, the life leaders, and I'd love to see it again in this time. Like, at this point in the tournament, having slight shifts in style is exactly what you want to see.
I would love to see what he can do today on the stage against Gaming Gladiators. When talking about Gaming Gladiators, I want to focus on the man on your screen. Quinn has been talked about a lot, but I feel we need to dive a little bit deeper here, Tigo, because it's not just the year that he's had, it's his career that he's had.
Yeah, it's been quite a turbulent one when you think about at the very start, TI6, TI7, he was unable to escape the NA qualifiers, locked in 3rd to 4th place, and then, yeah, he makes it to TI, but ever since his first showing, it was kind of on a downward trajectory. And then, guess what? Gaming Gladiators pick him up, join the EU region, and here he is, back at top 4. I think it's one of those kind of diamonds in the rough kind of things. He finally gets the group around him, the system, and yeah, he's here in an incredible position.
Yeah, Fear, sorry, Effie, go ahead. What makes Quinn fit in so well?
I think that sometimes things just click. There are certain players in Dota who just have chemistry together, they work together, because we've seen superstar rosters, we've seen teams of incredibly high individually skilled players get together and just drop out completely. Whereas if you look at Gamon's team, they are incredibly high skilled, but before Quinn joined this team, you wouldn't really rank them in the sense that these are top 10 BetBoom-esque leaderboards players, right? With the exception of Celery, who is always climbing the leaderboards as a support player. But sometimes it just fits, and that's what happened with Gamon here. Like, it clicked. We saw it click last year when Rezo joined Secret, and we saw it click again this year here.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with you there. When I first saw this team form at the beginning of the year, the Gaming Gladiators, I didn't think they'd be that good, to be honest. Like, oh, they're going to do okay in Western Europe, but it's going to be tough for them. And they blew away everyone's expectations, I think, as a team, and they look really good.
Yeah, I think for me with Gaming Gladiators though, they are a team that likes to play off of a draft that has its own kind of script. When you look at the 35-minute mark, they have an 81% win rate in games like in less than 35 minutes. They are incredible, the best of any team in like the top 8. As soon as that shifts past the 35-minute mark, then they're dragged into everyone else. 54% win rate. So they are a team, if they get a draft that knows its timings, they will just perfectly execute everything. So that is the key thing when you're going up against this team. Don't allow them that kind of simplicity of entering a game.
And one thing that's a key thing of Azure Ray that we saw earlier today, Fear, is Chalice. He had a phenomenal performance.
Chalice has been having such amazing games. Like, even when they're losing, he's at the top of the leaderboard. He's having great, like, early game stages. And I think the biggest problem Azure Ray may face as a team that I've seen, even Lanham says it after every single time they lose, like, it's just the communication isn't there. They can be off to a great start, but they'll have a couple bad team fights here and there, and they'll kind of just fall apart.
Yeah, I think that was a good example, in game 1 against LGD, right? They had this bristleback, they were like 10k up, and then suddenly one Magnus Skewer into Murta damage and completely turn around the game. And I think that's maybe the communication that you're talking about, because that was a game that they probably should have won, but a couple key outplays from LGD, and that's why they're now in this position.
Yeah, and in terms of learning from that series, we saw them apply, hopefully, the lessons that they picked up from that series today versus BetBim, because they did play difficult games. They played an exhausting series, but when they needed to clutch it, they did in the end. So hopefully those miscommunications, those positioning errors won't be repeated today. But just to add on to what Fear was saying about Chalice, and the coolest thing about Chalice is he's very sacrificial in that FY will leave him very early on just to roam to the safe lane or to roam into Somnus. And when you have a player like Somnus on your team who is that strong of a mid laner, having a 4 like FY and a 3 like Chalice who doesn't mind being sacked, who doesn't mind having no net worth, you can make so much happen for the entirety of the map and know that your offlaner will still deliver.
Yeah, the offlane played a great role in the previous series as definitely a tempo setter and sometimes as a replacement carry. Looking forward to seeing what Azure Ray can do on the side of Chalice there. And one comparison I still want to make before we head into that draft, which is right around the corner by the way, but I want to talk about the position 5s first because Celery is a Dutch person and I'm a Dutch person, so I feel like I'm also on that stage. You know, can take a little credit today, sure, maybe. But also because comparing Celery to Tian Ming it's just two very different hero pools.
Yeah,
Here they are.
I think when you look at Celery, he kind of looks a little bit more traditional in his sense, right? You've got the Warlocks, the Chens, the Venge, but they're very much like amping up the rest of his team. And Xiaoming a little bit more, he looks for the hunt, he looks for the kill, he's always looking for that next pick on. So it will be a nice offensive defense with these two fight positions.
But I do think having a support player like Celery who plays the Chen and the Enchantress adds so much to a team like Gamer who love to play on tempo. Whereas Xiaoming, he shows his versatility because often he's played this Batrider and this Clock and this Tusk when they're flexed around. They pick it early in this draft, especially during group stages, just so they can shift it.
Can they shift it? Can they do it? Who wins? Gaming Gladiators or Azure Ray? We're finding out. Draft is here.
Gaming Gladiators versus Azure Ray. Game 1.
All right, we're in the thick of it now. Azure Ray in the Radiant side, Gaming Gladiators on the Dire side with first pick. And we got a couple of bans on the board already. These two teams are definitely ready. They've waited long enough for this first team.
Yeah, and I cannot emphasize how important it is for Azure Ray to respect Gaming's ability to just take over a game in the first 15-20 minutes. The amount of times that I've tuned into a game at like 15 and Gaming's already crossed the river, 4 heroes parked up, either some chain strategies, either some LD strategies. So yeah, we've got to, if you're Azure Ray, gotta respect it.
Yeah, so here we are. Anything in particular that we want to see here, Fear, come out? Any hero that you expect to be the most contested?
Well, so far Tofu has 12 games on Morta, so I assume he may be picking up that one again. So that could be one thing that Gaiman's looking for. It's like they don't necessarily need the Morta. It's just there's so many heroes that you need to ban against Gaming Gladiators that it always just seems to slip through.
The one thing that does pop up that's a little bit different than what we've been seeing is that Nature's Prophet in the first gun. He's kind of gone unplayed for a while. I mean, Gaming did play him today in their last game, or was it their second game where they stopped completely? But it's very niche for this first pick. I wonder if that just indicates that they know that Azure Ray are willing to play it in that first phase.
Yeah, exactly that. And it's teams against Azure Ray, they've been banning out against them in the first phase because they are so afraid of some FY Prophet, just taking over the map.
Yeah, and I think that sums up FY really well this tournament. He's been the type of player that really just wants to get farm. And he's not using that farm to buy Greaves. He's not using that farm to buy a Force Staff. He's going for the big guns. He's getting Gleipnir, he's getting Silver Edges. He's like, on Tusk, he's buying Midas into Ags. He wants to get his farm and he wants to scale.
This Chaos Knight first pick is no stranger to the last couple of days. It's just such a strong hero to build your draft around, and the flex to offlane that a lot of players have been doing now have made it so viable in that first phase. Azure Ray, though, opted to play Dawnbreaker twice today versus that CK from the outbreak.
That is an unusual first pick. Naga Siren, and yeah, riddle me that.
It's a great hero versus CK. I mean, CK struggles a lot versus illusion heroes because he's very single-target focused, and it makes it hard for CK to play his game when Naga's just constantly pushing out waves, right? Because CK's like group up with his team at some point and take fights, and then maybe blink initiate, maybe run down lanes, but Naga makes it a lot more difficult for this hero.
And on top of that, you then have just the disengage percentage. CK is a hero that once you use your ultimate and get into the fight, if there's any way to destroy that, you're going to feel a little bit lost. So for Naga, high armor, you pop that song, you're now going to punish that hero. And yeah, I think, it's now 9:20 right now, Piano, Naga game as well. We can go past midnight tonight, potentially.
Oh, okay.
I'm here for it.
Sleeping reference there, but no. I think we're going to have a Naga game here, and this hero is very good for CK for all the points Effie mentioned. However, the Naga hero, his biggest weakness isn't just going to be a one-on-one matchup, it's how much AoE do you have in the game. Are you going to get all your farm on this hero, but not be able to enter team fights? And that's where I think it's a little difficult to pick this hero this early, but I've also seen it succeed from first pick positions as well, if it has that good of a game.
Okay, earlier today, Azure Ray did play Dawnbreaker twice versus CK, so I have it on good authority that Dawnbreaker is very difficult to lane into a CK, but as the game progresses and Dawn gets items, she's actually really good at fighting into him with all of the heals and the sustenance and things like that. It also opens up the FY test if Azure Ray are still eyeing him.
Oh, that's a dirty combo. We'll have to see if they can get that. If they can get that, Chalice looks absolutely amazing on that hero as well.
The real question for me right now is, to first pick the Naga Siren, this is not a hero that has been a first pick hero ever really, right? It's always you fall off at 40 minutes, there's a lot of illusion clearing, you're a hero that can have 30k net worth but still feel like you can't take the fight, right? And now that you've snap-picked it into a CK, if CK can just go to offlane and there's a new carry matchup, there's maybe some Pangolier-style anti-illusion hero in the game as well. Like, there's going to be question marks for this Naga Siren that they either need to amp it up and take the fight early, use that Manta Orchid timing to take over the map, play that macro game, or just something I need to think about at this stage of the draft.
Yeah, well, the good thing about the Naga versus CK, no matter what lane CK goes to, Naga will be good against it. So Naga in the safe lane is good versus the off lane CK, and if they dodge that matchup, well, Naga's just good in game versus your carry. But the real question is, how often is your carry actually the carry of the game? We've seen so many games where like some Spear Breaker or Centaur get super farmed and they become the true carry, so maybe it's a better idea to just try and shut down the Naga and just let the CK play, that first pick carry position, not actually be the real carry of the game.
We got the Muerta picked up, and that means it's also a little bit of a deny pick to Tofu. It's kind of interesting that with this series we have FY who is the most versatile position 4 player at this international versus seemingly, based on Heroes pick, the least versatile position 4 player in Tofu. So yeah, he's forcing Tofu to play something else, which we know he can do. He just hasn't shown it, or hasn't needed to show it that much as it is.
Yeah. I mean, I think that Muerta, regardless of being left through or not, is going to be valuable at any stage of the draft, even if the player playing it is good. But I would like to see FY in one of his more traditional roaming heroes. I mean, Muerta does give him a little bit in terms of how he can go mid. I do remember Bedboom Save playing this today, though, and wrapping around mid and doing some really cool plays. So maybe it doesn't stop his potential too much, but typically you would do a support trade now for something to enable the CK.
And already, here it is, Gaming just setting the tempo, right? It's like, okay, we've got a CK, strong lane, a Chen as well. Azure Rage, when you have a Naga, a Muerta, a lot of scaling built in. The Muerta has to be a support in this situation, right? And already, yes, you can make those moves, but it's not as clean as you're mentioning. And yeah, so Azure Rage might need some more defensive capabilities in this draft now if they want to try and survive this 20-minute Chen time in that still. Yeah, even earlier, to be fair.
I think Pangolier is pretty good now for Azure Ray because it's good versus CK, but it's especially good at disrupting Chen drafts. But the thing about picking Pango early on is that he can easily be counter-picked mid, especially now that Necrophos has come back into meta. So they're going to have to hold out on that for a while.
Get out.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm going to say. Like, gaming gladiators, like, the first thing that you have to think about when you play this team is not losing in 20 minutes. Yeah, that's the first thing. And I think the Liquid team, they have more experience than anyone playing versus Gaming, right? So they were able to do that. And now, sure, they already picked Naga, already getting a little bit greedy there. And Muerta, with the way FY likes to play, he likes to play a little bit more greedy. Now they do need some of that outpush that you were mentioning about, like the Pango or something, to be able to just keep these lanes up, be able to team fight when they come knocking on your high ground if you don't have a great early game.
And the Pugner as well, already picked up to counter Naga once again. Life Drain, instantly kills off the illusion. You get your shard, you're living the dream. So this first pick Naga, we were concerned about the counters coming into play already. The pace is getting set, the counters are coming in. If this is your Naga carry, it isn't going to be the cleanest game. It's the first pick overall.
I will say, though, these two teams have faced only once before. Of course, Azure Ray hasn't been around for that long. But they faced the Bali Major in the group stage, and they did tie. So there is a chance that they are familiar with Gaming Gladiators playstyle. I mean, they definitely have seen the effects of it here already. And I'm gonna hope that they have something against it.
They were volatile games as well. Like, I think it was like 28 minutes for one team, and then Azure Ray won in 18 minutes. It was not a series of length, for sure. That was a...
Oh, I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore.
Azure Ray was like, oh my god, these guys just keep running at us constantly. Can they stop? And we saw against LGD, they tried it. Didn't work out, but maybe Game was a little bit more receptive for this one here.
Yeah, potentially, and they're not really setting up the best heroes to defend your base, so they're not looking that route. And I know these guys, so you've got FY, you've got Somnus, they've been playing Dota for a long time, and it's been something back even when I used to play, the Western teams would always play to push. And then whenever we played the Chinese teams, they just played defense. They just played massive team fight, hard carries, so they know about that style of play, so they definitely are not going to get surprised by this. They just want to play the tempo. Ench is going to allow them to play super fast. Centaur might be able to win them the lanes, and if they can buy enough time, then the Naga can just delay the game.
I just think the Enchantress is great here because not only does it give them the counter tempo that they need and the ability to play mid, but it gives them a Dispel versus the Pugna Decrepify, which makes it so they can fight into that early 5-man and actually have a means to kill whichever target he's saving. But I wanted to say that this pick was very hard for Azure because if you wanted to pick a hero that addresses the Zoo or the tempo coming out of Gaimin, typically you'd look at the Pangolier, you'd look at the Kunkka, but because Gaimin Gladiators have that 18 pick and they've been running Necrophos so often, there's no way to secure either of those two heroes, or you just get necroed. But now, in that last phase of banning, Gaimin will take out those anti-Chen heroes, so Azure were in a bit of a tough spot there.
Yeah, I also like the fact that they're answering the Zoo, not with trying to defend themselves, it's to make sure the lanes are really solid, right? And you've already mentioned the Enchantress. On top of that, you now have, what, the Naga's going to have a pretty decent lane. Centaur plus Murta, very formidable lane, can actually muscle up against the CK. And on top of it, I think, yes, Pugna's very good against Naga Siren, but we've seen this matchup already at TI, where if you have one core hero that can find the Pugna, then you can stop the life drain, you can stop that big counter come into play, and then Naga can initiate after. So for Gaimin, they just double down on the logic that they're going for, right? They go for this Pangolier, try and be chaotic, because if they do come out ahead in lanes, then it is going to be catch-up for Azure. They won't be able to always protect or find this Pugna, sorry. So yeah, of course, Queen Pangolier, it's a classic.
And Gaimin are set up to pick that Pango of their own because it's an anti-illusion hero. It would have been great for Azure, but there's no way they could pick it that early on. So they save themselves a ban by picking it themselves. They solve the Naga by picking it themselves. And now they get to ban out Necro and potentially Kunkka, the heroes that would have been good versus this Pango mid.
Yeah, and we're seeing the meta shape up when you're first pick. Normally you pick your mid there. I'm noticing this because you get it out of the way. Now you have a flex pick, and you probably don't know exactly what to ban if you're Azure. Do you ban an offlaner? Do you ban a carry? It gives you more options going into that last pick there, where if you do end up picking something other than your mid, they're just going to ban two of the best mids, and you're going to be stuck with what's left.
I just had to double check, so Quinn does actually have the most Pangolier games already for a player at 80. So yeah, congrats to Quinn. He claims all the other players are picking, and then he's like, wait a second, I'm at TI, why am I not just picking it myself? This will be his 81st game, and he has a 65% win rate with it.
So Azure have the read that it's just going to be an awesome pick for game here. The biggest threats were eliminated for this combo draft with the tide early on, and this Beastmaster plus Spirit Driven. That's a long time.
That. Woo! Remember the game from earlier this year?
Yeah, the Ace Underlord was so impactful because he plays it kind of like how ATF would play it, where he doesn't play always for auras, but he'd have that kind of transition point where he becomes a right clicker as well. But again, classic anti-illusion style hero, beef up, push the push strat forward. Yeah, nice to see it show up at TI.
Don't forget the gates to a fountain so you can heal up and continue the push as if you never left. So that amount of pressure added to what they already have, it seems very scary.
There's going to be serious damage issues coming out of Azure. I'm thinking about anything that could come out of the mid lane to correct this. Maybe Alina? Anything that can just do an absurd amount of damage.
Classic.
Well, I will tell you, I have been taught, and I still don't fully understand, but I've been taught that this is a great hero for Somnus, first of all, but also there's a little bit of a meme attached to it, where, oh, I'm gonna try to explain this properly. There's the Chad, who is the PA, and then there's OD, who's the not Chad, right? And Somnus is sometimes considered as the cool, stable not Chad. But on the OD, they combine together. There's a meme about it. I'm sorry, I didn't explain it properly, but I know there's a lot of fans at home that are gonna be very happy. Let's find out if the coach of Gaimin is also very happy with that one.
Thank you very much. I am standing by with CY of Gaimin Gladiators for the second time today, actually, because you played at the very beginning. You had, well, quite a bit of time in between with how the games went. And I hope you took that time to study, because I'm watching this TAI, and I feel like there's like a few consistencies, but every team seems to be doing their own things. How does it feel for you?
That might be true. Like, I think everybody has an idea that like heroes like Bristleback and Primal Beast, etc. are pretty strong, and like Hyde is a pretty good Aizen right now. But yeah, it's pretty cool that everybody has little ideas of heroes they like. Like some teams like Magnus, for example, we don't really pick it, as you can see. We might, who knows. But yeah, I kind of like that a lot.
most teams also don't really like Underlord that much, and you've picked it. In fact, I don't think you guys even like Underlord that much because you haven't picked it this tournament. What's it doing here?
I think it fits pretty well, and it's pretty good last pick this game, I think. Like, it's not as strong as before. Of course, we had great success with it in like Berlin at the major there. I think we had like 95% win rate or something like that. So we'll see if we can keep the high win rate this time.
Climate Pledge Arena, you ready for lower bracket semifinals? Time for game number 1.
Yo, what's up? Sunsfan here with Cinderin. We have quite the match ahead of us. Cinderman, both of these teams have actually played today. With Azure Ray versus Gaming Gladiators, it is going to be very hype because I know this is not news to anybody else. There's been a lot of Centaur games, but we have not cast a Centaur game yet. And I'm mega hyped for these fat, juicy hoof stomps into double edges, Cinderin. What are you excited about this game?
I love watching OD, so...
Oh my, all right, conversation's over. That is just filthy.
I mean, I feel like your judgment of heroes, you lost your permission after you said Lion is the worst hero to play against in all of Dota. It has been unpicked this team.
I don't, it's not about it being good or bad. It loses the game, of course.
So that's why you hate playing against it, because you win all the time.
Yeah, it's too easy. Very easy.
Yeah, so there's a couple of things here. Obviously, let's talk about Underlord first. Gaming Gladiators, this has been a staple for them all year whenever it's been the right game. And here, should have a good lane against Naga Siren. You have the percentage-based damage against Centaur, which is also pretty good. I guess they wanted an aura carrier with their Chen strats. This is bread and butter Gaming Gladiators, mid-game dominance kind of lineup. And Azure Ray a bit on the greedier side. We've got OD plus Naga. And hopefully for them, the Centaur can get off to a good start, because I think they need him to be able to hold the towers when Damon's ball is inevitably going to come in this game.
Do you think either team coming into this has more momentum? I mean, Damon have come from the beginning of the lower bracket, mind you. No team has ever reached the finals from the beginning.
I think Gaming has the most momentum because their games before it. Okay. So they're just fast in general. That's gotta be it, right? They're not messing around. They're winning a lot of their games with this Chen in like 30 minutes. And I was thinking, okay, in this series, Azure Ray, if you're going up against Gaming Gladiators, don't give them some. Yeah. And well, they did in game 1, so we'll see if they're going to have the solutions. Obviously, we're going to see the Enchantress as a potential pseudo-counter. I feel like that whole dynamic has changed a lot over the years compared to what it used to.
This is quite the 1v1 support battle we have going on here. Will it end? Hench? Okay, gonna pick it up. There's the right click, and there's the fairy fire.
Yeah, the fairy fire.
You knew that.
I only saw the stick.
You only knew that.
Yeah.
Good job. Relax. Horatio, already very low in this top lane. The old Centaur Huerta combo.
This lane is extremely potent. So you put down the calling, it gives Centaur time to walk and then connect the stun double hit combination, and then if you line it up nicely, you might have rock silence. That's going to be a tough one for Gaming Gladiators. I think a lot of this is going to come down to whether Chen finds the right creep. And what we got so far for good old Celery, it's got a Kobold Foreman. You wanted momentum, here you go.
There you go. Okay. Just needs a Midas next.
Okay. This would give speed aura, not the gold.
That's the big brother of the gold man.
That is true.
The gold man doesn't really last too long, unfortunately. One day we'll get that buff. I mean, he's drinking that golden cup. He should be given some money as well.
This is a good creep. Harpy Stormcrafter.
Is that still the S tier creep?
Yeah, probably. I mean, it's one of them. There's a couple that we really want at the beginning of this one. In this lane, I mean, usually you want an offensive creep to play together with Chaos Knight, but I'm actually not sure if they can play offensively into this. The calling is such an insane defensive spell against anything aggressive Chaos Knight wants to do. So maybe you have to kind of settle. He's obviously going to harass FY a decent amount with the Chain Lightning.
All right, I have a question for you. Do you think Quinn has an obsession with Pangolier? It feels like it's all he plays after talking so much garbage about picking that freaking hero. He loves it. I mean, it keeps getting nerfed. We keep seeing it over and over and over. How does it fare against the OD? Because this is a hero that we haven't really... I mean, we've seen Somnus play it. He's like... I don't know if he's the only one, but he has played it ridiculously well to the point where I'm unsure why it's not being picked by other teams.
Yeah, I guess there's just not many players in this tournament that really feel comfortable on it. The only other player that comes to mind that we saw play was Kiyotaka, and that was hit or miss, to be honest. Somnus has been the only player that has been consistent on this, and I mean, we say that, it's been 2 games, right? It's not overwhelming, but yeah, the lane matchup itself should be good. OD kind of loses to absolutely no melee heroes in mid, I want to say. Pango should be pretty straightforward, but at the same time, in that pool of mid heroes, Pango is maybe one of the melee heroes that stands the best chance. You can always disengage from the harassment with Swashbuckle. You can get CS because you just have spells that CS for you rather than just your attack. But I expect Somnus to come out of this lane at least slightly.
Yep, Chaos Bolt. Starting action there with Hook Stomp with Chalice, who's now completely out of mana on that Centaur. Let's see if he goes for... I mean, we're seeing a lot of 1-1-1 builds on the Centaur. Game that Zai went, he went, I think, 2 into the passive, and then kind of had to jungle a bit. He just had a really rough game overall.
Yeah, this is going to be a much better laning stage for the Centaur than it was in that game, though. We've already come. Okay, there we go.
Calling.
Healing loaded.
Yep, back into it. Gonna get stomped. Nope. Double edge is there. First blood goes the way of FY. You can see that Chalice dies shortly after, so it is a trade, but Azure Ray gonna be very happy with that.
That trade isn't necessarily the absolute worst because getting levels on Chen is really powerful. Getting a stronger creep and more creeps in lane will be helpful, and obviously, considering how this lane goes, if he has any sort of just regeneration item or any heal, or in this case a protective item such as the medallion, that is even hybrid, can also use it offensively if they see a kill opportunity. This should probably make for a good laning experience. I don't really think this was a significant loss for Gaming Gliders because they traded. So Sriracha should be a bit more comfortable here knowing that Celery's got his back.
And what would you say the reason that we haven't been seeing Underlord all too often, despite this being an ace special? We can see Deadshot back in the top lane.
Oh, that
to the hook stomp. The follow Celery is just dead.
That was, along with the Harpy, I want to say that was within 10 range of missing that hook stomp. That was super close from Chalice. Well done. Underlord, I mean, the hero is kind of strange in the sense that it's very one-dimensional, right? You're very slow, you only play a specific kind of fights well, you have some very bad lane matchups. In this case, you feel confident picking it because you know the Naga will be carry. But some of the other carries that we've seen in this tournament, such as sometimes like Monkey King would be the standout one, makes your game miserable, and this hero just flat out is not good if it loses its lane horribly. But in this matchup, you feel safe as Ace. I think you're going to have a great time. We'll get a Vanguard very soon. And get forward to
Forward again, yeah. The calling with the hook stomp double edge. He gets silent, but looks like Garachi will be able to walk away. You can see Chalice going for the kill build. It's a 2-2-0 from the back. Hook stomp not exactly the best scaling spell, but well, getting a little extra stun action. It'll be valuable for them to continue to get kills in this lane, at least try. Garachi, of course, has that built-in healing mechanic with Chaos Strike. He's going to heal up a decent amount. You can see
this is
a bot lane. Ace is in a lot of trouble, getting chased by Blue and Ench. Trying to deny himself onto the creep, but not going to happen.
And the
another kill goes away to Azure Ray.
The healing Lotus top went to Chalice, which is very important here. You've mentioned how he's been running out of mana. If he keeps getting the Lotus every 3 minutes, that's an additional stun that can offset that problem in the lane. Yeah. You will lay into him a little bit here, but here comes the Arcane Boots as well.
A hook stomp double edge with inside the calling as well. Jirachi just tries to man-fight his way out of this. With the double edge, though, Chalice will actually get the kill and live. And now Somnus with the Astral, setting up another kill onto Celery. Well, the Ogre has something to say about that, but Santa's Eclipse is going to be more than enough to provide Azure Ray with yet another kill. 5-1. Early lead for them.
You know what we haven't had this whole tournament, Shannon?
What's that?
Trivia time.
Oh, no.
What do you think the debuff that you get after you get OD ulti is called?
Oh, I know this. Okay, this... Oh, boy. I know this. It's really stupid. It's mana something. Mana something.
Mana allergy.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. Imagine being allergic to mana. That would be very annoying.
Like I should be an AM spell name, but maybe for another lifetime.
What's an AM?
It's a hero.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we haven't seen it.
I almost forgot he exists.
I think he was somewhat popular 6 months ago, and people realized that he's very boring to watch, so he was nerfed. And then...
Surely that's what happened.
As long as he's not played at TI, it's fine, right? That's the balance discussion. Good swash from Quinn. You can see in terms of farm, Somnus just a little bit ahead. Obviously, part of that is that gank top. Quinn has yet to leave the lane. Haven't seen the Rolling Thunder quite yet. For the old edge. And we'll see if Somnus ends up going for the same relative.
He's in trouble.
Quinn, Rolling Thunder. Get the OD to start. Doesn't want to put him on the cliff, though. Has to be a bit careful. Astro going to keep him alive a little bit, but he is completely surrounded, and Somnus does die. Quinn getting a very valuable kill here. Hurricane onto the Ench as well, surrounded by creeps. Do they have a stun? No. TP away safely, but still, mid lane down. Gaming Gladiators pull away with a slight gold lead.
Yeah, that is a very good kill for them to get. Obviously, Somnus was starting to have a, I mean, not an outstanding game, but OD is the kind of hero that you want to kill a couple of times if possible, so just slowing it down. The hero sometimes falls victim to kind of chain feeding, where in order to cast your spells and deal damage, you need to be in there, and if you don't have the items to sustain yourself against this kind of ball lineup, you can be in trouble.
Oh,
actually,
wow,
okay, that was not expected. But I mean, I guess at the same time, right? He was left alone because Chen went mid, so Dyrachyo wasn't.
Gaming can get something out of this. Swash is going to miss. This is all for a position 5 Ench right now. They'll get it. But obviously, like we talked about, does cost them their CK in the top lane. And now, I mean, Somnus was kind of disappointed to see that hero because he wasn't even in range for XP. He's like, all right, I guess I'll help push because OD is very good at hitting towers, as you can see.
Yep.
But he's going to lose his mid lane in the process with all these creeps from Celery. Oh, Quinn wants to fight, apparently.
Oh, miscommunication there.
Yeah, Hoof Stomp not going to connect thanks to the Astral. See, but he wants to pursue any further. Looks like that might break things up. Still no passive for Chalice, so no retaliate.
Yeah,
we're going for that kill build.
He's going to slow down his farming a little bit. If this becomes a little bit more stale and you need to hit some jungle, not having any points in retaliate. Level 3 double edge. If you're stacking jungle, you can't just spam this with a Vanguard. The Seeds of Serenity offset it quite well though, so perhaps he's going to be okay. But yeah, a lot of the time we see Centaurs go to something like 1-4, so they can be farming essentially for free all around the map. But yeah, you can't really question how much it paid off top, right? Dyrachyo was shut down quite effectively. 3 deaths on the Chaos Knight so far. Is the lowest net worth par aside from the OD of Somnus, who arguably maybe rotated a little bit too much. Like, you've moved top twice, like you pointed out. The second time you got nothing out of it except some power damage, and the first time you were also maybe a little bit late to the party. So
Dyrachyo refuses to give up this tower. You see the calling come in, along with the ult from FY, only level 6, trying to fight some pressure. Dyrachyo Quinn, CC's in with that Rolling Thunder, looking for Chalice. Looks like that's going to be an easy cleanup for Gaimin. So good rotation overall. Meanwhile, bit of malice from Ace, but he's surrounded by enemies. Trying to go through his Fiend's Gate, but it's not going to happen. He will die. But meanwhile, fight continued in that top lane as Quinn will secure a double kill.
Yeah, honestly, they were not even close to killing
Get that courier.
That was, when they went for CK there, I think they only got him to about a third. So overestimating how much damage they had in the tank there were Azure Ray, and that punish from Gaimin hurts twice as hard when you also lose the tower. So I feel like we've seen this type of game from Gaimin a lot of times this year. I feel like I'm watching a replay of half their games. Which means, by extension, Azure Ray cannot be surprised. Like, this is Gaimin's best strategy, you could say, like this archetype of strategy that they're running here. And it's something that we've had the panel talk about in the past as well. Gaming Gladiators isn't exactly a team that comes out with some really big, surprising picks that much, right? You could say Underlord isn't picked that much, but the style...
Run into Lou, no song to work with. Gonna turn to the little piggy. FY trying to help out as much as he can. Looks like that's enough distance for the Naga to get away. Might cost them their Ench, and it will. So a good sacrifice for Azure Ray. Could have been a lot worse.
But that's the thing about Gaimin, though, is that you're watching the strategy and you're like, this... You could have shown me this draft and I would have guessed it was their team, right? You just blindly show me this draft.
Well,
who played
Pango, he knows already, right?
No, who played this at TI? You'd be like, that's Gaming Gladiators. But the fact of the matter is, you know they're going to run it. They're going to keep running it until they lose. And hasn't really been the case. So, you know.
They're not slaves to the meta.
No. They're doing what they want. They're doing what they're good at. And if you're not good enough to beat it, they're going to keep doing it.
That's why we found ourselves in this elimination match. Lower bracket of TI. Winner of this secures top 3. We'll face off against LGD tomorrow. Quinn now with the illusion rune. So he has refusal coming. That is shortly regardless. We're working on Manta. No big crazy items. No switch ups from the Naga. That feels like one of the most cookie cutter heroes in the game in terms of just itemization. Maybe a Bloodthorn 4th item, that's the switch up. Centaur, on the other hand, you just get HP, so that's very exciting. He's going to be going for pipe this game. Do you think he's going to have to go for a blink a little bit earlier than that, or is it just a bit slower?
It's kind of awkward, right? Because if you go dagger first and you jump in and you cap the stun, it's nice, but the counterplay potential from Gaiminus is just extremely powerful, and you might not be able to overpower them anyway when Chen shows up with Hand of God and maybe some good creeps and Underlord.
Oh, Gwen with the Rolling Thunder. That's a kill. Okay.
Oh,
that was extremely casual. He just walked up and slapped him in the face.
Yeah, that was
Diffusal now online for Quinn.
Unexpected. I don't know how that was so easy. It's kind of strange that there wasn't any protection there and that he just got caught, but that's going to cost them a tier 2 tower by the looks of it. Maybe they're going to try to defend. All right, Somnus is here. Damage.
Finds Ace. That's a lot of damage being applied. So much pure damage. Insanity's Eclipse to follow. Looks like that's going to be the death of the Underlord. Somnus now finding himself next to Quinn as well. It's going to be a trade, though. Somnus will fall as Celery trying to run away from Chalice and company, but that's not going to happen. So a 2 for 1. The Edge looks like will live. The Zoo not able to fully commit any further.
That was a very good defensive rotation from Azure Ray. I thought they were going to lose the tower there, but quick response. They're not letting Gaimin run the map as they want. And that kind of has to be the attitude you need to have against this type of lineup. You need to fight for your ground, right? If you give up even 10 or 20% more of the map, you're just going to get starved out and end up losing on gold. So fighting for every tower, protecting your areas is the name of the game here. That's why the silence. Close to Atos here, FY. Gives them some extra options. It helps the Centaur not buy dagger by quite a lot that the Muerta is going to be able to set him up instead, and they really want that pipe for the sustain. They need to be able to outlast the Pango ult, they need to be able to outlast the Firestorm. And as I mentioned before, buying dagger isn't a gimme because you might not have enough damage to burst anyways. Maybe you're better off just having the durability in the fight.
I have to say, this is feeling like vintage gaming from earlier. I mean, we've talked about them obviously a lot. They've been winning a lot of tournaments the last couple months. I feel like they've dropped off a bit. They've had a bit of a roller coaster, if you want to call it that, but on their side. Somnus going to get some benefit thanks to the Stampede. Looks like that'll be enough for him to get away as Ace comes in through the Fiend's Gate. Horsey action from Somnus. Oh, he's going to show himself again, though. Hit just dodge. Quinn now with the Rolling Thunder. Can he find them in the fog? It's going to be close. Very close. Yes, he finds them. Shield crash. Down goes Somnus. Wow, that was really well played.
That was a game of hot and cold. Well, he got him.
That is death number 3 already for Somnus. I mean, how does this hero come back? Is this here you have to get Midas on eventually? Or?
That is kind of the down. Oh, hang on. That is a very
That apparently was a Centaur. They'll be a little beefier than that, but
a lot of
in the meantime, trying to TP out in the midst of action. Looks like they'll get away. But Gaimin still, I mean, even if they don't get the kill, they're forcing these guys out of their comfort zone, back to their base. You can see that lead just slowly growing in Gaimin's their favor, well, their flavor as well, but their favor mostly. Delicious. Chandelier on the grill. Okay.
Wonderful. Yeah, so what does OD do to recover? This is kind of one of the problems of this hero is when it's doing poorly in the beginning, the recovery curve is quite steep, and you also didn't go Midas. So I think that is probably part of the reason that a lot of OD games that do get played end up buying Midas early, because the risk-reward of bypassing it requires a very, very well-executed game. And just these couple of deaths on Somnus now, they feel like they're fun that fast. So if you don't have Midas, they're out. They're not catching up.
Rally skeletons.
Yeah. Oh,
something to fear.
We love the boys. A lot of the boys here.
Quite a few.
5-minute cooldown on the boys.
I see why they stop now. They're going to force out the fortification at the very least. Azure Ray, FY will show up. There's the fort. Tofu trying to protect his nether ward. Still half duration left. Phantasm used by Daracha. They want to continue on here. Already half HP on this tier 3. Somnus making his TP action coming. Okay. Try everything on edge. He gets deleted. Well, he's still alive. The Astral keeps him just barely alive. In fact, he's going to be able to Piggy away. The Stampede will help in that effect as well. The Fiend's Gate from Ace to get deep into the base of Azure Ray is already, they're knocking on the door. Daracho getting healed from the sideline from Tofu. They're going to have to do a lot more healing than that. They're going to be able to kill off the Edge eventually, as Chalice is now going to die. And just like that, it's a 5 versus 3. There's a song from Lou, but can they combo this?
No.
Man's Eclipse is not up, so their racks will end up falling at 18 and a half minutes. Gaming Gladiators playing way too fast for Azure Ray to handle. Another Reality Rift into this is going to be too much damage, but there, just at the last moment, Somnus gets off the Astral, but it still will set up Quinn to come in and finish the job. And now Gaming Gladiators with a 10K lead, playing so fast.
And if you think back on the draft, the way this started was Gaming Gladiators picking the Chaos Knight and Azure Ray immediately responding with Naga as a proposed counter. The problem is Naga counters CK later on, but it doesn't counter the tempo. And the rest of the lineup that Azure have built for themselves here are not particularly good with handling this kind of pressure. So you're giving Gaming Gladiators their Ken strat, and you're picking greedy heroes into it. That's, I mean, let's face it, Naga plus OD just is inherently greedy.
Right, this feels...
You're kind of asking.
It's not quite the same, but it feels like the Noun series between Gaming Gladiators and them. As Chalice is going to get found out. He gets off the hoof stomp, but Quinn is there with the swash. And the inhibit, as we all like to call it. Chalice will die in front of his tier 2 tower. Of course, Stampede not even bothering to be used because he was dead to rights.
I don't know if Azure have enough damage. I think if Gaming Gladiators just move up and keep going, they're just gonna run down the lane. They've got Greaves, they've got Hand of God, they've got the Pugma life drain. What damage are you bringing to the table? Odie has ulti on cooldown for another minute. Naga has 1 item, so Naga is not ready to fight. This hero doesn't fight properly until it has like 2 or 3 of them. And time's running out, so here we go.
Phantasm from Seraccio, already half HP on the tier 3. Edge, okay, Astral keeps him alive, but he dies shortly after. We've seen a lot, it feels like just a replay over and over as Lou. Okay, he's getting a little trouble here. Quinn continuing on, he can use the Rolling Thunder. They do not have Song, there's the Astral again. Can they combo it? Somnus is going to pay the ultimate price, though, for this, as finally the song comes out. Quinn not going to be able to combo up too much as a result. Back to the low ground. Gaming going to try to reset as the Edge bot back. So still 5v5, but now those Barracks are exposed. And keep in mind, Roche has not even attempted yet. This does not fit the meta that we've been watching this entire tournament.
But this isn't the first time that Gaming do this, though.
Yeah, Gaming are very special.
When they played this strategy, or this archetype strategy, they bypass the Roche a lot. And I think their logic is that it takes too much time and you give up map control. Like, they don't want to corner themselves, literally, when they can just run at the enemy base and not let them play at all.
Right.
If you go there, maybe you lose a team fight and you fall behind. It's opening the door because you're inherently at a bit of a disadvantage by being the team that's in the pit. Like this, neither team has Aegis, and if you're stronger, you don't need it. So,
okay.
Okay.
All right, that wasn't Enchantress no longer, though. Another Astral Imprisonment onto the Centaur, who's stuck inside the pit, so he's going to get rooted again, brought back with the Reality Rift into another root. But the Deadshot's going to keep Quinn away, but still, damage is being applied to these Barracks. And Azure Ray not showing many signs of life here. Lou on the backside, he's going to try to help out, but he's already lost the Centaur. And now Somnus on the run. All he can do is go back to base. In fact, he might be back to death. Will be Astraling himself again, but dies again shortly after as the GGs are called. And Gaming Gladiators completely stomp Azure Ray in game number 1. Gracious.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head when you said this reminds you of the series Gaming had against Nouns. I feel like Nouns fell into the exact same trap, kind of adjusted their draft in the exact, or came in with a similar kind of strategy. The heroes were different, but the pacing was the same. And yeah, this is kind of just a repeat. You give Gaming Gladiators their push strat, you don't counter it. what did you expect? It's
Well, I think there's one difference between Azure and now is they don't have 5 Midases in that game as well, right? So they did try to defend. It's not like they were playing greedily. They have normal items, you could call it that.
Yeah.
But the heroes themselves just, I guess, couldn't match up the game and I feel aggressiveness.
the thing that's worth keeping in mind about this as well, this is a 22-minute win, and Gaming didn't crush the lanes, right?
I would say they won them, but they didn't crush.
They were relatively even. The Centaur and Muerta lane did very well top. They killed Chaos Knight 3 times in lane. Their OD was drawing mid against Pango, then got rotated on by the Chen, so lost that one slightly. And the bottom lane, Naga was getting farmed, but you know, it just wasn't amounting to anything because she couldn't contribute in the fight. So it's kind of scary if you don't get crushed in lanes and you lose 22 minutes in this.
I mean, is there a specific hero on Azure Ray that you go back and, all right, let's not pick this against Gaming?
I don't think you should first pick Naga against this team. And if you will, ban the Chen, right? Like this whole dynamic that these heroes have against each other, I think inherently really favors Gaming Gladiators. And more importantly, it's not just about one specific hero, it's about your like macro approach to the game. Are you playing early? Are you playing late? How do you bridge the gap? Can't match game in an early game against Chen, you lose 9 out of 10 times a minute.
Yeah, well, they got destroyed.
Not even close.
In this first game. Looking forward to my first Centaur game, and well,
you got it.
That was a quickie, yeah. Let's see what the panel has to say about this game number 1.
Thank you very much, Unfan and Sidrin. Well, what to say about a game that was that short? Well, a lot, actually. We're going to break it down here on the panel. And Effie, I mean, we mentioned the timing of the Chen and Centaur, sorry, Chen and CK coming out from Gaming Gladiators. It looked for a little bit, maybe like Azure could delay the game. Was the case?
No, it wasn't. I think for Azure to have won that game or had a fighting chance, they really needed to stomp mid with that last pick OD. But they really just couldn't get it to happen. They went even, OD in the Pango, even before Celery rotated mid and got that kill. And if you're letting this Pango have a strong lane, he can just rotate it on the entire map and stop that Naga from farming and choking out the map like she wants to.
Yeah, for sure. And this is like kind of like, can you pass the first test against Gaming Gladiators? Can you survive till 20 minutes? It didn't seem to be the case, and it was actually after the road to the International where there was a lot of long games. I got off a long day. I saw Quinn in the elevator, and then he even came up to me and he was like, what's everyone doing? Like, why are the games going so long? Like, we'll change that. And I was like, all right, we'll see. And he's delivering so far in the playoffs here. These games are fast. They're not afraid to end the games and push.
And it's a perfect example of how to end the game so quickly, right? When you have this, you got a tanky CK, you've got the Solar Crest, the pipe on the Chen, you then have the Greaves on the Underlord, plus the Pugna, like you got everything to amp and go forward. So when you take that bottom lane and Rax, like, wait, why? We don't need to wait for anything else. Just go back again mid. And the greed was the key downfall for Azure. Naga, OD, there's a lot of waiting for these heroes to come online.
Yeah, and they just didn't have D-push in their lineup because earlier today we saw Liquid in their series versus Gaming have a very strong network lead and a tempo drop, but go high ground and lose. So even when it looks like a good high ground push, a lot of the times this patch, it does feel very difficult, even when you have the lead. But in games like this, when you're playing against a single target hero like OD up until he gets stronger, you're playing against a Naga who needs a lot of time to come online, and you're playing against these heroes that are enabled by the rest of their team doing well, like the Muerta and the Centaur, there's really not that much they can do.
Yeah, we kind of missed the aggression that we saw from Azure in previous games that they've played here. Was it just the nature of their draft?
In a lot of ways, yeah. It's like they normally get off to a really good start. Sure, Chalice's lane started good, but it didn't end very well for him. And of course, you first pick the Naga, so you know that lane isn't going to go super well when you're playing versus the Underlord. And the big one that he already said, the mid lane matchup. If you pick that OD, you got to have a better performance than that, because he didn't slow down Quinn at all. And when Quinn has a good game, he runs from lane to lane, and it makes it very difficult to farm anywhere.
Yeah, we knew what the matchup was going to like. You pick OD into a Pango, Effie. They should have known.
I mean, OD does quite well versus Pango, I would say. I feel like Quinn just has such a good mastery of this hero, and he's proven it time and time again. And I mean, often I look at this OD and I think, wow, this looks like a good OD game, but then it's picked and the hero just doesn't perform. I mean, we saw 9 Pandas lose putting their faith in OD. I mean, Kirotaka is considered one of the best in the world, and he still couldn't make that hero look very effective.
Yeah, it's also the swarming that you can do, right? When you have a Pango versus OD mid, OD, sure, you might CS better, but Pango just makes the moves on the map, right? You connect with your heroes, and then when you have such beautiful side lanes that go well for gaming, it's such an easy game for Pangolier. Any lane he goes to, it's going to net a kill. Meanwhile, OD's like, I can't match this aggression, I can't do this yet. And then Naga also, I can't do this yet. It was a lot of just coming out from Azure.
Yeah, and we don't see a lot of Underlord. This one, of course, worked out fantastic. Does it mean we're gonna see more often, T? Is this like, we're like, oh, this Underlord is doing quite well. Other people should be having it on their radar.
There probably won't be another game at this TI that a team first picks Naga Siren to allow a team to pick Underlord like that. This was a rare opportunity, and it's not gonna happen again. Underlord maybe, Naga first pick, no.
Can we be a little fair? I think there is a good concept when it comes to Naga Siren versus CK, especially now that CK's come into that first pick material over the last week. So I know that Naga's one of the best heroes at disengaging. You guys are very loud.
It's so hard.
Naga is one of the best heroes at disengaging versus a cooldown ulti hero like CK. But I think that the biggest issue with this Naga was not looking at anything else but the Chen. It's this Chen that made Naga impossible to play, and we saw in gaming series versus Liquid today. Liquid did not give them Chen once, not once, and that's what Azure have to do. They do not give that away.
Well, we'll see if Azure is gonna let that Chen through again, because it did look incredibly strong, and it just sets a tempo that is just so hard to deal with. We've seen it time and time again. But of course, back to the drawing board for Azure. We'll see what they come up with for game number 2. Before we do that, though, we're gonna check in with some fans, and I don't know whether it's Slacks. It is Slacks. He is somewhere. Where did he go? Where is he?
Thank you so much. Yes, I am here. With some outliers from our crowd, some very important and special people. Could you please introduce yourself?
My name is Munir.
And what is your name?
I go by Stan.
All right, now, gentlemen, you have maybe the hypest stat out of anybody in the entire arena. Do you have any idea, after talking amongst yourselves, what it might be?
Well, I think maybe it's because I suck after so many years of playing Dota.
Now that's all of us, my friend. No, is that fair? No?
Maybe because of Oak.
Okay. Any idea?
Maybe I got banned a lot of, like, you know, the people reporting me. I don't know. Or maybe I'm a spam inspector.
You guys are on the right track. That's it. All right. You two have, drum roll please, the most rapier purchases out of any single person in the arena. These guys are Giga Chance. They don't care about anything. This stat also, you lost the most rapier. No, just kidding. I gotta tell you, you guys are Giga Chance face to back. What makes you buy rapier so often?
Well, I'll say salty teammates.
Oh, no! Don't edit that out. Why do you buy 2 rapier?
The best plan item, guys. Trust me. More rapiers. Make more rapiers. Make my name out of the list. Make more rapiers.
Ah, my God. Now, one of you will remember ending the game this week with 3 rapiers in your inventory. Do you know who that was?
I try to make a rapier every day, you know, it's like, it's an item in the game, it's there to make it, so you make it, you know?
Well, best of luck to you, gentlemen. You guys are fantastic. One more round of applause for these 2 psychopaths. Thank you so much.
You just try to make a rapier every time you go into a game. I mean, that's a strat, Fear. Have you ever tried that? Every game you go into is like today, this game.
I like winning MMR, so...
You know, you didn't say they were losing with the rapiers.
I don't know. We'll have to ask. You could be right. Maybe they win every game, and they're the best players in the world.
First item, 7th item, 6th item, like when are they buying? So many questions.
We didn't have that information. You gotta go back out there and ask the question.
I'll find them. Then I'll get back to you with that one.
Will you actually? Yeah,
okay. Trust, I will find a way. I will find that guy and I'll find out exactly the way you do it.
Yeah, how many people would have ended the game this week with 3 rapiers in their inventory? Well, probably a lot, actually. Let's be real. A lot of Dota being played outside the arena and inside the arena. We're getting, it's getting quite late, but I will say, earlier today, I thought we were in for the longest day and international ever. At the moment, Gaming Gladiators, though, they seem to want to get the bed or something like that. They finished the game very quickly. Azure Ray will have their work cut out for them. The break in between games is almost as long as the game. So we do have a lot more to break down, but mostly going forward, because adjusting after a game like that, Fear, I bet you have had a very long career, so I bet you've had some fast losses in that as well, and that means, you know, your whole plan basically failed at that point. Where do you go? Like, how do you start breaking that down?
Those are always, like, somewhat the easiest ones to deal with. Because, like, you know exactly, it was a short game. There's not a lot of tape to really, we got pushed really hard. Maybe we can't be so greedy. It's not much to really talk about, so you know the problems. And I think the biggest problem that they're going to go back and talk about is how do we survive past that 20-minute mark? And that's a question that every team has had, but not a lot of answers other than Liquid.
So you think Lanham, that Lanham is the one to have to put the work in here?
I mean, for sure, but Azure have fight in them. I thought their laning stage went quite well. I mean, before the Chen snowball started to happen, they looked solid. The network was one carry apart from each other. Like, sure, Gaimin did win the lanes by a very slight margin, but normally in a game like that, it doesn't explode so quickly. Again, I have to highlight this Chen. Lanham, do not give it away. I believe in you. I know that you can give us a competitive series. Just respect Celery's Chen, please.
In the past, T, whenever there was a Chen, the ultimate counter was always the Enchantress, because yes, they can take creeps off another, but once Enchantress takes the creep, there's the cooldown, so it will die eventually. Why didn't that work? Why doesn't that work anymore?
Because Chen groups so quickly that Ench likes to play a little more drawn-out fights, right? You want to take engagements over 30 minutes, 40 minutes. You want to utilize the items you can buy. You're not a hero that really capitalizes on that early game aggression. Because when you're getting run at, just like the crowd behind me running at me with this audience, you need to be able to deal with this. So Ench doesn't deal with overwhelming aggression, so Chen is just better in that capacity.
You know, we can deal with that in a way.
We can.
Yeah, because I believe under Fear's feet,
there we go.
there's a secret box.
Silence them, Fear.
Okay, I don't know if they can be, but we'll try.
Try your best. Actually, if anything, it's going to be the opposite. You're going to make them louder with this logic.
What do we got here?
There we go.
Why did you say CSGO on the box? That's not CSGO.
Oh.
It's the same. It's Valve as well. That is a nice t-shirt. How's your throwing arm?
Pretty good. I don't know if the mic's gonna come with it though.
You're allowed to take your headset off.
I can throw it behind me. It's like the
the blind
wedding.
one. The blind one. Oh, that was pretty good. Nice. Congratulations. Now I also know that there are some things in there that you cannot throw. There's candles.
This box?
Yeah.
Yeah, you should not throw. But you can give it away, but you would have to take your head to the...
How many am I giving away?
Yeah, this is
How many?
How many? How many do you want to give away?
Two. All right, there we go.
We're not allowed to throw it, guys. We don't want anybody to get hurt.
How about we very gracefully and calmly pass you that candle?
Hey, look, oh look, look an endearing fun there. No fair. To your right, to your right. Oh, he threw it. He did. Yeah, okay, but that was allowed.
That's a light throw.
Oh. And look, there. Whoa.
Oh, I thought that was a candle. I actually thought it was a candle for a second. I was like, oh my god, Fear is unhinged.
What is this?
That is a jersey.
Oh, that is a cool jersey, that is.
Do you guys like this one?
Does
I'm not as good.
everything must go
Go right, go right, go right, go right.
Yeah, go right.
Oh, there you go, team.
Go left, go left, go left, team. Go left, team.
Far left.
Team. Go left, left. Wow.
Nice. Good catch.
There we go.
All right, well, everybody's ready. They got their swag bags on, and the lights go off in the arena because it is time for the players to be in the spotlight. It is time for the players to take the stage once again, as we do have Gaming Gladiators and Azure Ray. Game number 2. Durasho is soaking in these crowd vibes right now, and it is feeling really good to be in this arena in Seattle on this Saturday night. We're, of course, on the penultimate day before we crown our champion, and both teams still have a good shot, but Azure Ray is with their backs against the wall. They need everything. They need everything they have, and before we see them play, we are gonna hear them talk.
天视率对我来说，在小时候可能会非常难受吧。 是自己渐渐长大了，也释怀了吧，觉得自己只要尽了自己的全力就好。对自己还算是一个可以重新站起来的人。
I followed FY closely. Man, how's this guy so good? Because he didn't play for a relatively long time, and when he came back, he's just like FY God once again.
觉得打出来冠军和过程都很重要。然后我觉得，因为你要获得冠军的因素很多嘛，所以你只要问心无愧就好。然后，当然人生中也有很多遗憾嘛。可能对我来说，就我还在这条路上越走越远，就还没有到尽头。其他选手觉得我最应该获得 TI 冠军，我觉得讨论这个没有意义吧。就是我如果得到别人的认可，光是这一点我就觉得足够了吧。
FY, I think that he's one of the players that I think probably the Dota community at large would most like to see win a TI in the future.
如果今天夺冠的话，对我来说应该是改变一切吧。
FY, yeah, he definitely, I mean, there's something to be said. Some people deserve a TI. I think he deserves a stage, and he's got it right now. And climbing ever higher is what he is doing, as he says himself. Top 4 is fantastic. Of course, top 3 would be better. Can they force out a third game to this series to keep their dream alive? Let's find out as we're ready to head into the draft of game number 2.
Gaming Gladiators versus Azure Ray. Game 2.
Here we go, Gaming Gladiators, Radiant side, Azure Ray, Dire side, first pick, Azure Ray. And they need to come up with something different. And I know you guys are a little later than me in terms of seeing the bans there, but I think a lot of people are going to be very happy to seeing that Chen removed, so they don't need to see and don't need to deal with that one anymore. We got Bristlebag and Nature's Prophet removed on the side of Gaming Gladiators, and more healing heroes eliminated as Azure Ray take out the Dazzle team. I think this is a welcome change.
Yeah, I think if anything, Azure Ray is saying, after that first game, we respect your pace that you can set, how methodical that you are, and they're not going to mess around. They're taking out these high-paced heroes that Gaming have utilized to win games so quickly. And of course, in the panel in the past we were talking about Chen. There it is, that as well. Will they, go again with another high-paced ban?
Maybe, potentially, but this time around, Azure Ray do have that first pick, so if the CK isn't available, they'll most likely just open up with one of the meta supports themselves, either the Huerta or the Pugna, something much easier to build around than that first phase Naga.
I will say, though, that you can't fix all your problems versus Gaming Gladiators with bans. And we've seen that throughout the year. And what I really am respecting about Gaming Gladiators right now, we looked at them at like Riyadh and these tournaments where they looked a little bit down with the new map changes. And I feel a lot of that came down to is they were changing their identity as a team. They've always been this group up team push. Sure, they'll still take hard carries with it, but they weren't afraid to buy a bunch of auras and end the game. And I feel like they have used this time to go back to that, find their old type of playstyle, reinvent themselves and be able to find a way to do it again. And it's very scary, and you can't ban them out. So you're going to have to find ways to make sure that you can take them not only in the early game, but potentially in the late game.
Yeah, and a slight shift up from Gaming here. Earlier today, when they had this Pugna first pick against them, they were going for that Muerta, but now they're throwing in the Weaver into contention. I think Pugna, extremely good lane dominator, but in the game, you don't really want heroes to constantly pressure your positioning. You want to be able to stand your ground, hit that life train, decrypt, kind of free cast your spells. So if you're a Weaver and a Coral, you happily like to buy Nullifier, you always seclude you to the back lanes. So it just forces a little bit of threat to what is becoming a very popular support right now.
I also think that Gaming learned a lot in their series versus Liquid, that responding to the Pugna with the Muerta doesn't necessarily solve the Pugna early on. I think if you're playing versus teams like Azure Ray, who do tend to play that group up lineup after lanes and have these tanky heroes that you can sustain, picking something like a Weaver, potentially pairing it with a Grimstroke, gives you a way to get on top of this Pugna early on and not have to address it from the mid lane.
Yeah, and I do like, I don't know for sure if Doracio's going to play this Weaver, but him being on lane dominant heroes and this patch with the way they're playing is a big reason why these games are going as quickly as they are, because Doracio, he's a great player. He can play a lot of different things, but I think he is a specialist at like being aggressive. Sometimes overly so, but Weaver's a great hero. I'm in too deep, I'm just going to press my ult, get back, win the laning stage. It's a really good hero.
Yeah, and it's why I think obviously Gaming have found so much success throughout the year, is because you want your carry player to be that aggressive, because A, he's going to be that fallback turn and secure you the late game if the things are going to go a little bit awry. But no, I love seeing him on a hero that can just be proactive after laning phase.
Yeah, that's a great point. That's why Doracio has always been able to play this way in this very aggressive, very hyper enemy, see enemy, kill enemy kind of playstyle. It's because he's not always a win condition. I mean, sometimes he does deliver when Gaming are forced into that draft-wise, but he can farm these aggressive places and get picked off because of the stability of Ace, because of the stability of Quinn. And no other team in this TI has that kind of dynamic.
Yeah, we're watching the man who's most likely going to pick up the Muerta for his team. They have not yet flexed it, and I don't think they will this time around. It definitely is very much comfort for Gaming Gladiators having this Muerta played by Tofu.
Yeah, and the nice thing about it is it opens up all of Ace's hero pool, right? It could open up a potential Tidehunter lane, a potential Centaur pairing, and it also makes it so that the enemy team has to think about Brimstroke. They don't want to expend their ban on it, right? But if they leave it in the pool, it could be a hero that Gaming is eyeballing.
Also with meta, Ace, he's only played, I mean, technically Lone Druid is kind of ranged, but also melee. He's only played one true range here, that's Dazzle. So all the melee heroes that we have been playing will just amplify a range before, like Murta, to just do a lot of pressure.
I'm curious what Azure Ray's response is going to be to this, because Gaming's not showing that they want to push really hard or anything right now. They're keeping it open, and most likely they're going to pick an FY hero here. They're probably just debating what's it going to be. And it's going to be the Clockwork, and that is a hero that I have seen a lot against the Morta. You just get on top of the Morta, maybe via Blade Mail, whether it's support, like you can try and dead shot him out, but he's going to stay in the cogs there and still battery assault you. You hate getting jumped on top, so pretty good pick.
Yeah, same thing to Weaver to some capacity, right? Like if you get on top with the cogs, then you're gonna have to force the timeouts to get back out of the cogs, and it's just a lot of vision and backline jump, and at least, like you mentioned with the Murta, it's annoying. Weaver, it can be annoying, and then you go as well with the Kunkka. So a lot of mobility needed for Weaver to feel good, and now two heroes that can contain it either through the cogs or through the X mark. It's, yeah, some nice responses for Weaver to show.
That's a bold Kunkka pick, I'd say. I don't think Charles hasn't played it yet. Correct, right? He has not played it yet, and we know Somnus loves the hero. And from what I've seen of most all Somnus games, if he doesn't have a good laning stage, this team does fall apart a little bit. And he's so good at exploiting other mid laners by just picking a good hero to punish them. So we'll see what happens here. And then I think, yeah, we're most likely getting that Lone Druid on the off lane here. This is a hero that Lone Druid, he loves this matchup. You can Tidebringer him all you want, but with the synergy, he's going to keep healing it back. He's going to keep right-clicking you back. And once you get level 6, you're not bursting this hero.
The last time they picked the Slender, they followed it up directly with a Pangolier, but they don't have that this time around. They need some kind of control from the mid lane to make it so that Lone Druid can take these fights. They need some kind of control, right? Whether it be an Earthshaker or an Earth Spirit. So I wonder if they're capable of bringing it out here, but that's what makes the Kunkka pick so brilliant, in my opinion. I know that it looks bizarre coming out this early, but I do think that Chalice can play it if they need to play the flex. But early on, they couldn't get the hero that they needed versus the Zoo, versus the tempo. They needed something like the Kunkka. So if they secure it here, they still have the potential to respond to the mid lane pick in their overall 18th pick anyway, so it works out for them.
Yeah, it feels like a reaction to how Gaming won that first game for sure, 100%. And I think the only thing for Azure Ray right now, showing your double support so easily has given Gaming that ability to pick Lone Druid, right? Like this Lone Druid into some Pugna lane, into some Clock lane, you know you're going to have a good time, and you don't care about these heroes, like pretty much the entire game. And you throw an Ench as well. So the previous game we saw the Chen, now you put an Ench. Like these are just, they're just double downing every single time on, if we win our lanes, we're going to take your towers very quickly. And we aren't seeing it too reliably from other teams so far in the International. But Gaming at least, they're drafting very quickly in the pace that they want to set in their games.
Yeah. In that case, wouldn't you be able to address the Lindred with a Luna? You know, something that can play into it on lane?
A Luna?
Or a TA, that works too. Any kind of ranged carry that you could potentially pair with the Clock if you are putting this Pugna on the offlane makes it and a high damage carry like the Luna or the TA. They make it so that you're constantly harassing this bear, and he doesn't have that free farm lane to tempo off of.
It's definitely interesting. And Lone Druid's a hero I love to play a lot, and the most annoying things are ranged heroes, as you mentioned, that can keep their distance, keep hitting the bear, and more importantly, kite it. And the traps can do that. But the one thing I have noticed with Lone Druid versus TA is sometimes you want to burst a hero as TA, and bursting in true form is almost impossible. And you always have that resummon on the bear, and you end up rooting the TA. So it's not the easiest matchup in the world, but it could be good on the laning stage. But it's hard to say. So you got two ranged heroes, right? Within like the Morta and the Lone Druid, they're going to keep right-clicking you. Don't know if it's going to be a free lane at all, but it could be something they look at. And TA always has the option of going mid. Kunkka could be the off laner. They could still pick a carry if they wanted to.
My one concern for the TA is you like to play on explosive entries to a fight. You know, that 1-2 follow-up. They have hookshot into TA jump. But with a Weaver, you have a time up to get away. Morta, Fierce Rebel. Lone Druid, True Fall. You can potentially interfere as well. There's a lot of ways to prevent TA from always getting that kill in that initiation. So I think Azure, they need one more hero that can do that, because they don't have a lot of burst right now. So this TA, sure, you blink in, you look good, but then you're suddenly out of position. It could get very scary when game can just swarm over you with these heroes.
What are the chances, because of the Kunkka early pickup, they might still rotate it elsewhere? Is that still a possibility?
Yeah, for sure. The flex is still open between both the Kunkka and the TA. The TA could still be put on the mid lane, depending on what Gamer may or may not pick here, and the Kunkka could still be put on the off lane. I don't see an issue with any of these flexes right now. So that is why I like this Kunkka so early on. I think that the Kunkka flex actually works best when you have first pick and you open it on this 15.
Yeah, it definitely could work here. That is a hero that's pretty annoying for Weaver to play into as well, because you're going to constantly Tidebringer spam him, you're low HP, and if you do drop a Sentry and you get an X on him, pretty much dead meat in there. You're going to squash that bug pretty easily. So that could definitely work for them. But, yeah, go ahead.
I'm just saying, if you ban out the Necro and the Monkey King, I feel like Kunkka can just go mid versus anyone in this patch.
Probably true. I mean, I would leave it to like Quinn. Actually, Quinn doesn't really like punishing you. He'll normally just pick the heroes that he thinks are good for just his team, right? And what his team needs. And what his team almost always needs is someone that can just stun heroes, move across the map. Ace is going to be farming. Jirachi is going to be farming. Well, sure, they're going to join fights, but you definitely need someone to lock them down so you can get these kills.
There's quite a few heroes in the pool then who still fit the bill. The qualities that you want out of the mid laner. We'll see which one Azure wants to remove. They will reveal a little bit more about what their plans are potentially now with this Monkey King back.
Yeah, I mentioned the Necro and the Monkey King because those are the two really disadvantageous matchups it seems for the Kunkka. So by banning this, they honestly have already revealed that their Kunkka wants to go mid. So Gaimin had the correct read in banning Chalice's offlane pool and tried him to earn Dawnbreaker.
It would seem strange though for them to last pick an offlaner here when Weaver was like the first pick, right? So could be a potential thing, but it looks like Gaimin agrees that they think they need an offlaner here by banning Dawn and Tide. But they're going to save that for last.
And already it's like Brewmaster. We're seeing team pick Weaver to counter the Brewmaster. So Chalice isn't probably rushing towards that one. Centaur, it's like, sure. And it's just a beefy offlaner, right? But of course, I think Tide would have been exceptional, great at delaying it. Ooh. And they do go for the Brewmaster. Again, Weaver is a very good lane matchup into this Brew. You have that constant chase now.
Oh, there!
He's back. This is Quinn Callahan in his finest form. The last pick, the 24, throwing in a Husker.
Why now? Why here?
Necro was banned, Monkey was banned. These are like the anti-laning heroes of Sumnus. We heard earlier, I can't remember who mentioned it, but if Sumnus doesn't have a good lane, games can get kind of weird. This is it. Husker, win your lane. Lone Druid will end your game. Gaimin, want to get out of this one.
Yeah, this is also the first Huskar of the International here, so a little bit of extra flair coming out for Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, I mean, earlier Quinn played the first Word Spirit of the International, and now he's playing the first Huskar. I mean, it looks like an excellent Huskar game. He's going to have a great lane versus Kunkka. There's no natural Bustle Fire on Azure Ray to pressure him early on, and it's great versus TA also. I mean, this TA win condition becomes a lot scarier. Now, for me, it's all eyes on the Brewmaster. What is Chalice going to do for his team? How is he going to be able to win these fights? Is he going to be able to cycle on the Huskar? He has to have a good lane for that.
Yeah, and I think this Huskar, it's a great Huskar game overall. However, generally we don't see Huskar a lot, and the main reason is he normally needs more heals with him to keep him alive. And this isn't really a draft where Gaming Gladiators can keep the Huskar alive. They don't have the Chin anymore. They have Pinch, they have a Lone Druid, they have a Weaver, they have Morta. They don't have like that Dazzle Huskar like effect or Chen Huskar, so he's gonna have to keep himself alive, which means he has to have a great laning stage.
This is his 19th game on Huskar. He's got a 72% win rate. He knows when to pick the hero. He knows when to do it. And I think, to be fair, this is kind of that game. Like, if it was any other team, I'd argue they don't know how to end the game in time. The meta does not dictate this type of pick. But Gaming, they showed us in the previous one, they know how to win in 30 minutes. And this would be the type of draft to do it. Damage is Azure Ray's issue. And against a Huskar, a Lone Druid, a Weaver, you need damage to kill them off. And do they have enough to kill even one, if not all three?
So how is Azure Ray gonna extend this game longer than the big ball push from Gaming? What do they need to do?
They need to win their side lanes, or they need to win their side lanes and then rotate the Clockwork early on to deal with this Huskar. If they can kill Huskar once or twice in the early game and slow down his tempo, they can play off a Bru's great team fight.
Well, let's find out if they can do it, if they can force out game number 3. Before we head to the game, though, we're heading over to Marshall, who's standing by with Coach Lanham.
Hello, everyone. I'm with Lanham from Azure Ray, and Coach, I want to ask you, are you surprised they're picking the Huskar, and what's the communication before the game starts? What's the communication to your player to get them ready into next game? 想问一下你，就是有没有惊奇他们会选哈斯卡这个英雄？然后在刚才 BP 结束之后，你是跟小伙子们怎么来沟通去打哈斯卡的？
他们选哈斯卡这个其实是我觉得应该受他们第一局的影响，他们第一局赢了比较轻松，然后觉得第二局可以用同样的方法来赢我们。我觉得哈斯卡这个英雄除了对线，其实在整体他们的阵容里面是比较差的，因为他们没有控制嘛。然后我们可能会玩的就整体会更散一点吧。
Well, I think they get some effect from the first game. They pick Huskar because they win the game 1 so easy. Make them into picking Huskar, and hopefully they wanted to win us again. But I feel like Huskar doesn't really fit to their job this game. I feel like they are lacking control, and we will play loose, and we have the confidence. Back to your casters.
So Lanham's not going to be too happy with the beginning of this game. Holy Jesus! Already 3 kills for Gaming Gladiators. That's the biggest inner fire I've ever seen. Now Saunders under his tier 1 tower will fall as well. A 1K lead at negative 10 seconds in game number 2 for Gaming Gladiators. Oh my God. All right, well,
can I just say I love the irony between, or the juxtaposition of that interview, and you can see at the same time his team just getting bodied in the river. It's like, I don't think they have enough control.
Yeah, we
to handle us and kill 4 heroes.
The only thing missing was Curb Your Enthusiasm music in the background, because my goodness, that could not have started any better.
This is a 2K gold lead, minute 0 for Gaming Gladiators. They get 3 bounty runes, 4 kills, of which 2 of them go to the Lone Druid and tempo-based offlaner that Gaming Gladiators are running. I think, you know what Gaming Gladiators' thoughts were in this draft? They were like, okay, 22 minutes, guys, we can do it faster. They're effectively doing any percent Grand Finals day, top 3 TI finish against Azure Ray. And there, I mean, there's no way around it. Azure Ray are already in serious trouble here, and they've got to pull one out of the bag to handle this safely.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go back and watch that bot overlay. Drosh is taking a little bit of damage here in that bot lane, but that level 1 inner fire, I think it hit 4 heroes, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. A wombo combo. The runes even spawn. Okay, so if you're Azure Ray, I can't stop laughing. How do you reset after that? Because that is so ridiculous.
I mean, the main thing that you have to try to play on is recognizing you need to not let this snowball, right? Like, that's the biggest thing. If you can't win your lanes at this point, oh boy, Empire's dead.
Yeah, it's snowballing already. Chalice now in a 2v1. Gonna take some heavy damage, will likely live.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators have strong lanes too, did I mention that? Ench Weaver on one side, Lone Druid Muerta on the other. So not only did you lose the rune fight, you're playing against some extremely powerful lanes. And that's what I was gonna say is, maybe you can't win the lanes in this game. The challenge now is to not bleed too hard. Because I would feel like if this started out just as a flat-out even runic
courier kill. Oh boy, well, it's just the Wraith Band recipe.
it all adds up, you know, they're already starving, so...
Yeah, true.
If this had started out with a 0-kill rune exchange, I still think Gaming Gladiators just have better lanes.
Yeah.
I think all three even are in their favor on paper, so... You add on top of that terrible start, it's just adding fuel to the fire here, so...
Yeah, I mean, you even mentioned Huskar versus Kunkka. Any melee hero is going to have a lot of issues against the Huskar. Yeah. And what about in the game as a whole? Because Blanton wasn't too impressed. I mean, forget about the opening moments, obviously, which he's not privy to.
Yeah.
FY, looks like he's a garner as well. Dyrachyo should be able to find him. Indeed, he does. Already on a killing spree. Now the Swarm attached to Chalice. A lot of minus armor. We'll pop the wand and sort of waddle away. But Huskar as a hero for like the mid to late game, you want to call it. How does that hero fare?
I can definitely see what Lana was talking about control, right? Like the Radiant item in this game doesn't really have much in the way of stuns or slows that are reliable, but what they do have is really tanky cores that are dominant in lane. So the Huskar pick is largely dependent on this early game to go very well. He doesn't have any protective line of like healing or save, which you usually pick this hero with. But again, on the side of Azure Ray, not exactly the best damage either, right? You need time to get that
A lot of damage just being run on by this bear. We'll have to use his meld, which obviously not going to have detection that deep into the tower. So he will live, but my goodness, getting bullied so hard as Chalice will now die. And Dyrachyo, he's 4-0.
Yep, and he went Urn, so he's snowballing this lane really, really hard. I mean, is he just gonna... Yeah, I was just wondering, he's just literally just gonna dive between the towers? Okay.
Yep, Urn charge already applied. And FY is in a lot of trouble. Only level 2 put the Nether Ward down. But Pinecone will get his revenge as Celery claims that.
That is just absolutely ruthless. 5K minute 4?
Yep, it's 9-0 after that top shot from Tofu.
Well, we officially have a 5 top network heroes on Gaming Gladiators. 4 minutes into the game, they're position 5. Has more network than the enemy mid.
Indeed.
That is, if you're new to Dota, that is not a good sign for the Dire team. Gold is good, and you need more of it.
Quinn trying to dive against Somnus. Doesn't have his ult quite yet. Celery's going to find him with the tomato. Inner fire to destroy Somnus again. Gaming Gladiators clicking in every way possible. And Azure Ray have really...
All right, good news, Brew is ahead of Muerta by 30 network. So they have a hero in the top 5.
Saving grace for Azure Ray. Dyrachyo continue to bully in that bot lane. He can just be left to his own device. That's the crazy part, is now you have these supporting who can just roam freely because the cores are just so far, they can handle 1v1 or even 1v2 situations.
If there's a player hero combination I would want to be playing with when I'm ahead in the early game, it's Celery. This guy is an absolute terrible app.
Chalice.
Next target.
Pinecone has come again for you. Celery will claim this time 11-0 game. Oh, would this be the first over Azure Ray? We're getting pretty damn low. Griffith was doing pretty good work, and finally will fall to FY. Not exactly the hero that you would want that on if you're an Azure Ray fan, but at least they get a goddamn kill this game. Good God.
When is the last time you've seen a kill bounty of 750 minutes 6? That's how much gold they got for Quinn. Ridiculous. Oh my goodness. Yep. It is it's something for Azure Ray, and I think the hero that can solve this game for them has to be the Kunkka, right? You need levels on this guy so he can rotate around on the map and find setup.
Getting surrounded, but FY's going to TP in to try to help out. His root onto the clock. Now Ace with his bear. Literally 1 versus 3, by the way. Doesn't look like he'll be able to take him out.
Fishing for a root here.
A lot of rotations, but no kills either way. Somnus now cutting him off from the other side. They're going to spot the bear again. Going to get inside the cogs. Dyrachyo is actually making a quick rotation through the gate. The bear will fall. The Ace is pretty damn low as a result. The clock will end up dying, but the big kill is Ace going down to Lou. Dyrachyo will clean up FY in the meantime. Can he get more out of this? Level 6 now against the level 4 TA. Dyrachyo, time lapse just in time. Urn charge still applied to Lou. Looks like he's going to survive, although Dyrachyo's not done yet.
Okay.
Well, Shikuchi, but okay, 2 very big kills for Azure Ray, showing some signs of life here in this game number 2.
It's now jungling TA minute 7. Can't really have any laning presence right now with the amount of resources he has. So it's time for Plan B, or guess this is probably Plan H. But no, it's a plan.
Yep.
You're right. They stemmed the bleeding, right? I think a lot of other teams sort of just kept crumbling here under the insane pressure that Gaming are putting. At the very least, if you look at the gold, it has kind of flatlined the last 2 minutes. Not a phrase we hear a lot spoken minute 7. We usually start focusing on this minute 25, but you know,
it's something.
It's a tendency in the game that you just want to slow down. Because what can happen to this Radiant lineup, as Lanham pointed out, they don't have that much control. So if you start getting items, if you start getting levels from your heroes, and you can pick the fights on your terms, you can effectively kite a lot of the Gaming Gladiators lineup quite well. When you get just 1 or 2 items on your core heroes, maybe a Force Staff here or there. So step 1 to getting there is happening right now.
Celery diving with the Centaur. Clockwork in a lot of trouble. Duracio's here as well. That's an easy cleanup as the boat comes in. Will connect onto Ace with the torch as well. Ace getting really low. No ultimate yet, so he is donezo. Good 1-for-1 exchange for Azure Ray. Celery healing up his first primal split of the game as Lou taking heavy damage from Duracio, who's going to have to just ignore at this point. But no, they lift it in the air. Nice job from Chalice. We'll try to set this up with the Torp. There's the life break coming in from Quinn, applying all the pressure to Chalice now that he can't get away with that primal split. FY getting chased by Duracio as Lou will likely TP to safety. FY trying to go through the gate, but Duracio has enough right click to finish the job.
This tower's definitely a goner. Honestly, quite well done by Azure Ray to not have lost the tower in minute 9. You're playing against Ench, Huskar, Lone Druid. These heroes just bulldoze down these towers with an early lead, but they've stemmed the bleeding. It still hurts. We're not going to pretend that this isn't extremely game-in favored, but Azure Ray are making it look more competitive than I was expecting 3 minutes in. A classic thing to talk past, of course. But
yep. Quinn has been armored, by the way, in case you're wondering.
Queuing up a straight BKB here, not a Halberd against TA or Sample. Just going.
Yeah, what is the typical item build for a Huskar? I mean, you talked about Halberd, thinking of BKB. We've seen a lot of Ags. I mean, not say a lot, but the Huskar Ag is very popular.
It's generally Ags or BKB after the Halberd, or after the Armlet, I want to say. Halberd has not been a particularly popular item this patch in general. Huskar is one of the few heroes that will sometimes buy it, but Smoke's going to be broken. Yep. Will get out of there. But this tower looks pretty doomed. This is a level 7 Lone Druid going to work.
Duracio takes the tier 1 bot as well, so already all 3 tier 1s down for Azure Ray.
Keep in mind they had all 3 of them 1 minute ago. 9 minutes we were talking about, wow, they haven't lost a tower. There you go.
After Curse, typical Syndrome special.
That's what I do.
Well, Blue is going to get spotted. Quinn with the life break. Deadshot's going to cancel everything out. Inner fire as well. TA dead. FY next. 2 kills very quickly for Gaiman. Looking to get some double stack here for Quinn as well. Well, he has Ogre Club coming as part of that eventual BKB. We're going to see Ace with the Radiance at some point, so only 1,000 away from the Sacred Relic. And that is going to be very difficult to deal with if you're in Azure Ray. Saw this, we're talking about Blade now still being 17-3. Salmit will be spotted. Duracio from one side, Celery from the other, and a Pine Cone in between. He's going to get down the boat, but you have to think eventually he will fall here. Duracio, monster kill. Fight Clockwork as well. High five Lou, apparently.
I mean, Duracio,
continue the pressure.
He feels invincible, right? He's against 1 stun, which is hookshot.
Yep, it is available. He's going to have to use it to get away, though. Nice job there.
They are giving them absolutely no corner here.
That's just suffocating.
You've got effectively a third of the map left now for Azure Ray. All tier 1s down, all waves pushed. No signs of letting up on that aggression, and they shouldn't. I don't think you spent this 9k gold to just farm up a storm in the jungle. You keep denying the enemy team any presence on the map. This will be the usual Gaming Gladiators route. The bad news for Gaming is they're running out of time. They have 10 minutes left to beat their record. Actually, that's not true. I think they won a game in 19 minutes against 9 Pandas, but this would be probably the lowest total series time if they could match.
Well, keep in mind, this is an elimination game, so let's not talk about that quite yet. Is that why? Be able to TP out here.
Talk about it now.
Well, typically you're not going to GG out of an elimination. So that is very nice, right? I think this will be longer regardless. If they're going to continue so on. As Quinn will be soloing the old Roche. He's scanned out though, but it looks like Roche will fall first before they even arrive. Yeah, you can see Azure Ray now backing away, and Smoke still not revealed. Maybe they can just get rid of the Aegis though. That would be pretty good. They're gonna miss the hook shot onto Celery. Gonna get torrented into the boat though. Dyrachyo coming in from the other side as a life break will connect onto the clock. That's a dead boy. 100% will burn to the burning spears. And Dyrachyo now with nice work from 3 heroes. That's why. Gonna take a dead shot and will die shortly after. Another 2 quick kills for Gaming.
Godlike into 13 on the Weaver. He's been in 16 out of 20 kills. Dyrachyo just running the map. Absolutely crushing it together with this rookie where he's taking the Gladiators. Yeah, what a hero Weaver is when you have a great start like this. This is so free. And keep in mind, this was the first pick of the draft, right? They picked the Weaver into Pugna. And the solutions from Azure are just not there with this early disadvantage. Look at where he's farming. Like,
yeah, Blue trying to farm as safe as possible, but Dyrachyo's gonna have none of that. And Ace with the Radiance online now.
Oh boy.
Tier 2 tower already at half health. Now, how many pine cones has he found this game? He found literally any other creep?
Every time you find one, you find 2. So.
I mean, still. Quinn, stealing the Wisdom Rune, so adding insult to injury. We have a 5-man smoke from Azure Ray. They have to get something out of this. They're just bleeding from every orifice right now. Ace. Well, Tofu. He's going to find them. There's the X, though. They will get something out of it. And we need more. Bear actually would be pretty freaking good for them to get. Relatively low, a big swarm from Dyrachyo. Primal Split is played, but the TA getting decimated. The life rate's not even going to be enough. Barely enough HP, and FY continuing to suck him dry will be enough, actually, as Lou walking away. Nice cogs. Coming back to Dyrachyo. FY will likely pay the sacrifice, but he did a very good job there for Azure Ray.
1-for-1 trade. An amazing outcome for Azure Ray, given the circumstances. They are inherently extremely unfavored in every fight. The courier for Chalice here, I think that's a good item though. He has the Vessel against the Huskar, so there is a path to a kill, but he has Agents. Killing him twice is borderline impossible, so you kind of have to wait it out. Have to try to get some sort of damage item on Lulu if you can get it. This gets the lady working on, maybe there's going to be enough of a punch.
Good company. Try and force Gaiman back here. Just farming up the cogs now. Everything is Gaiman's to take as Quinn jumps in. Nice Decrepify can keep the damage off of the clock as the Aegis is already out. But Ace's Bear is creating so much space with his Radiance. Clock is going to die very easily to the hands of Quinn himself. The Tier 2 tower will fall next. Only one Tier 2 remaining in the top lane. Now without that Aegis, we'll see how aggressive Gaiman want to continue to be.
Take the outpost here. I mean, my eyes are just on Dyrachyo. I'm just going to keep following this Weaver around and see who's the next target he's going to prevent from hitting a creep. That's really been the mantra in this game is you guys don't get to have fun. I don't think Azure are having particularly much fun on anyone. So Dyrachyo, job well done. Well, they're going to look for an opening.
Yeah, hook shot, that's pretty big. He's going to get out this ult as 8, so that's a very tanky boy, but the Spirit Vessel is applied. Battery Assault doing a good amount of damage as well. The rest of Azure can't even really connect as Tofu are coming in, trying to take out the clock, but there's a life break from Quinn, focusing on the TA. Lou is dead, and somehow Ace survives throughout all of that. The rest of his team just couldn't connect.
Yeah, it's a good hook shot, but they couldn't get any damage in there. TA wasn't in range. The moment she tried to come close, she got in trouble. Brewmaster didn't have... I don't know if Chalice had split there. Maybe that could have been something. But
Azure Ray defending this tier 2 tower against the bear. We can see Dyrachyo is just taking their tower themselves in that mid lane. Ace, looks like his bear and himself will die.
Good punish,
but it is racked them dearly. Dyrachyo looks like he'll get the range racks. Likely out with his life as well.
Oh my god, that was like a double or triple rally from the Dark Troll Summoner, so that push was stupidly quick. You bring in the rally, you bring in the Deso of the Weaver. Yeah, you find a nice kill on the lawn, but was it worth it?
Maybe it was, I don't know. Actually, it is just range.
I mean, yeah, it is a net worth swing there, but doesn't really account for
the tier 2 tower now falling.
The tower falling anyway. You lost the 2-3, you lost the range track. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Azure Ray out. I mean, we talked about it all tournament long. The high ground defense has been strong for most teams. Cayman has found the secret sauce. Of course, getting 4 kills before the bounties come up is definitely a good recipe for success.
I think Gaiman are also a little bit unused to that. That hasn't really been what they've been getting all the time, so maybe...
Yeah, if that's required, their winning ways, then it wouldn't have gone so well so far. It's not even Tormy time yet. Is Lou going to be spotted, but no stun yet from Quinn. Doesn't look like he has Ags even queued up. Looks like the AC, actually. Interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of a game finisher item, right? You're going to get the next Aegis, and then you're...
I figured you'd want that on the Lone Druid, though.
Yeah, he wants to get the... Wow, Harpoon? Wow, okay. Sometimes I'm cold. So it's good. It's just a timing thing, right?
Getting harassed in his own base. Life break is there from Quinn as well. Decrepify is going to keep him a little bit healthy, but not healthy enough. He just dies. FY will die next to his Ancient at 18.5 minutes. Now the mid-rack, nice tidal wave. There's buyback from the Pugna. Notifications there. Protect their racks for now. Deadshot's not going to connect, but the ensnare does. Rooted up is Somnus, left to his own devices. Quinn and company looking to finish him off. Another nice tidal wave onto 3 heroes, but look at how deep they can go. Nice time lapse coming out from Dyrachyo to keep himself safe with the kill as well. They're able to keep that TA buyback, but they really have to hold here. Tidal wave comes out, but to really no avail. And Chalice's Primal Split is just so weak at this stage of the game. This is a hero that needs levels. And you're getting your tower and barracks taken out sub 20 minutes. You're just not going to have enough levels to be able to contest. He's still working on his ratings, but it can be so much more than that. So full set of racks for Gaming Gladiators. And you know, coming into this tournament, they've looked good, but they haven't looked as good as they have earlier in the year. Today, overall, they have looked better than any team.
I mean, they've just looked so well great in the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
When it matters the most, they've turned up. No question.
And I was going to say, Chalice will be purchasing the Blade now instead of the Radiance, because I think he just got to go for something else at this stage. He's going to leave the game before he can even
Gotta go ahead and say this might be... Is this the first Brewmaster Blade Bell in the tournament? It's not a popular item at the very least. This is plan... Okay, I think plan 8 is where we're at. We're running out of lettuce in the alphabet.
You can pick another one, please. Find me.
I need some more lettuce in the Danish alphabet for this one. Plan O here.
Wants Tofu. There's a 4-step onto the high ground, and he's going to live. The dying elephant in the crowd. I think that's in the Gaming Gladiator suite. As a Tormy will be taken out, and Celery will get his friends. Now a Deso is finally online for Lou.
Is Somnus referring to the rune fight?
Azure Ray with a smoke. And they have to find something here. That is an understatement. And you can see Clock also going for a Blade Mail. I mean, that's the great thing about Blade Mail. Use the strength of your enemy against themselves.
It might just be the best item they can buy, really. Kind of have to hope for Gaming Gladiators to go for a deep dive.
Solo farming.
Yeah, this is one strength of TA. We haven't seen this hero play that much in the playoffs. It's the best tormentor hero in the game, pretty much. Getting the shard here for the Pugna.
Yeah, it's either that or the clock. Not sure either is going to make the difference, though. But at the very least, you take it away from Gaimin. At this stage, getting creeps or the Tormentor on your side of the map is a win because Gaimin doesn't play it properly, which they have been so far in this game number 2.
And you can see Gaimin's game plan very clearly, right? You're controlling the map, you keep scouting Roche. They've got the little boys in the pit, just checking it out. And as soon as this spawns, imagine Huskar make his way down there, and then it's time to try to end the game for Gaimin. So just holding out for that. Will Azure Ray be able to get any key item in the meantime is the question. So TA potentially could get a pike before it happens. And it's still far away. It's 2k gold or 1500. Maybe can find that one.
Quinn's really, he's very confident spawning. Right. There it goes. That's going to be Aegis and Chi. They'll be able to solo that. And Dyrachyo scouting things out on the Azure Ray side of things. The Bear going to town on Somnus. He uses the title with Dyrachyo. Or to pop in the BKB. He'll be able to find FY very easily as Chalice. Going to have to use that Primal Split, but no. He just dies. They're dying one by one. Dropping like flies. 3 dead already for Azure Ray. The hook shot's gonna miss, just adding more insult to injury. Triple kill for Dyrachyo. And now Lou, is he gonna die in the footstep of his own fountain? Yes! Ultra kill for Dyrachyo. Will Challenge provide the rampage? Not yet. Question mark from Dyrachyo. Likely will be penalized for their next game. We'll see as GGs are called. Gaming Gladiators with a Gaben shellacking. Great.
How ironic. They waited like 3 minutes, and then Dyrachyo was like, let's go. Wow.
Oh, Roach spawn. Let's end the game, actually. Let's not take Roach.
Huskar wasn't even there. Quinn was in the pit while they were ending the game. Oh my god. Okay. You said it after game 1. This reminded you of the Noun series. Now we can officially say this is pretty much the exact same situation. Back to back, absolutely destroying the opposition. Not even remotely close this series for Gaming Gladiators. And tomorrow is going to be quite the challenge for LGD, we've got to say. This is, I personally was expecting Game Gladiators coming into the series as the favorites. I did not think it was going to be that was just way too easy.
They've been playing on just a different level since making it to the lower bracket, which, by the way, was from the beginning of the playoffs overall. Panel break down this quick 2-0 absolute domination from Gaming Gladiators.
That was a very dominated performance by Gaming Gladiators. They will make it to the final day. It has not happened before that a team starting off in the lower bracket wins the Aegis, but Gaming Gladiators is definitely taking a good step in the right direction with the on the receiving end Azure Ray, who will finish their run here at the International 2023 in top 4th, which is a fantastic achievement if you consider they've only been around as a 5 spot for just a couple of months, but it will probably take a little while before they are able to look back on this result happily. We're gonna break this game down or attempt to as much as we can anyway, as it was a pretty fast ordeal, and I feel like Fear and Gaming Gladiators was really feeling themselves that game.
Of course they were. They played 2 20-minute games in a row yet again, going back to the beginning of the playoffs here. And this is a team that you just cannot allow to run away with their early game. They seem so confident. We heard from Lanham that they won't be able to get stomped again. And maybe that would have been true if it wasn't for that first early game fight before the horn even sounds. They lose 4 heroes right away. Lonewood picks up 2 of them. Every lane in complete disaster. And that's exactly what you can't do against Gaming Gladiators. You can't lose your lanes because they will end the game really fast.
And when you think about ending the game quickly, 4 of the top 6 games in quickest form, 19 minutes of Gaming Gladiators, 22 minutes, 23 minutes, 25, 23 again. These are games that they are winning at TI. That is incredibly quick compared to all the other teams that are taking 40 plus minutes. This is a scary team when they hit their stride.
And not just that, the confidence in bringing out these heroes that other teams didn't have faith in, right? They were the first to play Void Spirit this TI, they were the first to play Huskar this TI, and they are the ones who brought the Necrophos into meta from this road to TI until now. They are innovators and they're confident. I mean, they're here for the Aegis.
They are here for the Aegis. We're gonna of course see tomorrow if they can make it all the way. For now, that we're gonna revel in their victory here and on stage to do exactly exactly that. It's Slacks who's standing by with Celery.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here with Celery from the Game and Gladiators. All right, well, what the hell am I supposed to talk about after that series, man? That was over pretty darn quick. How are you feeling? That was so unbelievably aggressive from you guys, who many would say is the most aggressive team here.
Many people complain that it's too much late game, too much farming, it's hard to high ground. I don't think it's hard.
It certainly doesn't seem like it, my friend. You guys are truly defining the meta. Now, here, can you finally admit that you guys were just memeing during the road to TI? I mean, you know, groups, you were losing games. Were you just pretending? Because now that you're back in front of the crowd, now that you're feeling this energy, you guys are absolutely looking unstoppable.
That would have been cool, but no, we were really bad. We learned a lot, especially when losing against Talon. I think we were lucky that they beat us up. After that, we are a different team.
And it certainly seems like it, my friend. Now, who do you think in that series was your linchpin to make sure that that worked out so well? I mean, you guys have so many stars on there, but in your opinion, you're a very humble man. I know you're not going to say yourself, even though you probably should. Who do you think brought you that great victory?
I think Anton. He played very, very aggressive. He was feeling really bad all day, but he played really good.
Yeah, did he ever end up, you know, did he ever...
No.
Oh, okay, good. That's good to hear. Fantastic. All right. My final question, my friend. You have been in this situation many times, but no one has ever achieved what you guys have so far, starting out in the lowest and now making their way up. There's been plenty of grand final chances. You guys are on the road one more time. How's tomorrow going to go? Are we going to see you guys in the grand finals one more time?
I mean, getting there will be the hardest. If we're there, we're definitely not losing.
Yeah, that's what I like to hear. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for it one more time. Dominant year, dominant game, and hopefully one hell of a dominant day going on tomorrow. I am so pumped. Crowd, it's late at night, baby. You guys still pumped? Never gets old, my friend. All right, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Slacks and Celery. Looking forward to a full day of Dota 2 tomorrow. But for now, of course, here, Gaming Gladiators, Game 1, they absolutely smashed it!
And Game 2, they smashed it!
They absolutely did, T, and this is going to be a very tough challenge for LGD tomorrow, who meet them in the lower bracket finals there on Sunday morning. This game, I mean, it is also one of those games, Effie, that LGD is going to look at this and like, what can we learn from this?
I mean, you can learn to ban the Chen, and then in the second game, maybe you learn to not give away 4 deaths before the lanes start.
Yeah,
Let's just say that. I mean, what they can look at this for, if you're being honest, is that Gaming are looking to play high tempo. If they can choose not to, they do not want to play these 60-minute games. So you have to find a way to adjust that tempo yourself, play into it, or play your own version of a tempo draft. So I think LGD are going to definitely prepare some strategies, some ways to deal with it. But, you know, Xiaowei loves to cook.
He really does, he really does. LGD still in, Azure Ray not so much. I feel like we should do them some justice here as well as we say goodbye to them, but Fear, they've had a fantastic run.
Oh, they definitely did. They exceeded a lot of people's expectations getting here, and I've been very impressed by them as well. Like, both the teams here representing China, they did really well, and I think everyone should be proud about that.
Yeah, I think we're at a stage now, like, today it's international, right? We're going to have 2 Chinese teams, top 4. You've got Eastern Europe, Western Europe. Like, we actually have such a mixed pack going into the final that in previous majors, it's always been a little bit kind of one-dimensional to some degree. So I think we are in, like, the best position possible for this TI.
Yeah, we really are, and it's with a heavy heart that we say goodbye to Azure Ray here at the International, especially because there are so many people around the world that would have loved to see Somnus and Chalice and FY do good at the International. Once again, top 4 definitely really good, but I know that's not what they were aiming for. And here to talk a little bit more about that is Tsunami, who's standing by with FY.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm joined by FY and Helen here who doesn't translate. FY, you're a legend of the game, but the past few years have been kind of rocky for you. And so, while I'm sure this wasn't the result that you were hoping for, is there any part of you that looks at this as the beginning of a return to form?
但是过去这几年其实成绩起起伏伏的，虽然这次的比赛结果并不是特别理想，但是你觉得是找回自己状态的第一步吗？
还可以吧。我们这次比赛目标就是已经超额完成了，就是大家都已经享受这次比赛了吧。
It's all right. I think we've already went beyond our expectations for ourselves, and everyone's just enjoying the tournament.
That's great to hear. How about your own personal expectations for this year? Because even this roster, Azure Ray, it only came to be about 3 to 4 months ago. But when 2023 started, how did you see this whole year playing out?
你对自己今年的期望是什么？因为几个月前就才刚组队嘛，在2023年开始的那一刻，你自己有什么想法吗？
今年吗？2023年。不知道，就是被拉来打 TI 了嘛。我也不知道。
I don't know. I got dragged into playing TI. I don't have no idea.
FY, that happens to some of the best players, so you're in good company. Is there anything that you'd like to say to all the fans who are very happy that you got dragged into another TI?
就被拉来打 TI 是很多很厉害的选手才会经历的事情。你有没有任何想对粉丝们说的话呢？
就这次感觉观众和粉丝都很热情嘛，所以也很感谢大家的支持，就是我们。只能说尽力了。
Thank you for all the support. It's a passionate crowd, and all my fans are here. All I can say is I've done my best.
And we appreciate it, FY. Sheshe, thank you very much, and back to the panel.
They definitely did do their best. Top 4 at the International when the competition is so stacked with the squad that you've only made 4 or 5 months ago is a hell of a feat for sure. And I hope that maybe he gets dragged into a couple more teams so we can witness his spectacle, Dota 2 spectacle on the grand stage in the future once again. This series though, I do wanna really highlight that starting fight, those deaths at the start, those were heavy ones. And to really support that, we are going to head over to Purge, who's going to talk to us about it.
Thank you, Sheever. Now, if you guys are anything like me, you fed some first bloods in your life, and sometimes you just say, it's not a big deal, just a little first blood here and there. But the game implications are huge against the best players in the world. The way that the gold translates to lane pressure changes the game in a massive, massive way. And that's because these early items are utilized in a way that puts pressure on them. In this case, the Gladiators are double attacking low here as the Clockwork goes forward. And this transitions, interestingly, into a lot of pressure using the Orb of Corrosion. The Orb of Corrosion, what it does is it slows people by 13% and lowers their armor. But this is really crucial because effectively what that is doing is giving boots to both of the people attacking the guy that's slowed. So despite costing a little bit less and increasing the damage you do, it makes you so much faster that it allows you to chase them down really effectively. In fact, if I go back a clip momentarily here, they even did a really good job, even after this little fight here, letting this push. The enemy creeps were clumped up here, and there's so many of them that it's going to keep them pushed away, and thus the Templar Assassin can't even approach the lane. This is all from that first blood gold because Ace was up 1,000 gold at such an early point of the game, so he just doesn't even get to play Dota. That was the story across the map. Pro players are really good at abusing this. You absolutely cannot give them the start that they had in this game without the consequences being that dire.
Thanks, Purge. Azure Ray felt the dire consequences of that starting fight, and they therefore are eliminated. Gaming Gladiators was a class above them, but that does also mean that we've got our final 3 of the International, which is insane. These past few weeks have flown by. But tomorrow we are gonna witness greatness, really, truly greatness. We've seen some of the best Dota we've seen in quite a while today already, Fear. We started the day out with 2 matches in the lower bracket that both went to distance.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's
I'll give it a day or so, and
teams
then
won
I'll just
today,
let it
and
rotate.
the top 3 now that are going to be standing, they're going to be the best in the world, and I don't know who's going
I'm
to
at
take these games. We got to the
24.
point where just, like,
Wanna get to
every game
25.
is so intense, and right now
man.
that like it's so close, it's so hard to say who's the best right now. Of course, Spirit has a little bit of an upper edge, but
Well,
the two come from the lower bracket. They're
Damn,
gonna
that was a lot of Neo. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
for sure. And every single team in this top 3 have such a great story. I mean, in a way,
Oh.
you're rooting for them all to win because LGD
This
have
TI
been
is
so
pretty
close to that
epic, man.
Aegis
They're
so
going
many times, so
on
many second place
for, like,
finishes. Spirit,
11
they've
hours.
won the
We're
Aegis
14
before
hours
at
now.
TI10, but Laurel, a new addition, hasn't had that kind of success. So for them to win twice and also decorate him in such a way would be a beautiful story. And of course, Gaming Gladiators, the most dominant team of the year, have never won a TI. So if they are able to do it, they are the first curse breakers in Dota. So every single team is going to give us such a good storyline tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm just happy we got some confidence from a player. All day it's been this, I respect my opponent, this and that. And finally, Celery, he gets an interview. He's like, if we get to the finals, we're going to win it. We have a little bit of bravado, a bit of confidence finally from a player. So there it is tomorrow. Can't wait.
Can't wait as well. It's going to be fantastic. That does mean today has come to an end here in the Climate Pledge Arena. Thank you so much for joining us. For everyone at home, you're not going anywhere. Late game is right around the corner, and that will be right here on this channel, so you're at the right place. For everybody still left in the venue, which is still quite a few people, thank you so much for sticking around to the end. It's been a very long day. Tomorrow, though, you guys got to get your rest because it's going to be a long day tomorrow. We're starting out with a best of 3, ending out with a best of 5, potential for 8 amazing games of Dota 2. And last but not least, tomorrow we are finally crowning a champion here at the International, so you want to be awake fully, have all your focus ready for that. So thank you so much to everyone, and we will see you again for more Dota 2.
They're gonna do a late game. They're probably gonna do an after show. Just like an after show broadcast for the late nighters. Maybe recap or analysis. I don't know. I'm probably not gonna stick around for that though. I'm gonna end stream. That's a lot of Dota today. That's crazy. A lot of good games. Anyway, I'll be back again tomorrow. Or actually, wait. Tomorrow, I'm not sure. Maybe later tomorrow. But yeah. Bye.